For MAO. Essays in Historical Materialism. Philip Corrigan, Harvie Ramsay, and Derek Sayer. Preface. We have discussed the origins of these essays in collective work in the preface to the book which they complement, Socialist Construction and Marxist Theory, Bolshevism and its Critique, Macmillan, Monthly Review Press, I-978, hereafter SCMT. Although what follows stands independently of our other work, there is much to be gained by seeing as an extension of it. Some of the ideas expressed here originally formed part of the large typescript from which SCMT was eventually distilled, and our thanks must be recorded to those who read that original formulation of our ideas. We have indicated in our notes and bibliographies the texts which we have used. Apart from the classics of Marxism, we acknowledge a special debt to the work of Charles Bettelheim and Jack Gray. We would also like to thank Sekakwe for his valuable insights and Val Corrigan for preparing the detailed bibliography of MAO's writings and for providing significant critical comments. We have signified the overall purpose of our essays in the title of this book. January 1978. 9. Philip Corrigan. Harvie Ramsay. Derek Sayer. Introduction. This work is explained by its title. On behalf of MAO, an intervention given the circumstances, in fact, a presentation of MAO against alternative positions. What alternatives? Alternatives within Marxism, within Maoism, a term as slippery and gauche as Stalinism, and, of course, within the vast apparatus of expertise, China watchers, sinologists, friends of China, visitors. Moreover, these should be seen as essays in historical materialism. Essays, not a continuous narration providing a comprehensive story, but attempts, angles, representations, and glimpses. Historical materialism, the continually expanding core of theory and practice drawn from the explorations of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao, amongst many others, in the light oft combined historical experience of the international working class movement, above all, within socialist social formations. This intervention, these essays, are part of our work over the last few years, especially SCMT, to which we refer those readers who seek further elucidation of our fundamental positions on Marxist theory and socialist construction. This is a work of theory. It is not a history. Nor is it a substitute for the closest possible reading of Mao's own work. Mao Zedong lived from 1893 to 1976 and, from the mid-1930s on, he wrote a series of texts which demand comparison with the classical texts of historical materialism. Indeed, his work, in quality and quantity, surpasses that of several Marxists who have been the subject of the closest critical attention since the mid-1960s. It is against that background of plain ignorance that we write this book. It is for that reason that we have chosen to provide a presentational account of Mao's Marxism. It is worth drawing attention to this general lack of study of Mao's work, and, indeed, to the dearth of serious historical work of revolutionary China. There is, for example, nothing to compare with E. H. Carr's excellent history of the USSR. The immediate and obvious answer directs attention to problems of access to the language barrier. But are there that many more fluent Russian speakers, reading, for instance, Lenin in Russian? Of course not. But that obvious answer points us toward a possible solution to the riddle of why so many Marxists can remain happily ignorant of Mao whilst consuming every word of Lukács, Ramsay, Sartre, Coletti, and their epigones. If this seems a harsh judgment, scan a representative sample of English language, although the point could be generalist, Marxist journals over the last 20 years. The obvious answer is one theory of Mao's Marxism, that is, Mao's alleged sinification of Marxism-Leninism. This is true, but partial and trivial. As we have argued in SCMT, if Marxism is not a dogma but a guide to action which we learn in order to apply, we cannot conceive of that learning without analyses of what Lenin described as concrete situations. Indeed, we would go further and ask that all major bodies of Marxist writing be related to the circumstances of their original composition. We have attempted this with 3 essays in Part 2 of this book. But in arguing against the sinification thesis, we are not agreeing with perhaps the largest group of commentators on Mao who consider him non-theoretical, a pragmatic nationalist and a true follower of former emperors. Our investigations show there to be a number of enduring, persistent and above all theoretical strategies which connect Mao's work to the mainstream of historical materialism. That unity, moreover, is founded upon a political epistemology which we sketch in Part 1. Both the above distortions of Mao's anarchism can be summarized within a more general view which sees, and implicitly dismisses, China as Oriental or Asiatic. This view is particularly rampant amongst those whose self-identifying label is Western Marxism. Apparently there is but one truth, which wears a European suit of clothes, which must be transported from here, the West, to the rest of the world so that pure Marxism may inhabit the globe. It is a view which is widely shared. Recently the National Security Advisor to the President of the United States, Zbigniew Brzezinski, argued that a communist society is really a derivative Western society because Marxism is a Western concept applied in semi-Eastern societies. Times, October 10, 1977, p. 6. In short, we have been through this tragedy before. It was called capitalism's imperialism. We welcome the thousand gaps that have been made in its network of exploitation and oppression. This general framework means that geographical location, distance from London or Paris, in particular, determines the worth of any Marxism. The interpenetration here revealed, of the culturally imperialist attitudes of formerly world imperialist classes and the Marxist theory employed by intellectuals who seek to further socialism, is a fitting testimony to Mao's constant emphasis upon the ubiquity of class struggle under socialism. It also reminds us of the accuracy of his insistence that it will take 1 or 2 centuries before socialism is secured on a world scale. Relatedly, many interpretations see the great proletarian cultural revolution as mob activity incompatible with the deep rational traditions of Western Marxism. This is evident in the otherwise feeble analysis by Isaac Deutscher, The Chinese Cultural Revolution, I 967, quite congruent with his sneering assessment of Stalin as lacking refinement of thought, I 949:26. The GPCR is now thought, by Perry Anderson, to be both an archivist chapter in the history of the CPC, I 977, 36, and part of some events in the Far East, Ibid, 39, with theoretical implications of only the most arcane levity for some territory called the West. This framework is also revealingly present in such sympathetic accounts as The Politics of Revolutionary China by the British and Irish Communist Organization, I 977, which applauds Mao as certainly the most European spirit in the leadership of the CPC, p. 45. One of the major authors of the sinification thesis, Stuart Scram, declared Mao Zedong obsolete in I 963. Wisely reviewing this judgment in I 968, Scram wrote, I still believe that to a large extent Mao's ideas and methods are ill-adapted to the problems of building a new society in the last third of the 20th century, but despite the excesses of the Cultural Revolution there is a sense in which this is less clearly the case than 5 years ago. I 969, I 38. Wisdom continues in later comments from this author, I 973a, until, in assessing Mao as a Marxist, I 977, Scram has almost completely revised his earlier opinion. He thereby discovers, contrary to his view in I 968, that Mao is capable of imagining a viable alternative to the seemingly implacable logic of advanced industrial society, I 969, I 44. It is worth stressing, for those who are only familiar with Mao's work, through the filter of extensive interpretation, that Mao writes very well indeed. He wrote simply and directly on purpose, and he has been translated in this way, because theory should be available to a wide audience. This has reinforced much of the superciliousness from Western intellectuals we have already alluded to and has led some to affect being affronted by Mao's pithy and scatological language. Mao's directness is to be contrasted with much writing of Marxist theory in the last 20 years. Mao's work has been available in English since the I-940s, and the 4 volumes of his selected works have circulated since the early I-960s. In I-977 a 5th volume was published and more are promised. We could not fail to note the comparative silence which greeted this 5th volume, when the English translation appeared, in Marxist journals and newspapers. Our bibliography contains an extended listing of Mao's work in English and, as with our listing of the writings of Marx, Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin in SCMT, we regard this as an integral part of this book. We ought also to make clear at the outset that we are not providing another uncritical adjunct to that Maoism which has shown itself, in the last year especially, to be monstrously adaptable to every inflection and substitution taking place in China. On the contrary, it is the very possibility of the dramatic reversals of I-977 taking place in the name of Mao, and employing his own texts, which means we must adopt a critical reading. In terms of our own analysis presented most fully in SCMT, it seems to us that Mao's transformation of Bolshevism, as the self-proclaimed necessary route to socialism, is both partial and implicit. This moreover has led to certain theoretical problems in the accounts of those, notably Charles Bettelheim, who have followed a similar path to our own. Mao has elucidated a number of crucial relations, which Bolshevism frequently dichotomized, and established causal relations between such as forces/relations of production or base/superstructure. These are complex relations, contradictions, in fact, which are not to be understood in causal terms at all. Rather, he implies, these relations are internal to production. But, and it is a far from simple matter of linguistics, Mao frequently remains within the conceptual field of Bolshevism, on the one hand, and where he does not he often erects what amount to metaphysical absolutes. Furnishing an example of the latter are certain formulations concerning contradiction, especially when used with notions of identifying the principal contradiction and policies. Introduction 15 that flow from this, e.g. the 3 worlds analysis. In the case of the former, Mao often provides a formulation which can be read as simple inversion, reversing the flow of Bolshevik formulations, while leaving the whole algebra intact, as negation, or even equivalence. This is not a matter of theory, having theoretical effects alone. It is precisely these 2 areas, that of absolutes and that of untransformed Bolshevism, which have provided Deng Xiaoping and others with the maximum ammunition to argue for forces, as well as relations, being central to socialist productive advance, that expertise, as well as readiness, is essential to socialist methods of work, that the struggle for scientific experiment, and those for production and amongst classes, is paramount. In each case, the parenthetical addition has been downgraded to make the attempted reversal of the victories of the great proletarian cultural revolution that much more easily begun. There is, finally, another linguistic matter central to Marxist theory and socialist construction. We have left the words of the classical writers as they employed them. This frequently means that they seem content to ignore one half of the human race. This is particularly true in some important passages by Marx in both the German Ideology and his remarks on Adolf Wagner. In the latter, for example, pages Rigoff in the TM edition, quoted by us pages are 8 below. As we pointed out in an early note to SCMT, our employment of these quotations without specific amendment does not mean we are ignorant of their lacunae. As Elizabeth Krall and Delia Davin have shown, in China the struggle for the fullest possible liberation has gone further, but not sufficiently far, than anywhere else. The point is important since historical experience, both negative and positive, has shown that without specific organizations armed for struggle against them, socialist construction will be deformed by the reproduction of capitalist definitions of some people as less than fully human. SCMT, p. 163, and 2. We hope that these essays will be taken as the start of a more open confrontation of contradictory currents within Marxism, and of more serious attention to those questions of socialist revolution and socialist construction which will always be associated with Mao's name. The book is structured to facilitate 3 different kinds of intervention. Part 1 argues the case for Mao's overall Marxist strategy. Part 2 presents a series of 3 outline contextual studies relating to the border region years, the high tide era, and to the years after 1963. The part concludes with an essay comparing Ramsay and MAO. Part 3 synthesizes the previous 2 and draws directly on our work in SCMT to explicate the relevance of Mao's Marxism to various world historical questions of the international communist movement. Apart from our general bibliography, pages 163f below, we provide a list of some empirical resources, pages 187f, for readers who wish to investigate the historical experience of socialist construction in China. Chronology. A fuller chronology will be found in other sources, e.g. the volumes of China Readings. I-840 I-949, Era of Semi-Feudal and Semi-Colonial Domination I-9 I-9 I-2, Nationalist Revolution against Manchu, Qing, Dynasty I-9 I-6 I-926, W.R. Lauridism I-9 I-9, May 4th Movement I-92 I, Communist Party of China founded I-927, Mao's investigations of the peasant movement in Hunan, April, massacre in Shanghai I-930 I-934, Kiangsi Soviet I-934 I-936, Long March Japanese invasion extended I-937 I-947, border region years, Yan'an period I-937, Mao's on practice and on contradiction I-94 I, Mao's rural surveys. Era of socialist construction. Entry of Red Army into Peking. I-October, People's Republic of China formed. I-949 I-953, Recovery and Consolidation. I-953, First Five-Year Plan. Death of Joseph Stalin. I-957 equals. I-958 I-959. I-959 I-96 I. High tide years of agricultural cooperation. Mao's 10 great or major relationships written. Mao authors, wholly or in part, 2 long editorials in the People's Daily, on the historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat. On the correct handling of contradictions written Great Leap Forward 3 Bad Years I-960, all Soviet assistance, experts, blueprints, etc., withdrawn from China. 17. I-953. 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 XVM Chronology 1962, 1/8 Plenum of the 8th CC/CPC Never Forget Class Struggle 1963 to 1965, Socialist Education Movement 1963, Open Dispute between the CPC/CPSU. Where do correct ideas come from? Written 1964, first edition of quotations issued 1965 to 1966, and beyond, Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution 1966, 1/8 Plenum of the 8th CCJCPC adopts 16-point Directive 1968, 12th Plenum of 8th CC/CPC condemns Liu Xiao Chi, Teng Xiaoping and others 1969, 9th Congress of CPC 1970-71, Lin Piao Affair 1973, 1/8 Congress of CPC 1976, Death of Mao Zedong, Zhou Enlai, Kang Sheng, Chu Tai 1977, July, 3rd Plenum of 1/8 CCJCPC confirms Hua Kuofeng as Chairman SC/PB/CCJCPC, restores Teng Xiaoping to party and state posts, dismisses the Gang of Four from all posts and from the CPC August 11th Congress of CPC. Abbreviations. APCCC, CP, CPC, CPGB, CPSU, FLP, GLF, GPCR, Sinhua, KMT, NEP, PB, PC, PCF, PCI, PLASC, SCMT, SEM, Wansui, Agricultural Producers Cooperative, Central Committee, of the CP, Communist Party. Communist Party of China. Communist Party of Great Britain. Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Foreign Languages Press. Great Leap Forward. Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. New China News Agency. Kuomintang. New Economic Policy. Politburo, of the CC. Communist Party. Communist Party of France. Communist Party of Italy. People's Liberation Army. Standing Committee. Socialist Construction and Marxist Theory. Socialist Education Movement. Long Live, a collection of documents by Mao, see Bibliography, under Unauthorized collections of Mao Zedong's works. 19. Part 1. I. Mistakes will inevitably be committed. It is impossible not to commit them. The commission of mistakes is a necessary condition for the formation of a correct line. The correct line is formed in the struggle with the incorrect line. To say that mistakes can all be avoided, so that there are only correct things, and no mistakes, is an anti-Marxist proposition. That there should be only correct things, and nothing erroneous, as sick without precedent in history, it amounts to denying the law of the unity of opposites. It is metaphysical. Mao, 1958 h. 113. Marx's Capital started with the analysis of the dual nature of commodities. Things which are not commodities have a dual nature too. Our comrades likewise have a dual nature, correct and incorrect. Don't you have a dual nature? I know I have. Young people easily make the mistake of being metaphysical, they cannot bear to talk about their shortcomings. People improve with experience. In recent years, however, it is the young who have made progress, the hopeless cases are some of the old professors. Mao, 1965 h. 239. Professors, we have been afraid of them ever since we came into the towns. When confronted by people with piles of learning, we felt we were good for nothing. For Marxists to fear bourgeois intellectuals, to fear professors while not fearing imperialism, is strange indeed. I believe this attitude is another example of the slave mentality. Mao, 1958 h. 116. 2. In I8 I6, Saint Simon declares that politics is the science of production, and foretells the complete absorption of politics by economics. The knowledge that economic conditions are the basis of political institutions appears here only in embryo. Yet what is here already very plainly expressed is the idea of the future conversion of political rule over men into an administration of things, that is to say, the abolition of the state, about which recently there has been so much noise. Engels, I8G4A, 307. Politics must take precedence over economics. To argue otherwise is to forget the ABC of Marxism. Without a correct political approach to the matter, the given class will be unable to stay on top, and, consequently, will be incapable of solving its production problem either. Lenin, I92IA, 34. Political work is the lifeblood of all economic work. This is particularly true at a time when the economic system of a society is undergoing fundamental change. Before a brand new social system can be built on the site of the old, the site must first be swept clean. Old ideas reflecting the old system invariably remain in people's minds for a long time. They do not easily give way. Mao, RGS, J, 302, italicization removed. There is no doubt that politics and economy, and politics and technology should be united. This is what Red and Expert mean. In future, the term politics will continue to exist, but in a different sense. Ideological and political work is the guarantee for the accomplishment of our economic and technological work. Mao, Instruction of 3 I January I958, quoted in CHN, I970, 82. I Introductory Remarks 1. In a famous passage, redolent with themes which we hope our own work will extend and clarify, Marx argued. 3. Men make their own history, but they do not make it just as they please, they do not make it under circumstances chosen by themselves, but under circumstances directly encountered, given, and transmitted from the past. The tradition of all dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living. And just when they seem engaged in revolutionizing themselves and things, in creating something that has never yet existed, precisely in such periods of revolutionary crisis they anxiously conjure up the spirits of the past to their service and borrow from them names, battle cries and costumes in order to present the new scene of world history in this time-honored disguise and this borrowed language. Marx, 1852b, 398, 2. It is our central argument that Mao recognized that the central problem of socialist construction was to sustain the activity of revolutionizing selves and things. In this, to begin with a common misapprehension, Mao is not being idealist, utopian or wagering on man's better nature, he is being fundamentally materialist. The only materials for transformation are the people, the things, and knowledge of people and things, that now exist, albeit in a constant flux. Mao is also to stress another theme of our book, demonstrating that he has, and how he has, learned from history, he is being historical as well as materialist. If people are to transform themselves and their circumstances, it must be recognized, literally, again, rethought, that they are capable of doing this. They have, despite appearances to the contrary, the resources to accomplish this great task. Such a recognition only comes from a political inspection of history which reveals the myriad suppressions of alternative social forms and social development buried within historical experience. People, in sum, can be more than they seem. This is what wagering on the people, rather than on technology, cotters, economics, or gods, means. If, therefore, people can be more than they seem, and, moreover, can only so become by transforming their circumstances as much as themselves, what prevents this taking place? Is it ownership of property, and rights, by a minority? Is it the logic of technology? Is it the dominance of tradition? It is, historical materialism argues, the social relations, and corresponding language and imagery, that make possible a particular way of pumping surplus value out of labor power to facilitate commodity production. 4. But much follows from this. How to change the social relations and social forms without reproducing them? How, in short, to create something that has never yet existed? How to throw away time-honored disguise and borrowed language? The manner in which the wager upon the people is conducted is as crucial as the fact of that wager. Time and again Mao returns to methods of work and problems of organization, to experience and its social modes. Unless, he is arguing, people experience this socialist construction as being more and having more, they will be disabled in their attempts at transformation. If they are crippled in this way, it will be because we, the party, cotters, intellectuals, will have continued the names, battle cries, and costumes, retreated from that wager, and made wagering on the people a rhetorical device to facilitate new Buddhas, new imperial envoys, and the cessation of the emancipation of labor. We shall return to these themes throughout our book. We want first to briefly examine 3 representative texts which do, however partially, confront Mao's Marxism, the work of Rossana Rossanda, Sam Mauger and Paul Sweezy. Rossanda's text has circulated in Italy, France, and England and remains, in many ways, the best short statement of what is distinctive about Mao's Marxism. Rossanda's significance, as a leading militant with Il Manifesto and as a theoretician, is exposed in the central recognition that the great proletarian cultural revolution is a world historical action, similar to the Great October Socialist Revolution, which compels us to ask ourselves why we go on enduring, in a state of equivocation and helplessness, the crisis in the European socialist camp and the constant putting off of the revolution in the West. Worse still, it compels us to do this not, as some would prefer, in moral terms, by summoning ourselves to self-mortification, to a regenerative bath of revolutionary purity, but by applying ourselves to thought about fundamentals, that is, to a search, right down to the very roots, for the reasons why, even when we pursue a worthy policy, we fall back upon a tradition that we would prefer not to re-examine. The great proletarian cultural revolution summons us to rethinking and to practical activity which cannot but destroy something which is deeply rooted in the past and present of the working class movement. Ross Enda, 1970, 54. 5. Fundamentally, Ross Enda recognizes, to use the words of Althusser in 1972, if we look back over our whole history of the last 40 years or more, it seems to me that, in reckoning up the account, which is not an easy thing to do, the only historically existing, left, critique of the fundamentals of the Stalinian deviation to be found and which, moreover, is contemporary with this very deviation, and thus for the most part precedes the 20th Congress is a concrete critique, one which exists in the facts, in the struggle, in the line, in the practices, their principles and their forms, of the Chinese Revolution. Althusser, 1972b, 92, 4. Mauger's text is, for these purposes, emblematic. It may be taken to represent a fairly common form of analysis, that of the Friends of China. Here there are, as it were, two sorts of borrowed language, largely Bolshevik readings of Marxism-Leninism as the dominant vocabulary, with a gloss provided from pronouncements of the CPC on this or that tactical decision. Not a few of such analyses are, in fact, quite congruent with bourgeois and other commentators on Mao who celebrate his profound flexibility and his pragmatism, his freedom from, sotto voce, Marxist, dogma. On the contrary, as we hope to show, it is his precise and enduring Marxism which frees him from dogma, just as it is his withering attention to reality and experience that frees him from slavish cringing before the facts. But Mauger's analysis, 1973, does provide a useful illustration of the central problem with which we began this section. Much of the profundity of Mao's critique is hidden within a vocabulary which appears to indicate continuities from Bolshevism, rather than any break with it. This is partly because, in our view, the break is only partial. Indeed, its partialness is displayed in many a Friends of China account, or rather accounts, read over the last 5 years, but there does remain an adherence to certain formulations which are a barrier to coherent articulation of just what it is that Mao, and the CPC, have accomplished. In Mauger's first article, 1973, 4, 910, this is displayed clearly in base/superstructure distinctions, in the reduction of socialism to an ideology that has to be grasped, and a fundamental misapprehension of what forces and relations of production are during socialist construction. Mauger also, 1973, 14-15, reproduces the crippling divisions between internal and external policies, which is one clear symptom of the partial 6. Transformation of Bolshevism accomplished by Mao and the CPC. Paul Sweezy's more recent text, I-977A, written after Mao's death, attempts to sketch the contours of the Mao period. Here Sweezy is writing in the light of his debate with Bettelheim and his extended reviews of the latter's major work on class struggle in the USSR, Sweezy, I-97I, I-974, I-977B. He sees that the most important contribution to the advance of Marxism of the Mao period may well be, to break what may be called the tyranny of the Soviet model, 1977A, I. After reviewing the two foci of this challenge, the rejection of the Soviet model of economic development and the GPCR, which fundamentally and definitively transformed Marxian political theory, Sweezy concludes that the experience of the Mao period shows how post-revolutionary society contains not only contradictions inherited from millennia of class-riven society, it produces and reproduces its own contradictions. The revolution provides no final solutions. It only opens the possibility of moving forward in the direction of eliminating classes. Sweezy, I-977A, III-2, it is the purpose of the rest of Part 1 of our book to try to root this fundamental insight in Mao's theoretical writings. 2. Epistemology, where do correct ideas come from? In a passage he wrote himself, part of a draft decision, on certain problems in our present rural work of the CPC/CC, in May IG 63, Mao Zedong outlines the Marxist theory of knowledge. Correct knowledge involves a source and three leaps. The source is social practice. In their social practice, human beings engage in various kinds of struggle and gain rich experience, both from their successes and their failures, I 963a, 502. The last clause is not an afterthought. We shall highlight the necessity for error below. The first leap is that of perceptual knowledge by which matter can be transformed into consciousness. Such leaps are phenomena of everyday life. Cognition involves this first leap and two others. Perceptual knowledge accumulates to become logical and conceptual. Thirdly, knowledge makes another leap through the test of practice. 7. This leap is more important. There is no other way of testing truth. Furthermore, the one and only purpose of the proletariat in knowing the world is to change it. Mao, 1963a, 503. Mao had outlined this theory in 1937. 5. But he had predecessors. Much of Marx's writing is aimed against speculative philosophy, against the dominance of the mental over the material, against forcible abstraction. It must be kept in mind that the new forces of production and relations of production do not develop out of nothing, nor drop from the sky, nor from the womb of the self-positing idea, but from within and in antithesis to the existing development of production and the inherited, traditional relations of property. Marx, 1858a, 278, cf. Ibid, 706 and SCMT, Passim. So also argues Mao, in, to repeat, a text that was part of a document on methods of rural work. Where do correct ideas from? Do they drop from the skies? No. Are they innate in the mind? No. They come from social practice, and from it alone. Mao, 1963a, 502. The following year, in his talk on questions of philosophy, Mao argued, first, we must take life as our starting point in discussing the unity of opposites. 1964 t. 225. And, second, Engels talked about the three categories, but as for me I don't believe in two of those categories. The most basic thing is the unity of opposites. The transformation of quality and quantity into one another is the unity of the opposites quality and quantity. There is no such thing as the negation of the negation. 1964 t. 226, cf. Mao, 1937, 315 f. Mao is also thoroughly Marxist when he draws upon the existence of class struggles within philosophy. Much of Marx's work was concerned to expose the partial, inadequate, limited grasp of 8. Social phenomena facilitated by much theorizing, even of a classical character. As Lenin 6 summarized, one expression of the genius of Marx and Engels was that they despised pedantic playing with new words, erudite terms, and subtle isms, and said simply and plainly, there is a materialist line and an idealist line in philosophy, and between them there are various shades of agnosticism. The vain attempts to find a new point of view in philosophy betray the same poverty of mind that is revealed in similar efforts to create a new theory of value, a new theory of rent, and so forth. 1908 c. 134. There are two world outlooks, 193 7j, 31 1f. As he challenged intellectuals in 1964. To get some experience of class struggle, that's what I call a university. If you don't engage in class struggle, then what is this philosophy you're engaged in? 1964 t. 213, 215. It is not that practice is ubiquitous in some metaphysical sense, it is that genuine knowledge cannot be separated from transformation, for knowledge is verified only when the anticipated results in the process of social practice, material production, class struggle, or scientific experiment, are achieved. 1937 h. 296. Correct ideas. come from three kinds of social practice: the struggle for production, the class struggle, and scientific experiment. 1963a, 502. Of these three, Mao increasingly stressed never forget class struggle, which was intimately related to correct learning and sound socialist construction, e.g. 1957b, 446, 457-G, 463f, 472f. None of this downgrades the significance of theoretical knowledge. In 1937 Mao argued, "Perception only solves the problem of phenomena, theory alone can solve the problem of essence." 1937 299. The necessity of the leap from perceptual to logical conceptual. 9. Knowledge was stressed by Lenin in his discussion of understanding, 1916b, 143, cf. Ibid, 225f. Although it remains true, and we in this sense have leaned to one side in our book, that the dominant tendency in Marxist theorizing is to downgrade practice and to deny the fruitfulness of error, it would be just as wrong to establish a mystical and reified notion of practice which gropes blindly, as Stalin correctly phrased it, because it is ultimately reactive to the phenomenal forms of the world. Without the doubly articulated analysis which Marxism offers, a set of fundamental tools of analysis, a method, and the concrete analysis of historical situations, see Sayer, 1975a, b, 1977b, historical materialism would never comprehend the essential relations which sustain capitalism as a world market system of production. This needs saying for another reason. We have indicated that the line of the CPC and of Mao himself is constantly emerging from sustained and extremely complicated struggles, including making and correcting mistakes. We have also mentioned that we do not see Mao, or the CPC, as having completely transformed or overcome Bolshevism. Bolshevism remains present, moreover, not only at the important level of facilitating crippling separations between internal and external policy, for example, and sustaining the possible opening to bourgeois models of modernization and rationality, it also permeates the core epistemological areas of the CPC's theory. There are, in sum, elements of a speculative metaphysic within Mao's thought. Just as in Lenin we frequently find the formula that X is the most important aspect of the revolution, so in Mao there remain certain forms of absolutist thinking. The concept of contradiction, for example, has been rendered mystical, on the one hand, and been used for the most crude apologetics, in relation to analysis of imperialism and hegemony, on the other. Marx and Engels, in their long polemics against philosophizing, which were not merely a feature of their youthful period, show how all metaphysical concepts can operate to sanctify the crudest forms of special pleading. We can, of course, appreciate that Mao had to sustain a long and ultimately never completed revolutionary upsurge to try to transform the dead weight of theoreticians, and, equally, practical bureaucrats, from crippling and distorting socialist construction in China. His emphasis on contradiction, we argue, does not see practice as simply the opposite of theory, but shows that the only valid theory is that which engages in practical transformation. There can be no transforming practice that is not theorized in that sense, that sees beyond the phenomenal forms and particular relations which currently constitute itself. Equally, to discuss theory apart from transformation is to retreat into scholasticism, which is often a form of time-serving apologetics. Contradiction thus has a crucial double-handed purpose in Mao's thought, and it is one which has been largely beneficial. But we cannot sustain it as the universal which it has been made, for it contradicts many other elements of Mao's practice. Indeed, Mao's political epistemology is incomprehensible outside his emphasis upon modes of learning. If correct ideas come from social practice, it is wrong to see a correct theory, a collection of strategic ideas, as more universal than, more correct than, social practice. Moreover, theory cannot deny the possibility of error. The notion of error-free theory is coextensive with the bourgeois era, finding its social image in the work of academic commentators and intellectual critics. What Raymond Williams has argued for the area of cultural theory is generally true. Several forms of cultural theory have become, within a privileged situation, privileged practices. The concepts criticism, literature, and art, in their currently available forms, are all contemporaneous with bourgeois society, and are the theoretical forms of its cultural specialization and control. R. Williams, I 975, 502, 505. Indeed, the reference to culture is crucial and direct in terms of the overall historical experience of socialist construction in the USSR and the People's Republic of China. Amongst the social relations which make possible particular systems of exploitation and oppression, the social imagery of knowledge, and the knowledgeable, are quite central, especially in the semi-feudal and semi-colonial situations of imperial Russia, and imperial and republican China. In sum, orientations to learning reveal the coherence and the thrust of a communist party toward a successful and solid socialist revolution and socialist construction. From Mao's earliest writings, for example, his report from Hunan on the peasant movement, or his on correcting mistaken ideas in the party, I 929b, he has been concerned to stress, the important thing is to be good at learning, I 936d, I 86. One face of this lifelong campaign by Mao is captured in his little pamphlet Oppose Book Worship, 193 OB, which has earned him several charges of empiricism. This precisely illustrates what we have argued above. Such a charge implies a kind of theory that is merely extended, and never transformed, by recognition of error. It has as its core a notion of truth which Lenin criticized, when writing of the need to apply Marx's method in order to extend militant materialism. Only he who never does anything never makes mistakes. Lenin, 1922 f. 223. Mao argues. Reading is learning, but applying is also learning, and the more important kind of learning at that. Our chief method is to learn warfare through warfare. 1936d, 189-90. It has to be understood that the masses are the real heroes, while we ourselves are often childish and ignorant, and without this understanding it is impossible to acquire even the most rudimentary knowledge. 1941b, 12, cf 1927a, 54 and 1g 66d, 251f. Nobody should be labeled a narrow empiricist except the practical man who gropes in the dark and lacks perspective and foresight. 1941b, 13. That year, in the first of his three key texts on this problem, 1941f, 1942a, b, Mao argues, as earlier, 192 GB, 11 if, against subjectivism, which is flashy without substance, brittle without solidity. They are always right, they are the number one authority under heaven, imperial envoys who rush everywhere. 1941 f. 21. Significantly, we emphasize, subjectivism, for Mao, is marked by poor or peculiar, and partial, historical knowledge, knowing more of ancient Greece than of China. Subjectivism is also marked by a refusal to investigate. Our comrades in the party school should not regard Marxist theory as lifeless dogma. It is necessary to master Marxist theory. 12. And apply it, master it for the sole purpose of applying it. I 942a, 38. Subjectivism and dogmatism, moreover, has its own style. Stereotyped party writing is a vehicle for filth, a form of expression for subjectivism and sectarianism. It does people harm and damages the revolution, and we must get rid of it completely. Ibid, 49. In his text Oppose stereotyped party writing are themes to which Mao returns, for example, in many of his comments during the GPCR. He indicts such writing for a number of reasons: empty verbiage, it strikes a pose in order to intimidate people, it shoots at random, without considering the audience, its drab language, it arranges items under a complicated set of headings, as if starting a Chinese pharmacy, and it is irresponsible and harms people. I 942b, S6f. Above all, Whoever talks glibly about transformation to a mass style while in fact he is stuck fast in his own small circle had better watch out, or someday one of the masses may bump into him along the road and say, "What about all this transformation, sir? Can I see a bit of it, please?" and he will be in a fix. Ibid. 64, cf. Marx's Polemics Against Philosophizing, I-846a, Part I, I-863a, b, c, I-880. Mao is also thoroughly Marxist in refusing to grant power to concepts, above all those of bourgeois philosophy. He shares his perception of freedom with Marx and Lenin. Marx, in his speech to the Democratic Association on the question of free trade, argued, "Do not be deluded by the abstract word freedom. Whose freedom? Not the freedom of one individual in relation to another, but freedom of capital to crush the worker." I-848b, 463. Similarly, in his brilliant comprehension of the theoretical significance of the Commune, Marx describes how the working class did not expect miracles from the Commune. They have no ready-made utopias to introduce par decret du peuple. They know that in order to work out their own emancipation, they will have to pass through long struggles. 1871a, 73. Lenin was also clear on the need to discover the class content of freedom. Let the liars and the hypocrites, the obtuse and the blind, the bourgeois and their supporters, try to deceive the people with talk about freedom in general, about equality in general, and about democracy in general. We say to the workers and peasants, ask them, is there equality of the two sexes? Which nation is the equal of which? Which class is the equal of which? Freedom for which class? 1919, 12-1, 7. Freedom is won by the people through struggle, it is not bestowed by anyone as a favor. Mao, 1945d, 293. Those who demand freedom and democracy in the abstract regard democracy as an end and not a means. Democracy sometimes seems to be an end, but it is in fact only a means. 1957b, 388, cf. 1962b. This too is closely related to Mao's comprehension of historical materialism as the theory and practice of transformation, rather than contemplation. Engels spoke of moving from the realm of necessity to the realm of freedom, and said that freedom is the understanding of necessity. This sentence is not complete. Does merely understanding it make you free? Freedom is the understanding of necessity, and the transformation of necessity one has some work to do too. It won't do just to understand necessity, we must also transform things. 1964t, 228. As Marx argued, the coincidence of the changing of circumstances and of human activity or self-change can be conceived and rationally under 12. Stood only as revolutionary practice. Theses on Feuerbach, original version, 2i. Thus, the theory of this practice entails a new conception of theory, of philosophy, one grasped by Lenin and by Mao. Marx and Engels argue that for the production on a mass scale of communist consciousness, revolutionary practice is doubly central. Not only because the ruling class cannot be overthrown in any other way, but because the class overthrowing it can only in a revolution succeed in ridding itself of all the muck of ages and become fitted to found society anew. Marx, 1846a, 53. Mao, far more than any previous Marxist, has grasped the intimate connection between philosophy and socialist construction, and the need, if materialism is to be truly historical and militant, to liberate philosophy from the confines of the philosophers' lecture rooms and textbooks, and turn it into a sharp weapon in the hands of the masses. That is, it is essential to prevent, but not by administrative measures, the recrystallization of a new philosophy, with new philosophers, amongst party codders. In contradistinction to many other interpretations, therefore, we argue that Mao's emphasis upon practice, upon materialism as transformation, is both historically informed and consistently Marxist-Leninist. We cannot end this brief exploration without illustrating a general view, quite evident amongst many intellectuals, some of them Marxists, that Mao is not quite up to the mark as a philosopher, that we have to be, as it were, kind to him. We shall illustrate from a text by the man who thought Mao obsolete in 1963, S.R. Scram. The relative mediocrity of Mao Zedong as a Marxist philosopher, that is to say as a systematic thinker dealing with problems on a high level of abstraction in terms of Marxist categories, can be explained no doubt by the difficulties in assimilating Western thought. But there is certainly more to be said on this. Mao Zedong unquestionably has a certain lack of interest in theoretical problems as such. He has a tendency to relate everything to the 12. class struggle, and to certain other values, the affirmation by the Chinese people of its own personality, or the mastery of man over nature. These problems he envisages less in philosophical terms, than as aspects of the day-to-day struggle to carry out the revolution. Scram, 1G6G, 168, cf. Wittfogel, 1963, Volkeli, 1977. In view of what we have said, in view of the manifest accomplishments of peasants and workers in China, it is a useful theoretical exercise to study this quotation in terms of what social relations it makes evident for our inspection. For example, high level of abstraction, whether or not systematically, evidently indicates an epistemological space from class struggle or day-to-day struggle. That space, measurable in capitalist social formations, allows just that recrystallization of which we spoke. It marks a surplus extraction at work, justified not by the need for experts to aid the proletariat, but, on the contrary, for the peasants and workers to aid, i.e. pay for, experts. It is for the transformation of those relations, for the overcoming of those spaces, that we commend Mao as a far from mediocre philosopher. 3. Practice. In one of their first sustained critiques of speculative philosophizing, a work which Lenin found highly characteristic, 9. The Holy Family, Marx, 1844. The chapter is written by Marx. The founders of historical materialism expose the mystery of speculative construction, Ibid. 5-7f. If from real apples, pears, strawberries, and almonds I form the general idea fruit, if I go further and imagine that my abstract idea fruit, derived from real fruit, is an entity existing outside me, is indeed the true essence of the pear, the apple, etc., then in the language of speculative philosophy I am declaring that fruit is the substance of the pear, the apple, the almond, etc. I am saying, therefore, that to be a pear is not essential to the pear, that to be an apple is not essential to the apple, that what is essential to these things is not their real existence, perceptible to the senses, but the essence that I have abstracted from them and then foisted on them, the essence of my idea fruit. Marx, 1844e, 57-8. 12. 16. Alas, continues Marx, reality presents itself as, in fact, different real fruits. Speculative philosophy proceeds by claiming different ordinary fruits as different manifestations of the life of the one fruit, Ibid. 59. Hence the value of the ordinary fruits, no longer consists in their natural qualities, but in their speculative quality, which gives each of them a definite place in the life process of the absolute fruit. Ibid. p. 60. This contempt for the particular has been recognized by other philosophers 10 and offers a pure metaphysics, a speculative construction, free from all disturbing accessories, Ibid. 61. In the German ideology, Marx and Engels argue that the whole trick of proving the hegemony of the spirit in history, is, confined to the following 3 attempts. Number 1. One must separate the ideas of those ruling for empirical reasons, under empirical conditions and as corporal individuals, from those rulers, and thus recognize the rule of ideas or illusions in history. Number 2. One must bring an order into this rule of ideas, prove a mystical connection among the successive ruling ideas, which is managed by regarding them as forms of self-determination of the concept. Number 3. To remove the mystical appearance of the self-determining concept, it is changed into a person's self-consciousness, or, to appear thoroughly materialistic, into a series of persons, who represent the concept in history, into the thinkers, the philosophers, the ideologists, who again are understood as manufacturers of history, as the council of guardians, as the rulers. This historical method which reigned in Germany, and especially the reason why, must be explained from its connection with the illusion of ideologists in general, example the illusions of the jurists, politicians, including the practical statesmen, from the dogmatic dreamings and distortions of these fellows. This is explained perfectly easily from their practical position in life, their job, and the division of labor. Marx, 1846a, 62, cf. Lenin, 1916b, 362-3. 17. We agree with Lenin, who finds in Marx, best displayed in the latter's analysis of the dialectics of bourgeois society. 11. The fundamental philosophical line of materialism, from being to thinking, from matter to sensation, 1908 c. 22. Moreover, in a section significantly entitled The Criterion of Practice in the Theory of Knowledge, Lenin argues that it is a twisted professorial idealism. When the criterion of practice, which for every one of us distinguishes illusion from reality, is removed, from the realm of science, from the realm of the theory of knowledge, human practice proves the correctness of the materialist theory of knowledge, said Marx and Engels, who dubbed attempts to solve the fundamental question of epistemology without the aid of practice scholastic and philosophical crotchets. The standpoint of life, of practice, should be first and fundamental in the theory of knowledge. And it inevitably leads to materialism, sweeping aside the endless fabrications of professorial scholasticism. Of course, we must not forget that the criterion of practice can never, in the nature of things, either confirm or refute any human idea completely. By following the path of Marxian theory, we shall draw closer and closer to objective truth, without ever exhausting it. Lenin, 1908 c. 139, 142, 143. In his 1914 conspectus of Hegel's Science of Logic, Lenin wrote, "Essentially, Hegel is completely right as opposed to Kant. Thought proceeding from the concrete to the abstract, provided it is correct, N.B. And Kant, like all philosophers, speaks of correct thought, does not get away from the truth but comes closer to it. The abstraction of matter, of a law of nature, the abstraction of value, etc., in short all scientific, correct, serious, not absurd, abstractions reflect nature more deeply, truly, and completely. From living perception to abstract thought, and from this to practice, such is the dialectical path of the cognition of truth, of the cognition of objective reality." 1916b, 171, cf. Ibid, 225f, especially p. 228. We have to take care that we do not appear to be posing a rigidly scholastic materialism, a system against its idealistic equivalent. In much Marxism, the element of the historical, which we argue means that materialism in Marxism is transformation, practices, is hidden, and with it, the class specificity of the validity 12 of historical materialism. Marx, towards the end of his life, corrected his own work to take account of a possible over-systematization of his texts. We are thinking here of the important letters to Russian socialists, especially I-877, I-88IA, the writings on the Commune, I-87I, and the subsequent crucial corrections of the political program of the Manifesto, I-872A, I-88IB, cf. Lenin, I-9I7A, B, Balibar, I-972, I-976A, B. But we are also thinking of Marx's response to his handling by academic writers, his notes on Adolf Wagner, 1880. In the first place, I do not start out from concepts. What I start out from is the simplest social form in which the labor product is presented in contemporary society, and this is the commodity. I analyze it, and right from the beginning, in the form in which it appears. My analytic method does not start from man, but from the economically given social period, has nothing in common with the academic German method of connecting concepts, with words we can in heat debate / with words a system designate. 188.0, IG 8, 20I, TM translation. Earlier, in a passage centrally relevant to our argument at this point, Marx had argued that people begin with production, ibid. I go through social practice. People learn to distinguish theoretically from all other things the external things which serve for the satisfaction of their needs, ibid. At a certain point such a class of things may be categorized linguistically as they have been empirically distinguished, erfahrungsmäßig, i.e. by experience, adds the translator. But this linguistic designation only expresses as an idea what repeated corroboration in experience has accomplished, namely, that certain external things serve men already living in a certain social connection. This is a necessary presupposition on account of language, for the satisfaction of their needs. Men assign to these 12 things only a particular, generic, name, because they already know them. Ibid. 190-1, TM translation. 30-odd years earlier, Marx had grasped the same point when he wrote in the German Ideology. The mind is from the outset afflicted with the curse of being burdened with matter, which here makes its appearance in the form of agitated layers of air, sounds, in short, of language. Language is as old as consciousness. Language is practical, real consciousness that exists for other men as well, and only therefore does it exist also for me. 1846a, 44. As he had marginally noted earlier in his text. Language is the language authority. Ibid. 38, footnote. Consciousness and language are structured and restructured through social practice. But, again, the emphasis could be incomplete without stressing that. In reality, and for the practical materialist, i.e. the communist, it is a question of revolutionizing the existing world, of coming to grips with and changing the things found in existence. Ibid. 38-9. It is because human beings have both an historical nature and natural history, that philosophy turns upon practice, itself understood historico-empirically. Empirical observation must in each separate instance bring out empirically, and without any mystification and speculation, the connection of the social and political structure with production. The social structure and the state are continually evolving out of the life process of definite individuals, however of these individuals, not as they may appear in their own or other people's imagination, but as they actually are, i.e. as they act, produce materially. As soon as this active life process is described, history ceases to be a collection of dead facts, as it is with the empiricists themselves. 12. 20. Still abstract, or an imagined activity of imagined subjects, as with the idealists. Ibid. 35-6, 37. Marx stressed this point many times. It is inscribed in the analysis of the Grundrisse and of Capital, the stress always being on the definite historical form, as he argued against Storch, who, because he does not conceive material production historically, cannot get beyond meaningless general phrases. 186 GA, 285. From the specific form of material production arises in the first place a specific structure of society, in the second place a specific relation of men to nature. Their state and their spiritual outlook is determined by both. Therefore also the kind of their spiritual production. Ibid. Mao joins Marx in presenting a sustained critique of a false conception of consciousness. It is not the usual receptacles of false consciousness that they point to, the lower orders, workers and peasants with wrong ideas, but, on the contrary, to those whose practical position in life and the division of labor predispose them to sustain a false imagery of consciousness, downgrading material experience above all through dehistoricizing social practice. Dematerialization and dehistoricization recuperate the living space for intellectuals qua experts, the donors of correct ideas to otherwise, so they argue, falsely conscious workers. This cripples socialist revolution and socialist construction. Practice for Mao is paramount because he is, to use Marx's term, a practical materialist, i.e., communist for whom it is a question of revolutionizing the existing world. But this revolutionizing has to correctly handle the major contradiction between objective and subjective through what Marx called revolutionary practice, the simultaneous transformation of circumstances and people. This practice is most evident in the great social struggles for production, between classes, and within scientific experiment and artistic creation. Here people see further because both the forms of what confronts them and their norms for its categorization have been pushed back. We shall argue below, and throughout, that this is ever present in Mao's theorizations of the problems of politics and production. But Mao's realism, his theoretical significance, and the reason why he cannot be reduced to a pragmatist, is displayed in his early work. 21. Our practice proves that what is perceived cannot at once be comprehended and that only what is comprehended can be more deeply perceived. Perception only solves the problem of phenomena, theory alone can solve the problem of essence. The solving of both these problems is not separable in the slightest degree from practice. Whoever wants to know a thing has no way of doing so except by coming into contact with it, that is, by living, practicing, in its environment. 1937 H. 299. If you want to know a certain thing or a certain class of things directly, you must personally participate in the practical struggle to change reality. If you want to know the taste of a pear, you must change the pear by eating it yourself. Ibid. 299-300. Of course, as Mao states clearly here, most of our knowledge comes from indirect experience, and, as he also stresses, immediate, perceptual, knowledge is extremely partial although more accurate than purely rationalist a priorism, and to deny the need for the deepening of the perceptual through cogitation is to repeat the historical error of empiricism, Ibid. 303. But Marxism, Mao argues, is not theoretical in some sense that denies, or downgrades, practical action. Marxism emphasizes the importance of theory precisely and only because it can guide action. Ibid. 304. The transformation at the heart of Marxism must manifest itself in the leap from rational knowledge to revolutionary practice, Ibid. Mao is arguing here, characteristically in a text aimed at dogmatism within the CPC, a point which he has generalized in a number of different ways. In the following passage, written in 1957, Mao's strategy is clear. Over a long period we have developed this concept for the struggle against the enemy. Strategically we should despise all our enemies, but tactically we should take them all seriously. This also means that we should despise the enemy with respect to the whole, but that we must take him seriously with respect to each and every concrete question. If we do not despise the enemy with respect to the whole, we shall be committing the error of opportunism. But in dealing with concrete problems and 22. Particular enemies we shall be committing the error of adventurism unless we take them seriously. Quotations, 7G80. As he argued 20 years earlier, idealism and mechanical materialism, opportunism and adventurism, are all characterized by the breach between the subjective and the objective, by the separation of knowledge from practice. I-937H, 307. Mao has argued against this separation through his attack upon superficiality, which argues the one-sidedness of phenomena. In studying a problem, we must shun subjectivity, one-sidedness, and superficiality. The reason the dogmatist and empiricist comrades in China have made mistakes lies precisely in their subjectivist, one-sided and superficial way of looking at things. To be one-sided and superficial is at the same time to be subjective. I-937J, 323, 324. Remember, here we are talking about death and defeat. Mao recalled this bitterly in I-956, this ended in a great defeat. I-956F, 87, cf I-962B, I-72. The following year at the party conference on propaganda work, Mao argued, one-sidedness means thinking in terms of absolutes, that is, a metaphysical approach to problems. In the appraisal of our work, it is one-sided to regard everything either as all positive or all negative. I-957c, 429. Mao applied this in his analysis of what attitude to adopt in studying our historical experience, I-944b, I-63. Treat all questions analytically, do not negate everything. Lacking an analytical approach, many of our comrades do not want to go deeply into complex matters, to analyze and study them over and over again, but like to draw simple conclusions which are either absolutely affirmative or absolutely negative. I-944b, I-65, cf. I-944c. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution was in large measure, a revolution or practice against dogmatism and subjectivism. This was a method used repeatedly by Mao. His 1920s Analyses, 1926a, b, 1927a, 1940s Surveys and Problems, 1941b, c, 1942g, and, above all, his data used at the enlarged plenum, 1955 f, h, j, k, all involve the use of practical experience against dogmatism. A similar consistency is revealed in his use of exemplary transformations where a given collectivity have done better, faster, by going all out, even though they have bad conditions. But to call upon practice in order to vanquish dogma, is also to stress the centrality of practical experience for making Marxism solid. Thus in his speech on agricultural cooperation in 1955, Mao outlined 3 steps towards socially collectivization, mutual aid teams, small producer cooperatives, and the third step will be to call on the peasants, in accordance with the same principles of voluntary participation and mutual benefit, to unite further, and organize large agricultural producers' cooperatives which are fully socialist in nature. These steps make it possible for the peasants gradually to raise their socialist consciousness through their personal experience and gradually to change their mode of life, thus lessening any feeling of abrupt change. 1955 f. 409, SR Translation. Commandism, coercion, administrative measures in sum, terror will not accomplish any real change because, simply, it mistakes people for things and misunderstands transformation as if it were manipulation from above. Persuasion, not compulsion, is the only way to convince them. Compulsion will never result in convincing them. We must not be frightened if people come into contact with erroneous things. It will solve no problem simply to issue administrative orders forbidding people to have any contact with perverse and evil phenomena and with erroneous ideas, or forbidding them to see ghosts and monsters on the stage. Even great storms are not to be feared. It is amid great storms that human society progresses. 195 7c, 432 f. Finally, Mao's commitment to practice follows from his under 12. Standing of how this practical approach eventuates in more collective and therefore more egalitarian methods of work and forms of organization. 4. Political and cultural relations. Mao's views upon political and cultural relations follow from the above outline, itself, of course, informed by his experiences of success and error in party work from the 1920s. Since the above views were formed after bloody errors in party building and leadership, Mao was similarly anxious to avoid catastrophe in methods of work by the party amongst the people. He provides a number of admirable sketches of the many two-line struggles that have taken place within the party, locating them carefully in terms of his overall strategy and political epistemology. 13. Practice is again salient. Serving the people and the mass line method of party work is oriented precisely to practical experience. It addresses itself to the relational facet of the same errors that produce elitist dogmatism and idealism. Just as there is perceptual, rational, and valid, i.e. practically verified, knowledge, so in all the practical work of our party, all correct leadership is necessarily from the masses, to the masses. This means, take the ideas of the masses, scattered and unsystematic ideas, and concentrate them, through study turn them into concentrated and systematic ideas, then go to the masses and propagate and explain those ideas until the masses embrace them as their own, hold fast to them and translate them into action, and test the correctness of these ideas in such action. And so on, over and over again in an endless spiral, with the ideas becoming more correct, more vital, and richer each time. Such is the Marxist theory of knowledge. MAO, 1943b, 119. Codders who do not carry out investigations tend to be crude and careless, to indulge in verbiage, to rest content with a smattering of knowledge. MAO, 1941f, 18, cf 1941b. Moreover, it is not enough to set tasks, we must also solve the problem of the methods for carrying them out. If our task is to cross a river, we cannot cross it without a bridge or a boat. Unless the bridge or the 12. boat problem is solved, it is idle to speak of crossing the river. MAO, I-934C, I-48. If the situation was difficult under conditions of armed struggle, new problems will arrive with victory. With victory, certain moods will grow within the party: arrogance, the airs of a self-styled hero, inertia and unwillingness to make progress, love of pleasure and distaste for continued hard living. I-949J, 374. MAO also concluded the same March I-949 second plenum of the 7th CC/CPC by discussing methods of work of party committees. I. Pay attention to uniting and working with comrades who differ with you. I guard against arrogance. For anyone in a leading position, this is a matter of principle and an important condition for maintaining unity. Even those who have made no serious mistakes and have achieved very great success in their work should not be arrogant. Celebration of the birthdays of party leaders is forbidden. Naming places, streets, and enterprises after party leaders is likewise forbidden. I2. Draw two lines of distinction. Between revolution and counter-revolution, and between achievements and shortcomings. To draw these distinctions well, careful study and analysis are of course necessary. Our attitude towards every person and every matter should be one of analysis and study. I-949K, 38OI, notice the anti-personality cult injunctions here. Where there are mistakes and errors, social practice will be seen as the means of correcting mistaken ideas. Errors must be corrected by education and not by the crude method of reprimands. I-955F, 390, SR. But what is education? After all, one does not necessarily learn how to do a job just by attending a training class and listening to a lecturer explain a few dozen points. Ibid, cf MAO, I-964F. 12. Both cotters and peasants will remold themselves in the course of the struggles they themselves experience. Ibid, cf 1956d, 20-1, pr ed. In 1957, MAO spoke of intellectuals, in general, not only party cotters, going among the masses, to go to factories and villages. We should create an atmosphere in which getting close to workers and peasants virtually becomes a habit. 1957 c. 485, sr. 14. In the following years justly famous 60 points on working methods, 1958 f. cf 1958 d. e. There is much concerning cotters who are made central to the continuing struggles in a social formation which still has classes and class struggle, 1958 f. 64. Relations between cotters and people, and political and cultural relations in general, become exactly and precisely central during socialist construction. This is the message of several texts of the 1950s. Slavish adherence to rules, for example, can become obstacles to heightening the activism of masses, Ibid, 66, and bureaucratism prevents reality being firmly grasped. Mistakes and criticism, moreover, are to be expected and welcomed. By 1962 the problem of socialist construction itself is seen as closely geared to the problem of political and cultural relations. Since classes do exist in socialist countries and class struggle undoubtedly exists, MAO, 1962 c. 189, struggles within politics and culture are struggles between two classes, lines, and roads. Political and cultural relations of production may engender the recrystallization of bourgeois forces that propagate an anti-socialist line and try to force China along a capitalist road. This fundamental discovery could still be attended to in quite divergent ways, with quite contrasting methods and different orientations towards cadres. Politics could become, in one reaction, policing. In other, politics would have to be combined with collective work to constantly challenge the spaces, within political and cultural production, that facilitate a bourgeois line. Metaphysics and arrogance were no longer matters of residual error or mistakes, they were collectively practices of the bourgeoisie, showing the potential capitalist road. Much of this was already implicit in the experience of the border region years and in the practices of collectivization in the sphere of agricultural production, both analyzed in detail in Part 2 of our book, of the 1930s and 1950s, respectively, but the explicit statements come after the rallying call of the 1/8 plenum of the 8th. 12. 27. CC/CPC, Never Forget Class Struggle. In two texts of 1963 MAO spelled out a coherent cadre policy in the note on the 7 well-written documents. 1963 c, and, at greater length, in the Center's Instruction on Learning from Each Other, 1963 f. The latter attacks conceit as a manifestation of the bourgeois, idealist worldview. It is individualistic and overlooks the strength of the masses and their creative energies in the history of social development. Ibid, 88g, cadres, in contrast, should be modest and have humility. Why? As a collectivist, the cadre must not discount the merits of the masses. Work is constructed like a huge machine, with its wheels, screws, steel frames, and other parts of different sizes and shapes, each being indispensable. The scope of an individual view is narrow and limited, whereas the scope of revolutionary work and knowledge is broad and their contents extremely rich and complex. Ibid, Go 1. Cadres must study Marxism-Leninism, and avoid the extreme of self-abasement. They must always serve the people. All of this is summed up in the 10th of Mao's 15 Theses on Socialist Construction, 1964 r. It is necessary to maintain and be the system of cadre participation in collective productive labor. The cadres of our party and state are ordinary workers and not overlords sitting on the backs of the people. By taking part in collective productive labor, the cadres maintain extensive, constant, and close ties with the working people. This is a major measure of fundamental importance for a socialist system. It helps to overcome bureaucracy and to prevent revisionism. Ibid, 68g. Speaking to regional secretaries and members of the Cultural Revolution Group of the CC in July 1966, Mao argued, "How can you get by without perceptual knowledge? None of you go down because you are busy with routine matters, but you should go down even if it means neglecting routine matters, in order to get perceptual knowledge." 1G 66K, 257, 111. Only a long and sustained political and productive immersion in the experience of workers and peasants can protect a party from encouraging, within itself, the state and the army, the rationalist heresy that Mao constantly returns to. This can take left and right forms. It can adopt the metaphysics of complete negation, adventurism, or complete affirmation, opportunism. LT might encourage party work organized around either all struggle and no unity or all unity and no struggle. It might, particularly in the generation of new scholars who have dogmatically imbibed slogans and texts, encourage both the impulse to immediate achievement, without attention to methods of work, and, because such commandism leads to failure in the long or the short run, deep failure and despondency. Marx had encountered this in the internal polemics of the Communist League. he accused his enemies of separating the objective and the subjective and basing themselves solely upon the latter. Will is put forward as the chief factor in revolution, instead of real relationships. We say to the workers, you have 15, 20, 50 years of civil war to go through to change the circumstances and fit yourselves for power. You say instead, we must gain power immediate, or we can go to sleep. Quoted in Nikolaevsky, 1956, 249. Marx here, as in earlier passages we quoted, is talking about the necessity for a cultural revolution. But before we discuss cultural relations, it is necessary to clarify some issues relating to class. Mao, like Marx and Lenin, operates with two contradictory analyses of class: positional and relational. These ambiguities relate to other similar tensions within Marxism, for example, over the state, and are connected to the fact that, whilst a social formation without classes or a state is the aim of all practical materialists, a social formation without production relations or contradictions is inconceivable. The situation is further complicated by the two different kinds of social formation being depicted by Lenin and Mao and Marx in relation to the Paris Commune and various political programs, capitalist and socialist. We have argued in SCMT that the positional view of class, like the reading of base/superstructure metaphors as a social law, is part of the social problematic of Bolshevism. It is also a stage on the road to fully embracing the theory of productive forces. Taking all 12.3 together, we are dealing with a theory that is metaphysical, turns upon an invariant contempt for the particular, and emphasizes the power of intellectuals, cotters, and experts, plus technology and economic laws, as against the people. Given what we have said above, it is hardly surprising that Mao struggled with and against the positional theory of class, base/superstructure language, and the theory of productive forces all his life. The emphasis on social practice was one part of his attempt to sustain the validity of Lenin's grasp of the core of Marxism as transformation as a guide to action which cannot a priori dictate and determine. But we speak here of struggling, not of overcoming. Much of Maoism, in England in particular, refuses to recognize this fact and swings from a Bolshevik theory of productive forces to the purist voluntarism and scripturalism, a theory of productive willpower. Indeed, as we argued in SCMT, both the voluntarism and the determinism are facets of the Bolshevik social problematic. Nevertheless, Mao points a way forward, and goes partly down that road. A positional theory of class, broadly speaking, is sociographic in method and entails plotting individuals in terms of, narrowly conceived, relations of production and then reading off from those positions, the individual's political potential/consciousness and, 2, the social formation's revolutionary potential. Such a theory, for example, with the UN statistics manuals, can easily tell us that most social formations are not yet ready for revolution since they lack a sufficiently significant, statistically speaking, to be sure, proletariat. The closeness of this to bourgeois social science and Menshevik thought should, we hope, be obvious. A relational theory of class entails recognition of the multiplicity of formations which sustain/disrupt social individuals. It recognizes the significance of Marx's notion of mode of life, I-846a, 3 if, cf. I-863a, 288, SCMT, CHI. As Edward Thompson has argued, in the actual course of historical or sociological, as well as political, analysis, it is of great importance to remember that social and cultural phenomena do not trail after the economic at some remote remove, they are, at their source, immersed in the same nexus of relationship. I-965, 356. That is to say, as he put it 3 years later, class relations and class consciousness are cultural formations, IG 68, 937. 12. The significance of the difference between the two theories of class, and class struggle, is revealed when we consider the following statements by Marx and Lenin. What we have to deal with here is a communist society, not as it has developed on its own foundations, but, on the contrary, just as it emerges from capitalist society, which is thus in every respect, economically, morally and intellectually, still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society. 1875, 17, MESW, 3 ed. We can, and must, begin to build socialism not with abstract human material, or with human material specially prepared by us, but with the human material bequeathed to us by capitalism. 1920b, so. What is here recognized is that the social relations of the capitalist mode of production are constituted through frameworks, codes, and images which stamp individuals and mark them in specific ways. Hence, to repeat an earlier presentation, the paramount need for simultaneous challenges to, and eventual transformation of, circumstances and selves which Marx, and MAO, regarded as revolutionizing practice. It follows from this that only a cultural revolution, not separated from or consequent upon, but simultaneous with revolutionizing the forces of production, carries forward, safeguards, and, eventually, completes the tasks of socialist revolution and socialist construction. This is Lenin's argument in Tasks of Youth Leagues, 1920c, and in his Our Revolution, 1923c. Following Lenin, Mao has added to this a stress upon the ubiquity of class struggle during the whole historical epoch of socialist construction. Mao recognized the Cultural Revolution first when he himself went down and saw how the peasant associations enabled people to stand up, 1927a. In his analysis of New Democracy there are sections analyzing China's Cultural Revolution, 1940a, 1215, combined with sections of Bolshevik analysis, Ibid. 3. Attention already evident in On Contradiction where Mao argues against the mechanical materialist conception. True, the productive forces, practice, and the economic base generally play the principal and decisive role, whoever denies this is not a materialist. But it must also be admitted that in certain 12 conditions, such aspects as the relations of production, theory, and the superstructure in turn manifest themselves in the principal and decisive role. 1937, 336. By the early 196 largely, as is clear from his 1950s writings, e.g. 1955, in his recognition of the permanent lessons of the border region years Mao had recognized how the promotion of a flourishing socialist proletarian culture entails a protracted and fierce class struggle, to use his ninth thesis, 1964r, 68. That is to say, the socialist revolution on the economic front, in the ownership of the means of production, is insufficient by itself and cannot be consolidated. There must also be a thorough socialist revolution on the political and ideological fronts. Here a very long time is needed to decide who will win. Second thesis, Ibid. 65. Cultural revolutions, the plural is important, are needed because without them Cotters and the whole party cannot continue along the socialist road. In February 1967, Mao explained, "In the past we waged struggles in rural areas, in factories, in the cultural field, and we carried out the socialist education movement. But all this failed to solve the problem because we did not find a form, a method, to arouse the broad masses to expose our dark aspect openly, in an all-round way and from below." 16. The GPCR was seen to be that form. In January 1967, Mao declared of it, "This is one class overthrowing another." 1967b, 274. The first resolution of the 1th Plenum, 8th CC/CPC, in August 1966, recalled Mao's comments from the 1th Plenum in 1962, and argued, "Although the bourgeoisie has been overthrown, it is still trying to use the old ideas, culture, customs, and habits of the exploiting classes to corrupt the masses, capture their minds and endeavor to stage a comeback. The proletariat must do just the opposite, it must meet head-on every challenge of the bourgeoisie in the ideological field and use the new ideas, culture, customs, and habits of the proletariat to change the mental outlook of the whole of society." 1966 p. 117-18, cf 1962 c. 1966, s. 12. 32. It is in this context, and, we submit, this context only, that we can comprehend Mao's cultural theories and practices. First, to counter a common prejudice, 17 Mao never collapses cultural relations into political relations. Politics cannot be equated with art, nor can a general world outlook be equated with a method of artistic creation and criticism. We deny not only that there is an abstract and absolutely unchangeable political criterion, but also that there is an abstract and absolutely unchangeable artistic criterion. Each class in every class society has its own political and artistic criteria. 1942 c. 89. Indeed, entirely congruent with our general outline, Mao rejects a priorism and dogmatism in cultural as in all socialist relations. In the field of arts we should also learn this lesson and take good care not to let dogmatism get the better of us. To study foreign things does not mean importing everything. We must accept things critically. In short, art must have independent creative qualities, we should not shun experimentation. Uniformity leads to writing to formulae. 1956 f. 87 f. Cf 1944a, 1951d, 1954e, I-963e, 19640. In 1938 Mao had argued, foreign stereotypes must be abolished, there must be less singing of empty, abstract tunes, and dogmatism must be laid to rest. 1938d, 209f, quoted in Mao, 1942b, 67. In sum, cultural relations, the norms and forms of cultural production and reproduction, are an integral component of the class struggle that is central to the whole epoch of socialist construction. Involved are forces and powers which can restrict, hamper, and harm the people's well-being, and forces and powers which can assist in the emancipation of labor, in attacking the three great differences and making the construction of socialism easier. The latter forces and powers have to be realized through struggles to overcome difficulties, they cannot, emphatically, be donated by party or state from above. The work of party and state is to hold back the forces and powers that aim to restrict socialism, enlarge bourgeois rights and sustain the increasing possibility of capitalist restoration. 33. Mao here refers to culture in its widest reference, the whole ways of life of socialism, equivalent, for example, to the culture in horticulture or, even, Neolithic culture, and culture meaning aesthetic objects and their modes of production and reception. In either case, the key question is always, does this, form or norm, encourage further emancipation of human beings from necessity, demonstrating that objective facts are ever relative and that new subjective being is ever attainable? Does it show a class capable of transforming the world, or does it show a passive, inert mass, led, and misled, by intellectuals and experts, by metaphysics and mysticism? It is rarely true, if we examine historical experience, that it is the objective situation that really prevents, i.e. totally halts, the emancipation of human beings. It is far more usually subjective limitations enforced by class power. As Mao explained in his preface to that fine collection of case studies of socialist culture, Socialist Upsurge in China's Countryside. The problem today is that rightist conservatism is still causing trouble in many fields and preventing the work in those fields from keeping pace with the development of the objective situation. The present problem is that many people consider impossible things which could be done if they exerted themselves. It is entirely necessary, therefore, to keep criticizing these rightist conservative ideas, which still actually exist. I-955, RO, CF. I-955, CE. 8 years later, he opined. Isn't it absurd that many communists are enthusiastic about promoting feudal and capitalist art, but not socialist art? I-963E, II. Central to that socialist culture must be an understanding of how the world is to be transformed. The struggle to reshape the world by the proletariat and the revolutionary peoples consists of these tasks: to reshape the objective world and also to reshape their own subjective world. MAO, Instruction, I2 January IG 68, quoted in CHN, IGO, I5I. 34. 5. Production. MAO has been most consistently misunderstood in relation to production. He has been clear, from the I-930s if not before, that socialist construction has to solve two fundamental questions: what is production? How shall it be increased? There are capitalist and socialist answers to both questions. As we have argued in SCMT, Bolshevism does not give coherently and consistently socialist responses. It is as well to recall, at the start of this section, the 14th point of the famous 16 Articles. The aim of the great proletarian cultural revolution is to revolutionize people's ideology and as a consequence to achieve greater, faster, better and more economical results in all fields of work. The great proletarian cultural revolution is a powerful motive force for the development of the social productive forces in our country. Any idea of counterposing the great cultural revolution against the development of production is incorrect. MAO, I-966p, I-25-6. In January I-967, MAO said to the Cultural Revolution Group, "We must speak of grasping revolution and promoting production. We must not make revolution in isolation from production. The conservative faction NB do not grasp production. This is a class struggle." I-967A, 276. That is to say, MAO was compelled to rethink orthodoxies in the matter of production problems from the 14 deeds of the peasant associations, I-927, onwards. Above all, before the Long March, MAO was worried that unless the party in the border area can find proper ways to deal with economic problems, the independent regime will have great difficulties during the comparatively long period in which the enemy's rule will remain stable. I-928A, 70, cf I-928B, 73F. 35. The message is often repeated: pay attention to economic work, 1933A, our economic policy, 1934B, and, be concerned with the well-being of the masses, pay attention to methods of work, 1934C. In the first of these, MAO argues against the common view that phenomena normally thought separate are separable. We must bring about the continued growth of the people's economy, greatly improve the livelihood of the masses and substantially increase our public revenue, thus laying firm material foundations for the Revolutionary War and for economic construction. 1933A, 132, cf 1940L, 445F. Economic construction today is inseparable not only from the general task of the war but from other tasks as well. 1933A, 135, cf 193, 141, 1934C, 149, 1945B, e. In all of this the cooperatives were crucial agencies of socialist construction as we discuss in our first section of Part 2 below. After the Long March, MAO argued, it is imperative for the revolutionary ranks to turn the backward villages into advanced, consolidated base areas, into great military, political, economic and cultural bastions of the revolution. 1939 M, 316-17. It was in this text that MAO first outlined his concept of new democracy which some, possibly including Liu Shaoqi, sought to sustain against socialist construction. See MAO, 1953 F, HK, 1955 F, 1964 T, 216. In the full outline of New Democracy, 1940A, Section 6 concerns the economy of new democracy, a text which bears close comparison with similar programmatic statements of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. In contrast with the two latter's admiration for the American path and American efficiency, MAO is clear. We must never establish a capitalist society of the European American type or allow the old semi-feudal society to survive. Whoever dares to go counter to this line of advance will certainly not succeed but will run into a brick wall. 1940a, 353-4, cf 1947h, 167f, 1949, Sect 4. Fundamentally and again the contrast with Bolshevism is exact. Mao throws back the jibe of the dogmatists. Yes, he affirms. We are now living in a time when the principle of going up into the hills applies. Meetings, work, classes, newspaper publication, the writing of books, theatrical performances, everything is done up in the hills, and all essentially for the sake of the peasants. As every schoolboy knows, so % of China's population are peasants. So the peasant problem becomes the basic problem. I-940A, 366, 367, cf. I-956D, I-5, Peking Review ed. And, contrary to many accounts, New Democracy never meant ignoring the second part of production problem. How is it to be increased? Such a view ignores the real situation. Struggles for rent reduction, to increase production, to support the army, were class struggles. There were equally important struggles within the party, as we outlined above, for example, over better troops and simpler administration. MAO, I-942D, cf. I-942G, IISF, in the base areas. At the end of I-942, Mao repeated his advice often years earlier. We shall simply be resigning ourselves to extinction unless we develop both the private and the public sectors of the economy. Financial difficulties can be overcome only by down-to-earth and effective economic development. I-942G, 1II. But note again, rent reduction and increased production must be achieved by the peasants through class struggle, otherwise the results will not be solid. I-934D, I-3I, cf I-945S, 72. To labor heroes of I-943, Mao repeated his call of 16 years earlier. I-927A, 24. Get organized. I-943F. 18. This text is a major condensation of much we have argued thus far in our book, insofar as it relates concretely Mao's political epistemology, and his views on political and cultural relations, to the two questions with which we began this section. The task for communists is to organize the strength of the masses. I-943F, I-55, cf 1945's, t. Speaking to labor heroes in I-945, Mao summed up how far he had come to answering the production problem, and how far he had overcome the orthodox obvious 8 swears. 12. 37. If instead of coercion and commandism, which are self-defeating because of their quest for quick results, we adopt a policy of patiently persuading people by setting them good examples, then it will be possible for the majority of the peasants to be organized into mutual aid groups for agricultural and handicraft production in the next few years. Once such production groups become the usual practice, not only will output increase and all kinds of innovations emerge, but there will also be political progress, a higher educational level, progress in hygiene, a remolding of loafers and a change in social customs, and it will not take too long before the implements of production will be improved, too. With all this happening, our rural society will gradually be rebuilt on new foundations. I-945A, 24I2. Later, in a specific comment moreover upon labor exchange teams, Mao synthesized his experience of the I-930S and I-940S thus. In the last analysis, the impact, good or bad, great or small, of the policy and practice of any Chinese political party upon the people depends on whether and how much it helps to develop their productive forces, and on whether it fetters or liberates those forces. I-945D, 30I. What is being said here? How does the formulation organize the strength of the masses relate to what we have been arguing? First, notice how it is being set against commandism and coercion. Second, consider that the means of organization cannot be that of hierarchy and obeying explicit rules, because this would defeat the achievement of desired ends by the people themselves. Only in that way can the achievements be solid. Thirdly, the sequence of the spiral mentioned in Mao's two addresses to labor heroes is fundamentally significant. The passage quoted ends with the improvement of the implements. We are arguing that all the struggles of the years since I-949 are available for inspection in the strategy for understanding and solving the production problem displayed during the border region years. This is not to say that those years provided a dogmatic code, a kind of left equivalent to the huge rule books beloved of managerialism. On the contrary, it provided a deep suspicion of codification per se. By relying on local efforts, by exemplary transformations, which offer not a rigid sequence to copy but a set of principles to apply, by preventing the party and state from becoming new overlords, it proved possible, to take the most dramatic example, for everyone in China to have enough to eat. 19. As texts published during the GPCR made clear, 20. There was a bitter struggle waged over the production problem between a conventional view of classes and productive forces and those who saw the experience of the border region years as offering a more secure general line. Mao's speech on agricultural cooperation, I-955F, and the high-tide materials, I-955, are part of that struggle. These texts show that Mao is not the idealist, utopian, moralist and so on that many have designated him. It is because he is concerned that everyone should have enough to eat that he attacks, over and over again, forms of social relations which prevent, disrupt, cripple, restrain or in any way limit the increasing enthusiastic self-emancipation of the workers and peasants of New China by their own efforts. The main enemy here is precisely models of development that turn upon the plan and other codes of pacification. Another enemy is those who complain that the speed of socialist transformation is too fast. Excessive criticism, inappropriate complaints, endless anxiety, and the erection of countless taboos. They believe this is the proper way to guide the socialist mass movement in the rural areas. I-955F, 389, SRN, CFSW, v. 184. Pace is crucial. Slowness, I-949 onwards, had led to capitalism, steadily growing in the countryside, I-955F, 4II, SRN. Many of his editorial comments in the High Tide collection show that the problem of pace is only a facet if the more evident one of the methods, or social form, involved in socialist construction. Some of the comments also have their targets within the CPC, within the Central Committee itself as much as at local cadre level. Indeed, the, still implicit, critique of Bolshevism is at its sharpest here. Cadres, state officials, party chiefs share with rich and middle peasants a suspicion of novelty and a disbelief in the destitute and poor being able, in fact, to run things not only well but better than their betters. Socialism is something new. A severe struggle must be waged against the old ways before socialism can be brought about. I-95 SJ, I-28. 12. 39. Mao's views are very clearly expressed in the famous discussion Who says a chicken feather can't fly up to heaven? Ibid, 136-9. Who says it? Well, of course, it is obvious, isn't it? In thousands of years has anyone ever seen one that could? The impossibility of such a feat has practically become a truism. Ibid, 137. The poor want to remake their lives. The old system is dying. A new system is being born. Chicken feathers really are flying up to heaven. In the Soviet Union they have already got there. In China they've started their flight. Ibid, 138. From the high tide to the great leap forward smashed and diverted far more ideologically and organizationally than technological. Lithe message is the same: don't lose touch with the people, be adept at recognizing their enthusiasm. Ibid, 151. The relationship between the party and the masses is comparable to that between fish and water. Unless this relationship is properly forged, the socialist system can neither be established nor consolidated. 195 7i, 56, CHN ed. By the mid-1950s Mao was arguing for a concept of a general line complementing, and later being more important than, successive detailed 5-year plans. This took the form of a slogan, building socialism with greater, faster, better and more economical results. By this time, also, Mao had reversed the normal sequence of events in development and modernization which puts all emphasis upon heavy industry, upon the cities, upon building up a proletariat, defined as the factory workers. Although the line of taking agriculture as the foundation, and grain production as the cornerstone of that foundation, was not fully issued until the 1/8 plenum of the 8th CC/CPC in 1962, it is evident in many earlier texts, e.g. 1955F, 405F, MTSR. His speech to the Politburo on April 25, 1956, The 10 Great Relationships, brings out this, along with many other matters, with exceptional clarity. It places production before procurement and both before the accumulation of capital. It redefines production to focus upon, first, the daily needs of the people. Like other texts, it draws attention to the significance of different production collectivities increasing their overall production and conceptualizing that increase, which will eventuate in an increased standard of living for each family, as the result of definite, new, socialist methods of work and new ideas. Here, to anticipate a theme which is present in the second and third parts of our book, there is an explicit criticism of the Soviet Union's production strategy. 21. A good example of a text which has been misread is on the correct handling of contradictions, I-957b, which has a number of sections specifically devoted to socialist construction and the production problem. In one of these Mao suggests that by encouraging agricultural, and thus light industrial, production heavy industry will also be increased. He makes a specific prediction concerning steel production, that it can be raised to 200,000 tons or more in 3 5-year plans or perhaps a little longer, I-957b, 4I9-20. A year later, at Changshu, Mao expressed himself doubtful about the possibility of this, I-958H, I-09IO. But, in fact, according to the Times, 2 March I-973, steel output was 2 m tons in I-97I and 23 m tons in I-972. Although doubtful at Changshu, Mao was clear on how the line for building socialism was being created. It reflects the creations of the masses in their struggles. This is a law, I-958H, II. Although against blind faith and rigid copying, this does not mean that Mao lacks a production strategy. Unless we despise the old system and the old reactionary productive relationships, what do we think we are doing? If we do not have faith in socialism and communism, what do we think we are doing? Ibid, I2I, 22. In the 60 points, I-958F, and other documents of that time, not least because he was simultaneously engaged upon study of Stalin's economic strategy and current events within the USSR, Mao stresses precisely why politics must be in command, if production is to be increased and consolidated. This is not commandism, by the party, nor, especially, a policy of the cadres decide everything. All the deviations which he castigates, including his own self-criticisms, come from, he argues, the distance between cadres and officials and the day-to-day struggles of production. Pure voluntarism, petit bourgeois fanaticism or adventurism, ignores the dull facticity of real tasks that have to be done little by little. Pure materialism, elitist dogmatism, world weariness, ignores historical materialism. 12. Ignores, that is, exactly what production constantly accomplishes, the transformation of matter, the overcoming of necessity. Again and again, in those detailed accounts which so many experts, amongst them, many Marxists, refuse to consider as theoretically significant, there is much delight taken in showing how, although this or that expert declared it to be impossible that various kinds of production could take place, look, they have been accomplished. Water flows, crops grow, people are now different, the world has been changed. Far too many texts are also taken in their ethereal forms, or, at best, politicist. In fact, Mao's famous reduction and summing up of Marxism, "It is right to rebel against reactionaries," for example, is extraordinarily apposite within situations of complex production problems. Similarly, dare to struggle, dare to win. Nobody is going to construct the Red Flag Canal. 23. For example, unless they are collectively and consciously armed with a most rebellious spirit. Describing China's great leap forward in I-964, Mao and Zhou Enlai 24 argued, "We cannot follow the old paths of technical development of every other country in the world and crawl step by step behind the others. We must smash conventions, do our utmost to adopt advanced techniques, and within not too long a period of history, build our country up into a powerful modern socialist state. From a poor and blank start, haven't we through 15 years of endeavor reached an appreciable level of development in all aspects of socialist revolution and socialist construction?" I-964X, 23I. 6. Conclusion. We shall try now to summarize what we have been arguing thus far, without too greatly anticipating the necessary detailed exposition which follows in Part 2. A more final summary will be found in Part 3. Above all, we have argued against a reading, to use an expression that our new scholars will understand, of Mao and of historical experience in China which sustains the very separations, enforced by bourgeois categories, that historical materialism has to cast away, as illusions, in order to make possible the long, extremely 12. Complex, many-sided, and tortuous struggles through which ordinary people can demonstrate how they are transforming the objective and subjective world. Mao's Marxism is thus at one with that of Lenin and Marx in being primarily methodological. If it is dogmatic, it is through its militant negativism. Its proscription applies solely to methods of thought and work which restrain or delimit the increasingly confident enthusiasm of the majority that they can transform necessity and increase their opportunities to emancipate labor. Our references to other Marxists seek to demonstrate this thematic continuity which forms one strand of historical materialism. Lenin, in a speech he gave despite his illness, 25, explained the only secure way that NEP Russia will become Socialist Russia. We must not approach socialism as if it were an icon painted in festive colors. We need to take the right direction, we need to see that everything is checked, that the masses, the entire population, check the path we follow and say, yes, this is better than the old system. That is the task we have set ourselves. We must remake things in such a way that the great majority of the masses, the peasants and workers, will say, it is not you who praise yourselves, but we. We say that you have achieved splendid results, after which no intelligent person will ever dream of returning to the old. 1922d, 442. 3 months later, in his famous Our Revolution, 1923c, 26, Lenin speaks against impossibly pedantic Marxists, with their infinitely stereotyped notions about the development of the productive forces, their cowardice, their slavish imitation of the past and their purely theoretical point of view. Much of Mao's theory and practice is oriented against the latter kind of Marxism, toward the former secularization and genuine democratization of socialism which is either to be made by the people or not at all. It cannot, except in short spurts sustained by enormously expensive apparatus, be made for them. The force of the word dream in the quotation from Lenin's speech would be appreciated by Mao, who was always fully aware that within mass movements which seemed, phenomenally, socialist, there may well be much capitalist greed and individualism, such as an emphasis on the communes as redistributive agencies 27 rather than new social forms of production, distribution, and exchange. 12. 43. This, to reiterate, is why there is the sustained emphasis upon political and cultural relations above all upon, on the one hand, philosophy and, on the other, social practice. Lin Tianxi explained this succinctly to Maria Maxiocchi. Philosophy is participating in the class struggle on the level of production. Maxiocchi, 1971, 142. The methodology here, as we have argued at length previously, 28 inverts the normal and obvious. Judgments as to the socialist qualities of social phenomena have to grasp the latter as experienced/constructed by the working population. Do they indicate the accomplishment or the suppression of great facts of the kind Marx referred to in 1864 and 1871? The social practice and the philosophy are thus indissolubly intertwined, forming the front and back, to use a philosophical figure from Mao, of a socialist construction that will be solid in so far as what is transformed is as much the evaluative and cognitive categories as the particular production problem. Mao suggests that historical materialism has two outstanding characteristics: its class nature, serving the proletariat, and its practicality, objective results in social practice, 1937 h. 297. Mao's methodology here, as consistently also with Marx, 29 is empirical. Time and again, Mao stresses not simply the need to investigate, but conducts detailed investigations himself. Indeed, the cumulated evidence of such investigations, by Mao and others, has been used against dogmatists and pragmatists alike at various turning points in the extended struggle between two lines, two roads, and two classes since the formation of the CPC. But most centrally, Mao's emphasis upon practical theory relates internally to his emphasis, shared totally by Marx, 30, that the emancipation of the working population of the world must be their own accomplishment. As the 16 Articles of 1966 stress. In the great proletarian cultural revolution, the only method is for the masses to liberate themselves, and any method of doing things on their behalf must not be used. Trust the masses, rely on them and respect their initiative. Cast out fear. Don't be afraid of disorder. 1966 p. 120. A few days before, talking to members of the Central Committee 44 and others, Mao offered an analysis, philosophical and practical, at once economic, political, and cultural, with which we close Part 1. We invite readers to return to it, and indeed to Part 1 as a whole, in the light of the more detailed, more concrete and more materialist and more historical studies sketched in Part 2. We believe in the masses. To become teachers 31 of the masses, we must first be the students of the masses. The present great cultural revolution is a heaven and earth shaking event. Can we, dare we, cross the pass into socialism? This pass leads to the final destruction of classes, and the reduction of the three great differences. 32. To oppose, especially to oppose authoritative bourgeois ideology, is to destroy. Without this destruction, socialism cannot be established, nor can we carry out first struggle, second criticism, third transformation. Sitting in offices listening to reports is no good. The only way is to rely on the masses, trust the masses, struggle to the end. We must be prepared for the revolution to be turned against us. The party and government leadership and responsible party comrades should be prepared for this. If you now want to carry the revolution through to the end, you must discipline yourself, reform yourself in order to keep up with it. Otherwise you can only keep out of it. 1G 66J, 254. Part 2. On Practice, 4 Studies. The 4 essays which follow are not historical studies in the conventional sense. For this we direct attention to existing publications. What is being attempted here is the provision of what we regard as a crucial location for many of Mao's major theoretical discoveries. These are both context for, and in some measure the content of, the cumulative Marxism we have analyzed in Part 1. They also show the internal relation between historical experience, of specific classes in particular struggles involving definite political, cultural, and production strategies, and theory which we have argued is a distinctive mark of historical materialism. The first essay examines the border region years of I-937 to I-946, since we see this as the crucial inception of Mao's long struggle with and partial transformation of Bolshevism, following on from that great manifesto, The Long March. Next, an essay focuses on a much shorter time period, that of the mid-I-950s, and argues the general practical and theoretical lessons contained in the famous collection The High Tide of Socialism in the Chinese Countryside. A third essay analyzes the great proletarian cultural revolution of the mid-I-960s, which was, as Ross Enda has remarked, an event of international significance. Our last essay compares the work of Mao and Ramsay, arguing for the latter's materialism against a general idealistic interpretation which is increasingly current. The border region years. In this essay we are writing about that period after the Long March and before the complete victory of the communist forces. For convenience we can use the dates when Yan'an was the capital of People's China, I-937 I-946. For a full history, apart from reading Mao's own work, contained in the first 4 volumes of his selected 45 works, of this period, there are 4 writers whose work is crucial for the start of the period: Edgar Snow and Agnes Smedley, for the later part and beyond, Jack Belden and William Hinton. All of these, and others, too, will also provide some account of the significance of the Long March. 3. It is essential to be realistic in any assessment of the Long March, as Mao, 1935a, stresses. The destruction was immense, in the case of the army, about 2/3, Wolf, 1969, 152, in the case of the party, far more than 2/3, leaving a party numbering about 34,000, Ibid, 150. For the border region of Shanxi Kansuningsha was also considerably poorer and more rugged than that of the Kiangsi Soviet. 5. But, not in spite of but because of the immensity of the suffering, it remains true to declare, with Mao, the Long March is the first of its kind in the annals of history. It is a manifesto, a propaganda force, a seeding machine. It has announced to some 200 million people in 11 provinces that the road of the Red Army is their only road to liberation. Without the Long March, how could the broad masses have learned so quickly about the existence of the great truth which the Red Army embodies? 1935a, 16-0. Here Mao summarizes both the external and the internal, for the party, for the army, lessons of the Long March through his stress upon an exemplary transformation, of defeat into victory, of encirclement into creation of a new headquarters. Mao's military theory and practice 6 drew upon the lessons of the Long March, but in 1928 he had already stressed how internally related were military and political matters, e.g. 1928b, 81f. Again, this reference was not only external, the army as an example to the people, but internal. The reason why the Red Army has been able to carry on in spite of such poor material conditions and such frequent engagements is its practice of democracy. Ibid, 83. It was at this time that Mao issued the first version of the 3 main rules of discipline and 8 points for attention. 7 These were slightly revised in 1929. The version issued by General HQ of the People's Liberation Army in 1947 reads: 12. On practice, for studies 47, I. Obey orders in all your actions. 2. Don't take a single needle or a piece of thread from the masses. 3. Turn in everything captured. These are the rules of discipline. The points for attention are: I. Speak politely. 2. Pay fairly for what you buy. 3. Return everything you borrow. 4. Pay for anything you damage. 5. Don't hit or swear at people. 6. Don't damage crops. 7. Don't take liberties with women. 8. Don't ill-treat captives. I-947G, I-55. These may seem thoroughly unorthodox in their repudiation of treating troops like animals or machines to anyone who has been occupied by soldiers. They are as realistic as all Mao's other views. No army that was a burden upon the people could be truly popular. They also attracted recruits to the army and encouraged peasants to return to their villages, which were now seen as protected rather than occupied. But Mao's strategy does not stop at the level of understanding how to fight effectively. Any strategy must grasp, coherently and consistently, who is the main enemy. By mid-1935, Mao argued that the main enemy was Japan and that the CPC should try to work with the KMT for a national united front against Japanese invasion. The Japanese armies had been steadily invading China since the incident of September 8, 1993. They extended their territory from I-934 and launched a more general invasion in July I-937 up until the Xi'an incident of December I-936, when Chiang Kai-shek was detained by some of his own officers until he agreed to join the CPC's fight against the Japanese. KMT resistance had been weak toward the Japanese invasion, ferocious toward the CPC. This follows from Chiang Kai-shek's own analysis of the CPC as red bandits who were a disease of China's soul. The Japanese were merely a disease of the skin, the soul must be cleansed before the skin. This analysis is entirely congruent with Jiang's reintroduction of Confucianism as the official religion of China in I-934. The most concise analysis by Mao, amongst his many military and political writings on the subject, is that entitled The Tasks of the Communist Party of China in the Period of Resistance of Japan, I-937d. Therein, Mao argues that the contradiction between China and Japanese imperialism is now principal and that this would have internal and international consequences. He dates this change from December 1935. 8. The later Japanese strategy of loot all, kill all, burn all, and the obvious, i.e. visible, complicity of KMT officials with Japanese imperialism, the accumulation of landed and capitalist wealth 9, and the county variation of political power, and the relations within the KMT army, justified Mao's call and the CPC/Red Army practice. The call along with the external and internal relations of the Red Army was also part of a much larger movement which is normally summarized as the Mass Line or the Yan'an Way. 10. This entailed a direct attack upon, and eventual destruction of, the social relations, in imagery and actuality, of semi-colonial, semi-feudal China which have as their central apparent dichotomy the scholar and the peasant. The former embodies all wisdom and no work, the latter reverses these qualities and is, above all else, passive. Several visitors, for example Agnes Smedley and Edgar Snow, stress this in many sketches in their works, e.g. Smedley, 1938, 281-2, Snow, 1937, 216f, 1961, 214f on the famine. Mao, from the 1920s, had known that this appearance of sullen but constant passivity was simply that, an appearance which concealed the potential for turning the world upside down. That is why the CPC movement aimed first of all at the political and moral liberation of the peasants, without which it would have been fruitless to propose a radical reform-off system of economic exploitation. Chesnyo, 1973, R60. To transform passivity into activity there seem to be various methods: payment by results, coercion, fear, and self-oriented activity. In a territory which faced three enemies, the Japanese and KMT armies plus defeatism, production resulted from an admixture of all this. What was central to the border region years was a particular form of organization, or, more generally, a new orientation to organization, toward the whole range of social relations, again, of imagery and actuality. This was linked, as we stressed in Part 1 above, to solving the problem of learning. A wrong method of learning would produce coercion and commandism, keep party and army exterior to the people, and lose the war. Being bad at learning might mean taking a far too general view. Mao, 1936d. 12. On practice, 4 Studies 49. I80, or far too specific a view. Mao criticized this slavish attitude to foreign ideas and blind faith many times. Some say it is enough merely to study the experience of revolutionary war in Russia, or, to put it more concretely, that it is enough merely to follow the laws by which the civil war in the Soviet Union was directed and the military manuals published by Soviet military organizations. They do not see that these laws and manuals embody the specific characteristics of the Civil War and the Red Army in the Soviet Union, and that if we copy and apply them without allowing any change, we shall also be cutting the feet to fit the shoes and be defeated. Ibid, I8I, our emphasis. Several commentators remarked this new kind of organization. 11. Snow noted as rather typical of the intensity of Soviet efforts were the methods used to increase production and utilize great areas of wasteland. I937 equals 225, I96I, 22I, and he goes on to analyze the January 28 I936 Order of Instruction of the Land Commission, MAO, Shenzi, which stresses the twin features of great importance, I, making the Red Army as productively useful as possible, and, 2, bringing into production the whole population. But how did the peasants feel about this? The Chinese peasant is supposed to hate organization, discipline, and any social activity beyond his own family. Well, the Reds simply laugh at you when you tell them that. They say that no Chinese peasant dislikes organization or social activity if he is working for himself and not the landlord or the tax collector. I937, 226, I96I, 222. Israel Epstein reported in the New York Times in I937. The tax burden of the peasantry is reduced because garrison troops, the personnel of government institutions, university students, and other similar groups have all been given wasteland to cultivate, and produce at least a part of their food themselves, lessening the dependence on the grain levy. An 8th Army Brigade which we visited had reclaimed 25,000 acres and was growing more than twice the amount of food and cotton it required. Quoted in Chesnyo, I973, I35. What these witnesses report is properly characterized as a social revolution in a quite directly materialist sense. 12. They were witnessing the challenge to expert notions of the possible through a change in natural facts. Stressing how the medium of civilization mediates the physical and the human, as Marx and Engels clarify in the German ideology, Buchanan has rightly remarked that it cannot be overemphasized that vulnerability to disease and to calamities such as drought or flood is not a constant, that it varies according to the degree of organization, the technology, and the resources of the human groups concerned. 1970, and 6f. Mark Selden's formulations seem insufficiently to have grasped this fundamentally materialist point. The emphasis is placed too greatly upon the ideational and visionary. Out of the ashes of military strife which enveloped China and Vietnam in protracted wars of liberation emerged a radically new vision of man and society and a concrete approach to development. Built on foundations of participation and community action which challenged elite domination, this approach offers hope of more humane forms of development. People's War forges new bonds of unity in which the very definitions of leader and led are recast and the beginnings of a new social basis are created. Selden, 1970, 374, 375 reprint pagination. In fact, the unity of specific human groups, moreover, is forged through polarization against old and new enemies and through solidarity on behalf of class-specific, truly popular objectives. Much of the knowledge that practical materialists have to be good at learning is quite literally embodied within the way that productive groups work together. These are the only sure, that is fully emancipatory, resources for socialist construction. This understanding is central to Mao's philosophy of this period, as we stressed in Part 1 above, in his writings on the army and the party, and in his stress on how increasing production was, a. part and parcel of good communist work, b. inseparable from winning the war against the Japanese and exposing the true nature of the KMT and its social base. In what many regard as Mao's most capitulationist text, the adjective is, of course, farcical given the 12. On practice, 4 studies course of historical events, on the tasks of the CPC in the period of resistance to Japan, there occurs a strong insistence upon maximal democracy in the base areas so that region becomes a model of resistance and democracy. Moreover, Essential economic construction should be conducted in this area and the livelihood of the people should be improved. Essential cultural work should be carried out. MAO, 1937 d. 273, cf 1938 b, c, d, e, f, 1939 m. In all the work of the party in the border region it was essential to draw a clear distinction between themselves and the various enemies of the people. This meant not reproducing new communist scholars and imperial envoys to replace the old Confucian elite. It also meant using the principles of voluntary participation and mutual benefit in the new forms of productive enterprise. Thus, in the 1936 Order of Instruction, mentioned above, analyzed by Snow, the emphasis is upon widespread propaganda to induce the masses to participate voluntarily, without involving any form of compulsory command. Quoted in Snow 1937, 225, 1961, 222. Mao's writings during the period covered by this essay stress similar themes repeatedly, offering thereby a sustained critique not only of the methods of old China but of their potential replication within party work. Above all, the critique exposes the conditions which make possible the normal separations, fighting a war or growing crops, for example, which sustain particular modes of production that turn upon the pumping of surplus value from majorities to benefit minorities. The cultural revolution attempted is, of course, paradigmatic for any successful socialist construction, which begins long before the particular benchmark of a military victory. Like Marx, Mao recognizes that men's minds are liable to be fettered by circumstance and habit from which even revolutionaries cannot always escape. 1942 d. 101. It is entirely to the point to stress that this remark occurs within a discussion of the policy of better troops and simple administration. 12. Which entailed, inter alia, making army, party and state administration more productively self-sufficient, thus reducing its parasitic nature and the amount of public taxation which was needed. This view pervades Mao's general taxation policy also. Many of our comrades place a one-sided stress on public finance and do not understand the importance of the economy as a whole. The reason is that an outmoded and conservative notion is doing mischief in their minds. They do not know that while a good or bad financial policy affects the economy, it is the economy that determines finance. To neglect economic development and the opening up of sources of finance, and instead to hope for the solution of financial difficulties by curtailing indispensable expenditures, is a conservative notion which cannot solve any problem. Mao, I-942G, III-2. It is perhaps worth stressing the relevance of this strategy to certain persistent crises within social democracy's outlook on capitalism since the IG60s in the capitalist social formations. Note further. In the financial and economic field, the party and government personnel at the county and district levels should devote 9/10 of their energy to helping the peasants increase production, and only 1/10 to collecting taxes from them. If pains are taken with the first task, the second will be easy. Mao, I-943d, I-32. Selden argues. The cooperative unit was in fact a microcosm of the society envisioned by wartime leadership, embodying not only a Promethean vision of man actively striving to control nature, but confronting the full scope of rural problems. I-970, 383-4, reprint pagination. But, aside from ignoring 1/2 of China's population, this again downvalues what was specific to the cooperative movement. There is an excellent account in Snow's chapter The Anatomy of Money, I-937/IG6I, Part 6, ch. 5. The CPC, he writes there L3. Define the cooperative as an instrument to resist private. 12. On practice, 4 studies 53 capitalism and develop a new economic system, and they listed its 5 main functions as follows: to combat the exploitation of the masses by the merchants, to combat the enemy's blockade, to develop the national economy of the Soviet districts, to raise the economic political level of the masses, and to prepare the conditions for socialist construction. Snow, 1937, 232, 1961, 227-8, 14. Snow here is quoting from the Department of National Economy's Outline for Cooperative Development, 1935, MAO, Shenzi. It is as well to stress a point he makes in a later chapter on Soviet industries that although the KMT had tried to copy the CPC system in parts of South China, results thus far suggest that it is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to operate such cooperatives under a strictly laissez-faire capitalism. Snow, 1937, 253, 1961, 247. These go some way to qualify the claims of Jack Gray that the Yan'an industrial cooperatives were part of the wider Chinese industrial cooperatives movement of the war period. Indeed, they owed more to Indusco than to communist ideas of cooperative organization. The existing bureaucratic party cooperatives were abolished in 1943, and the only industrial co-ops which remained to act as models for a new cooperative movement were those which had been set up with Indusco help, for which Mao Zedong expressed his gratitude. Gray, 1973b, 125. As Gray goes on to stress, the best account is given in Snow's book Scorched Earth, where he writes, in July, 1938, when the government appointed Rui Ali chief technical advisor of the Chinese industrial cooperatives, the organization did not own a single factory, lathe, or even a chisel, while Ali himself was its only staff. 1941, 191. By October 1940, an army of 30,000 people was directly involved in Indusco work. Ibid, 192. In 1940, according to Gray, 1973b, 125, Indusco ran 2,300 co-ops, of which so were in the border 54 region. By I-945 there were 882 in a much larger communist area. Snow, I-94I, 2I6, 2I8, cites some Indusco slogans. Industrial cooperatives are really the workers' shops. Industrial cooperatives are the method of boycotting Japan. If we are bombed once, we shall rebuild once. If we are bombed 10 times, we will rebuild 10 times. Asking Rui Ali what had been the most memorable experience of the first 2 years of Indusco work, Snow was told. One winter morning we were leaving a little village on the edge of Mongolia, when we heard tinkling bells, and stepped aside as a long caravan of camels came out of the mist, their breath turning to frost in the bitter air. As they went by, we were amazed to see the lead camel carrying the huge silk banner of Indusco, and our red triangle emblazoned on the big boxes of freight. It was a camel pullers transport co-op, hauling guerrilla products. The men with me, who had come up from the warm south, suddenly realized they were part of something that covered a whole nation. How they cheered those camels as they snorted past into the dawn. Snow, I-94I, I-956. Mao recognized the significance of cooperation in I-927 in his investigations, I-927A, 54. By I-943 in the central text of this period, get organized. He argued. The cooperatives are now the most important form of mass organization in the economic field. I-943F, I-55. He argued, furthermore, that all the productive activities of the masses in our army, our government, and other organizations, and our schools entailing mutual help and joint labor are cooperatives of a sort. Ibid, I-56. He recognized that various forms of cooperation, methods of collective mutual aid, are the inventions of the masses themselves, and began the vast liberation of peasant production from the shackles of individual economy which keeps the peasants in perpetual poverty. Ibid. He saw mutual aid groups as forms of cooperative for agrarian production. On practice, for studies. 55. Which, along with multi-purpose cooperatives, transport cooperatives, and handicraft cooperatives, were 4 kinds of cooperatives among the masses and the collective labor cooperatives in the army, the schools, and the government and other organizations, with which the CPC can organize all the forces of the people into a great army of labor. This is the only road to liberation for the people, the only road from poverty to prosperity and the only road to victory in the war of resistance. 194-3F, 157. Methods of work were, again, crucial. It is wrong to regard the cooperatives as money-making concerns run for the benefit of the small number of functionaries or as stores run by the government and not economic organizations run by and for the masses. 1943d, 133. The major method should be to encourage by example, to demonstrate the effectiveness of particular methods, and to widen the involvement in production. 1943d, 134, 1943f, 157. Without the mass line, there will be defeat, military defeat, political defeat, total defeat, starvation and disease, because there will be no clear line dividing the enemy from ourselves. Another mistake is draining the pond to catch the fish, that is, making endless demands on the people, disregarding their hardships and considering only the needs of the government and the army. That is a Kuomintang mode of thinking which we must never adopt. 1942g, 114. Whether it is the tendency towards bureaucracy in local work or towards warlordism in army work, the fault is of the same nature, namely, isolation from the masses. 1943f, 159. Of course, as we stressed above, this was not simply a cooperative tactic, the strategy is quite general. Our culture is a people's culture, our cultural workers must serve the people with great enthusiasm and devotion, and they must link themselves with the masses, not divorce themselves from the masses. All work done for the masses must start from their needs. Unless they are conscious and willing, any kind of work that requires their participation will turn out to be a mere formality and will fail. There are 2 principles here, one is the actual needs of the masses rather than what we fancy they need, and the other is the wishes of the masses, who must make up their own minds instead of our making up their minds for them. I-944F, 236-7. Statements like this text, the United Front in Cultural Work, have encouraged a particular interpretation of Mao during the years before I-949, and beyond, since it is claimed that Mao strengthened and defended new democracy for several decades. 15 Chesnyo demonstrates the falsity of this view. First, the policy of rent and interest reduction was pursued with vigor, with the deliberate intention of reducing the economic power of the landlords, I-973 equals I-32. Secondly, peasants were armed and trained in guerrilla warfare lessons they would not forget. Thirdly, there were the 2 aspects of the line between the CPC and the enemy. In the final analysis the term collaborator has as much a class significance as a patriotic one. Ibid, I-33, and, 2, Yenin operated, along with the CPC and the Red Army, as a social model. Furthermore, as we noted above, Mao stressed repeatedly that rent reduction must be the result of mass struggle, not a favor bestowed by the government. I-945s, 72. To bestow rent reduction as a favor instead of arousing the masses to achieve it by their own action is wrong, and the results will not be solid. I-943d, I-3I, a view repeated in Mao, I-955, Passim. The rectification campaigns of these years had the same strategy as later struggles against the opportunism and dogmatism of those who argued that the agrarian revolution could be entirely postponed, in order to fight a good military war, and against the adventurism and voluntarism of those who thought it useful to emulate the Japanese policy of kill all. With regard to landlords and rich peasants, a policy which would have curtailed production. Again, the text Get Organized refutes directly any theory of Mao. 12. On practice, 4 studies 57 as moderate. It celebrates, and the word is entirely appropriate, the success of an implicit critique of Bolshevism placing production before procurement, putting provision of daily necessities ahead of capital accumulation. This text urges the taking of the mass line, not because of some vision of Prometheus but because only by doing that would the Japanese be defeated in such a way that rapid mobilization against the KMT and, eventually, both comprador and national, industrial, fiscal, merchant and agrarian capitalists, would be swift and decisive. Because the party, army, schools, and government produce their own food and cotton and have workshops for simple necessities. Less is taken in taxation from the people, who can therefore enjoy more of the fruits of their labor. 1943 f. 154. There is only one correct policy, to organize the strength of the masses, not through coercion, commandism, or fiscal or administrative measures but by believing that those masses possess the resources to be, and have, more than they are, and do. Mao was quite explicit that this learning had a future reference. Learning now would be applied later. We must exert ourselves and learn, because China depends on us for her reconstruction. 1945a, 245. War is not only a military and political contest but also an economic contest. 1945b, 250, cf 1945e. The story of Mao's long fight against the Bolsheviks, and, in some ways more crucial, his implicit critique of Bolshevism tout court, L. 6. has been sketched by us elsewhere. It is still an area of maximum polemic. 17. We examine some general features of this in our part 3 below. We have noted above Mao's criticism of those who wish to apply mechanically what they saw as the lessons and methods of the Great October Socialist Revolution and subsequent events in the USSR. Some of this was very evident by the end of the period here examined, e.g. Mao 1944b, c, or implicit during it, e.g. Mao 1937 HJ, 1939 M. But recently Mao has made it clear that some of his writings were directly concerned with Comintern policy. Speaking generally, it is we Chinese who have achieved understanding of the objective world of China, not the comrades concerned with Chinese questions in the Communist International. These comrades, simply did not understand Chinese society, the Chinese nation, or the Chinese revolution. For a long time even we did not have a clear understanding of the objective world of China, let alone the foreign comrades. 1962b, 172. Even before the dissolution of the Third International i.e. 1943, we did not obey the orders of the Third International. At the Tsunyi Conference 1935 we didn't obey, and afterwards, for a period of 10 years, we didn't obey them at all. Those dogmatists utterly failed to study China's peculiarities. 1964 t. 218-19. The Chinese Revolution won victory by acting contrary to Stalin's will. If we had followed Wang Ming's, or in other words Stalin's, methods, the Chinese Revolution couldn't have succeeded. When our revolution succeeded, Stalin said it was a fake. 1958 h. 102-3. cf 1956 f. 87, 1964 t. 217. In the famous editorials of the People's Daily in 1956, we find similar passages. There was a time, the 10 years of civil war from 192-7 to 1936, when some of our comrades crudely applied this formula: direct the main blow at the middle of the road of Stalin's to China's revolution. The result was that, instead of isolating the real enemy, we isolated ourselves and suffered losses to the advantage of the real enemy. Mao, 1956 c. 15. As the CC/CPC noted in 1963, long ago the Chinese Communists had first-hand experience of some of Stalin's mistakes. On the question of Stalin, p. 8.1s, our main point here is that the struggle against Comintern errors was part and parcel of the struggle for socialist construction against dogmatism and commandism. This is no more evidence for Mao's nationalism, or his sinification of Marxism, than is Lenin's, or the more general Bolshevik, critique of, and break with, Trotskyism and the Second International. It represents learning from the 12. On practice, 4 studies 59 examples of previous social practices and historical experience of attempting socialist construction. It does not apply a rigid model, neither does it generate one, but demonstrates a consistent methodology. All successful socialist revolutions will be compelled to adopt the same methodology, to be as nationalistic and as sinified. If they do not, then they shall be crippled and deformed, never more so if they believe that Mao's theory is mantra-like, to be chanted in the streets of a different social formation to make the walls fall down. Adoption of any methodology, moreover, does not guarantee success, since the world is constantly changing, and new analyses, in which Marxism is applied and extended, through which historical materialism becomes enriched, and social practices are constantly to be undertaken. Nevertheless, we must not swing to the other extreme and declare the experience of the Chinese people in these border region years to be inscrutable and so heavily embedded within their circumstances that we can simply study them at a distance. This would be to make them religious statuettes and closed archives. When Mao argued in April 1945 that there were 2 possible destinies for China, we believe he was making a general statement about the alternatives which confront the majority of the people of the world, and which are, more clearly now in the I-970s than when he spoke to the 7th Congress of the CPC in I-945, very relevant to the current situation and future prospects of England, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland. Indeed, for all Europe, there is a destiny of light and a destiny of darkness. A China which is independent, free, democratic, united, prosperous and strong, a new China whose people have won liberation, or a China which is semi-colonial, semi-feudal, divided, poor and weak, that is, the old China. I-945c, 25I. Jack Gray has outlined the longer-term implications of the border region years for the theory and practice of the CPC, and, we might add, for the many two-line struggles within the CPC and for the polemic between the CPC and the CPSU. The border region experience gave the Chinese very low expectations from Central East planning. The border regions were in the poorest parts of China, so the Chinese became experts at substituting labor for capital, in organizing large masses of 60 people, more or less voluntarily, to undertake cooperative production. Gray, 1973a. The production drive of 1942 involved 2 main types of operation, one in agriculture and the other in industry. In agriculture, mutual aid methods were used to increase the cultivated area, 19, and within it the irrigated area. Central to this undertaking was the resettlement of refugees from the Japanese-held areas through cooperative land reclamation. This experience was the source of Mao's confidence that the collectivization of Chinese agriculture could be achieved through the benefits of cooperative labor-intensive construction, based on mutual aid teams, one of the key controversies of the mid-50s. In industry, cooperatives were created using simple or improvised technologies, and these cooperatives were pregnant for the whole future of China, for within them are the seeds of the Great Leap, the communes, and much of the strategy of rural economic development which emerged in 1958. 1973b, 125, C.F. Gray, 1965, 1966, 1972a, b. As Gray pointed out, these choices are not politically neutral, 1973a, but neither are political and cultural relations without direct relevance for which productive strategy is best suited. We are, in fact, dealing with a spiral that takes as its starting point the fact, following upon experience and investigation, that there are resources unused within existing methods and production relations which, if successfully unleashed, will both solve the pressing political and production problems of the moment and transform the people, production relations, and implements used. The wager on the people is a wager on concealed forms of energy, illumination, knowledge, and strength which can only be made visible through a new form of organization. This must not replicate the suppressive and coercive features of existing social relations, for it is they which keep the real resources hidden, they sustain passivity and poverty. The new organization must be, in one sense, militantly negative. It must prevent exterior and interior enemies of the people from preventing the latter's full emancipation through their own efforts to change the objective world and thereby throw off the habits of mind and custom which hold them down. The new socialist form of organization cannot be parasitic upon the people, demanding their on practice, for studies 61 conformity to a dogmatic image of capitalist development in which experts, state officials, party cadres, military officers, have to be sustained by the productive activity of others, in which what is best is always foreign and what is worst is always native, and in which machines are more important than people, and capital more important than both. These are the lessons, implicit 20 and explicit, which we think can be drawn from Mao's theory and practice during the border region years. They are very relevant to a study of socialist construction in several countries, not least in China in the 1970s. To the mass line at work, the high tide of socialism in the Chinese countryside. Readers of the Times will be familiar with the contours of class struggle in China. They lie, as of course they do everywhere else, between romantic, idealistic extremists on the one side and rational, pragmatic moderates on the other. Readers of Pravda unfortunately receive a similar message. In this version, the Mao gang are described, in suitable Marxist jargon but with the same connotations, as subjectivist, petit bourgeois adventurists. 1. There is a superficial rationale to these charges, for Mao undoubtedly does insist on politics before economics, and redness before expertise. But what is persistently misunderstood in such formulations is the sense of before. As far as Mao is concerned, if you sincerely want to promote production, you will grasp revolution. For we are not dealing here with either slash or dichotomies, but with relations, and relations, moreover, which are at the same time contradictions. Politics, for Mao, is what makes economic practices possible and makes them of one type rather than another. Therefore there can never be a purely and politically neutral economic strategy. In the words of his 60 points concerning working methods, ideological and political work is the guarantee for the completion of economic technological work and it serves the economic base. Ideology and politics are, moreover, the commanders, the soul. A slight relaxation in our ideological and political work will lead our economic and technological work astray. 1958 f. 64. In this essay we shall pursue this apparent paradox. We will attempt, particularly to show, in the context of the struggles over agricultural cooperation in the mid-1950s, just how false is the orthodox picture of Mao who, precisely at his most idealist, utopian, and extreme, is profoundly, and dialectically, a materialist. Mao's Economics. Jack Gray, All Cited Texts, has set out what he terms the economics of Maoism in some detail and we need not rehearse his arguments in full here. 2. But the preponderance of commentaries from the right, and the untransformed Bolshevism of most assessments from the left. 3. Oblige us to spend some time initially establishing that Mao does have a coherent productive strategy, and a strategy solidly based in empirical realities and learned through long years of practical experience. He formulates it most clearly in two seminal documents from the 1950s, on the question of agricultural cooperation, and on the 10 Great Relationships, I-955F, I-956D, cf I-955G, I-957B, Section 12. It will be advantageous to outline this strategy against the background of Bolshevik assumptions as elaborated in SCMT, and as followed, in part at least, in China during the first years of the People's Republic, see I-958H. For the Bolsheviks, and for Mao, the critical problem for a communist party and one heightened in a so-called backward country, is to secure rapid and accelerating development in the forces of production. Such development is the material, experiential, basis for socialism, only thus can the people be fed, housed, clothed. But Bolshevism, we have argued, understood this key tenet of historical materialism in a very restricted way. Forces of production were equated with industrial technology per se, and the capitalist industry of the West was viewed as providing the paradigm for their development. This perspective sustained a variety of policies designed to transfer resources from agriculture to heavy industry, the assumption being that subsequently agrarian production could in turn be modernized, and its social relations eventually transformed. On a suitably advanced industrial base, it was axiomatic, within this perspective, that mechanization must precede cooperation. It is here that Mao takes issue. In agriculture, with conditions as they are in our country, he wrote in 1955, cooperation must precede the use of big machinery. In capitalist countries agriculture develops in a capitalist way, I 955 f. 406, Sr. Trans. This marks far more than a merely tactical reversal of 12. On practice, 4 studies. Bolshevik priorities. Accelerating cooperation is the keynote of Mao's entire strategy. Contrary to what is usually assumed, Mao is adamant that heavy industry is the core of China's economic construction, 1957b, 419, and hence aims at rapid capital accumulation. It is at just this point and for just this reason that he rejects the Bolshevik, and capitalist, option of plundering agricultural producers in order to generate that capital. If your desire to develop heavy industry is genuine or strong, then you will attach importance to agriculture and light industry so that there will be more grain and more raw materials for light industry and a greater accumulation of capital. And there will be more funds in the future to invest in heavy industry. 1956d, 286. As agriculture and light industry develop, heavy industry, assured of its market and its funds, will grow faster. Hence what may seem to be a slower pace of industrialization will actually not be so slow, and indeed may even be faster. 1957b, 419. The point is a simple but critical one. If, in order to finance heavy industry, agrarian production is leached of its resources, industry itself will finally be harmed. Not only will it undermine further funding from agricultural surpluses, it will also deprive itself of the market through which it aims eventually to generate its own capital. This is, as Mao once observed of Soviet agriculture, a case of draining the pond to catch the fish, quoted in Gray, 1969a, 262. If, on the other hand, resources are put into agriculture and the light industry that serves it, the result will be a living standard rising fast enough ultimately to sustain funds and markets for heavy industry. Developing agricultural production must therefore take precedence over procurement for the sake, so Mao asserts, of industry itself. It is here that his challenge to the Bolshevik ranking of technical before social revolution becomes significant. Within the Bolshevik problematic, the reasoning we have just outlined would be regarded as flawed, insofar as the possibility of substantial increases in agricultural output in the absence of prior mechanization would be viewed with considerable skepticism. 5. Mao, however, sees cooperation, and the class struggle to achieve and sustain it, as a productive force in its own right, and its progressive acceleration as the key to his strategy. It is, in sum, the best social form for the emancipation of labor. In outline. 12. Through cooperation, labor can be used for construction projects. These increase production capacity and create a demand for labor-saving light industrial products, whilst at the same time generating the funds to purchase products, and thus finance light industry. 6. The utilization of these goods frees more labor. Cooperation is extended, in the 1950s, from mutual aid teams, via lower and higher APCs, to people's communes, allowing ever more ambitious construction, capacity, demand, and incomes increase correspondingly in a widening spiral. The spiral is potentially infinite, with burgeoning agricultural production demanding and funding light industry, and with light industry in turn, through its needs for means of production, supporting heavy industry. Gray argues the pertinence of underemployment in traditional Chinese agriculture to this strategy. We would rather stress, with Mao, the productive benefits of people cooperating, and the critical question of whose politics are in command. This will bring us to the very heart of Mao's alleged idealism. Socialist upsurge in China's countryside. In I-955, a book was published in China, The High Tide of Socialism in China's Countryside. It is an extremely important historical document, for two reasons. First, it had a crucial bearing on the course of the struggles within the CPC in the mid-1950s over the direction and the speed of agricultural cooperation and thus of the whole strategy sketched out above. For details, see Han Suyin, I-976, Part I, Ch2, Gray, I-970. Second, and of more direct importance here, because, rather than in spite, of its saturation with empirical detail, it represents a seminal statement of Mao's theory. The High Tide consists of I-76 articles from the provincial and national press, interviews, party committee and work team reports, and so on experiences of the struggle to establish APCs in China. 44 of these are translated in the English edition, I-955. The collection as a whole is introduced by Mao, who also offers his comments on individual pieces. The scope of the book is apparent even in its greatly abridged translation. The reports, and Mao's comments, range through APCs differing widely in geographic conditions, social makeup, and historical experience, with varying successes and problems, and at all stages of development. The sum is a graphic and comprehensive picture of what no reader can doubt. 12. On practice, for studies was an acute class struggle. But through the high tide, and emerging from the experiences it describes, run a number of consistent themes. It is on these that we shall focus. In doing so, we hope to indicate both why and how socialist politics must be in command, for the productive strategy we have outlined above to succeed. In Part 1, we spent a lot of time dealing with Mao's epistemology, and its relation to his mass-line understanding of socialist politics. Nowhere is that relation displayed more effectively than in the High Tide 7 to begin with. We should note this in the very existence of such a collection of reports on what are, in fact, exemplary transformations. The High Tide practices what Mao preaches within its pages. Let him walk a while among the people, learn what they are thinking, see what they are doing, that is how to cure his ailment. Let him get some advanced experience from them and publicize it. That is the medicine for rightist obtuseness. 1955, 45, all subsequent page numbers cited alone refer to this text. The point is underlined when we recall that the reports in the High Tide were Mao's weapons in the struggle in the CC/CPC that raged through 1955, 151, 100, and 59-60, see also Han Suyin, 1976, Gray, 1970. It is worth quoting some of the charges made by Mao's opponents as he himself lists them. For instance, they had thought that the people's demand that the whole countryside go cooperative within 3 years was an idle dream, that cooperation in the old liberated North could be achieved more quickly than in the new liberated South, that it was impossible to run co-ops in the backward areas, in the mountain regions, in the national minority areas, in areas stricken by natural calamities, that it was easy to form a co-op but hard to make it strong, that the peasants were too poor and had no way of raising funds, that the peasants were uneducated and so lacked people who could act as bookkeepers, that the greater the number of cooperatives, the more blunders they would make, that cooperatives were growing too rapidly for the political consciousness of the people and the level of experience of the 12. 66. Officials. That the party's policy of unified purchase and supply of grain and its policy on cooperatives were causing the peasants to lose enthusiasm for work, that unless the party immediately backed down on the question of cooperation, the worker-peasant alliance would be endangered, that the spread of cooperation would produce a vast pool of surplus labor for which there would be no outlet, and so on. Many more similar ideas could be cited, allusions, every one. 150-1. Most of these, of course, are real problems, and acknowledged as such, in empirical detail, in the High Tide, but Mao has a simple answer to those who see in such problems laws before which we must cringe: don't lose touch with the people, be adept at recognizing their enthusiasm from its very essence, ibid. Virtually every one of these purportedly insuperable obstacles is shown in the high tide, again with a wealth of detail, 8 to have been conquered on at least one occasion by ordinary people. Mao's comment is the obvious one: if this place could do it, why can't others? 12. The high tide, in short, is itself preeminently a learning exercise, in the tradition of Mao's 1927 investigation and 1941 surveys, epitomizing a political strategy based on the premise that correct ideas come from and must be tested in social practice. And the same theme informs and is the constant refrain of the individual studies within it. Time and again we are shown how solutions did so emerge, and the nuts and bolts of the methods of work within which the mass line could operate are a central preoccupation. We cannot exemplify here as fully as we might wish, for the high tide emphases on exchange of experience within and between co-ops are legion. But what follows will, we hope, more than adequately demonstrate this point. Class struggle. Stalin once described collectivization in the USSR by the phrase pacification of the villages, CSCMT, ch3. By contrast, fanning class struggle in the villages was the key to establishing APCs and making them solid. Rather than being seen simply as a sea of enemies, and a source of funds for the material base of their future proletarianization, the peasants, in Mao's perspective, are regarded as embodying contradictions, those. On practice, for studies contradictions amongst the people Mao rightly accused Stalin, though the charge is relevant to Bolshevism as such, of being unable to handle, I-95-7b, cf. I-956c. It is the case for Mao that, as Lenin put it, in a passage frequently quoted in China, small production engenders capitalism and the bourgeoisie continuously, daily, hourly, spontaneously, and on a mass scale, Lenin I-92-OB, 24. Indeed, this is one reason for the haste on Mao's part so deplored by his opponents on the right. On the other hand, Mao does not equate small production with the rural sector, and he is equally emphatic in his insistence that the mass of the people have within them the collective knowledge, skills, and enthusiasm to build socialism. It is this he relies on, and to this that the high tide bears eloquent witness. The people are urged to upturn their social relations in order to liberate that potential and harness it to improving their lives through increased production. But that liberation is always a struggle that Mao sees in class terms, because for him what fetters the emancipation of labor is above all the enduring power of the old ruling class, as exercised in a multitude of ways inside every productive community and every man and woman within it. Let us illustrate, from the high tide. To begin with, outright and open resistance to the APC movement, by rich peasants, former landlords, and KMT officials and so on, is richly documented. This takes many forms. One case cited, the figures are for a district, lists. Poisoning of draft animals, twice, the destruction of water conservancy works, once, the undermining of production plans, 4 times, the destruction of compost, once, theft, 9 times, corruption, 3 times, creating rumors, 4 times, the murder of a functionary, once. 337. As damaging, and no less a form of class war, is the scorn of the well-heeled for the co-op with no draft animals except a 3/4 share in the ownership of a donkey, 6g, cf. Wan Kuofan, and the educated for upstart bookkeepers who cannot even read. In the teeth of their opposition many an APC was built. 9. But the greatest problems lie within the co-ops. Rich peasants, former landlords, and the like were from the beginning excluded from the APCs. 10. Cooperation was to be the task of poor and middle peasants, the former taking the leading role. Nonetheless, there remained a good deal of tension between these. 12. 68. Class fractions, on which, again, the high tide pulls no punches. L1 from their side, middle peasants fear, and many articles make it plain that their fears are not without foundation, being dragged into co-ops merely for their tools and animals, having these abused and neglected by the collective, losing income by having to subsidize their poorer neighbors, and so forth. A common response is to hedge their bets by, say, diverting their savings, labor, or simply concern, into private sidelines as an insurance against the co-ops failing, which is an understandable strategy maybe, but a strategy liable to produce just what it aims to guard against. The poor peasants, on the other hand, are worried that they may end up being used as cheap labor within APCs dominated by and run for middle peasants. Many disputes over how work points for different tasks are to be evaluated, or shares of land and labor as respective determinants of income, come back to this issue. Again, the high tide reports make it very clear that their fears too are far from groundless. The petit bourgeois mentality that Bolshevik demonology ascribes to all peasants, then, is not absent from the Chinese countryside. Indeed, the high tide regards it as an extremely serious problem, and is arguably more sensitive to its productive implications than anything which has come out of the Bolshevik literature. Mao dwells on this in several of his comments, I-28, I-36-9, 2I-9-20, 228G, 235G, 302-3. Importantly, though, Mao as ever is aware of contradiction. Middle peasants are not soi agents of capitalism pure and simple. The possibility of their being persuaded of the benefits of socialism through experience is accepted and worked for. And in the same way the poor peasants are not viewed uncritically as an unsullied fount of socialist wisdom. Mao urges their leading role on the grounds of their present socio-economic position and their past experience, 236-7, but this does not blind him to the fact that they too bear the scars of class, and hence need to transform themselves. The peasants' doubts concerning what their cooperation can achieve are founded on more than just petit bourgeois aspirations. Throughout the high tide we meet attitudes of resignation, of fatalism, of disbelieving cynicism, and of what appears to be simple apathy. Dragons in the sky, insects in the paddies, there is nothing unnatural in that. 295, you can't feed a hen in the morning and expect it to lay in the afternoon. It's not worth the bother. 428, and every year you want us to find tricks and tap the on practice, 4 studies 6G potential. It's like adding oil to fat. It's utterly impossible. 39I, are not at all untypically dismissive responses to activists' proposals to solve problems of, respectively, natural calamities, shortages of literate personnel, and surplus labor, through collective mobilization. In much the same way we find a frequent tendency among the peasants and local cadres to want to rely on expert help from outside, higher party committees, work teams, trained technical personnel, to solve local problems, and to despair if such assistance is not forthcoming. If more people are made available from above, we'll set up more co-ops. If we can't get any, we won't set up so many. I-80 is one such instance. A Bolshevik, maybe, would see here the proverbial dull witness of the Hick. The phrase is Trotsky's, 12, a confirmation of the peasants' inability to play more than a passive part in changing their own conditions of production. Mao thinks differently. Like Fanon 13, Mao believes that the most enduring legacy of oppression lies in the self-images of the oppressed. And like Marx 14, he is acutely aware of the class foundation of such images. As we have emphasized elsewhere, SCMT, ch. I. Sayer, I-975a, class involves far more than relations of ownership. To define a specific form of property is nothing else than to give an exposition of all the social relations of production. Marx, I-847b, I-54, our emphasis. Central to all class dictatorships 15, though epitomized perhaps in the Mandarin culture of old China, is the emasculation of the direct producers by the division of labor. The peasant attitudes we have summated above spring from a specific experience of powerlessness which is just as much a constituent of the class rule of landlord and capitalist as is the appropriation of the means of production. Major effects of capital's production relations are those that disguise the creative power of the producers as hidden attributes of a trained caste. Marx, I-87 IB, I-70. It is these relations Mao sees as underlying what others analyze as peasant stupidity. The concept of class struggle in the high tide is therefore capacious, but it is not sloppy. It accurately grasps how extensive is the ensemble of social relations, that is, ways and modes of having, thinking, feeling, acting, seeing, being, which forms a ruling class's social power, and thus maps the full dimensions of the struggle to overthrow that power. A mode of production, as Marx long ago realized, is not just the reproduction of the physical existence of individuals, it is a definite mode of life on their part. Marx, 1846a, 32. 70. Politics in command. Mao's famous dictum, political work is the lifeblood of all economic work, 302, quoted more fully above, p. 2, dates from his high tide comments. By now, the statement itself hardly needs further justification. If the socialist development of their productive forces depends upon the people's transformation of their production relations, and if this is in every sense a class struggle, then politics are supremely salient. There is a good deal more to be said, however, on what kind of politics Mao has in mind. We may begin with some methods of work which are definitely not to his liking. Many cotters would rather see 10 mutual aid teams go down than let a single co-op fail. For this reason, a number of small mutual aid teams ran their production less satisfactorily than they ought to. Theoretically, arrangements have been made for the co-op to keep contact with the teams, but such contact is more apparent than real. The officials on the spot have not done enough to educate the team members patiently or to give them wholehearted help. In directing the work of the team they are hot-tempered and arrogant. 225. In order to complete its task, the county party committee hastily turned 2 mutual aid teams with only 2 youth league members in them into the Tungsheng Co-op. But once Tungsheng Co-op was formed, neither the local party branch nor the cotters tried to understand what was really the matter. They simply passively acknowledged that the key personnel of the coup was not as capable as that of others. On top of all this, certain abuses in the grain policy led to a lessening the members' desire to make the land yield more. Members said, "We know that a co-op is a good thing. But when we set one up, nobody bothered about us. They haven't been here even once, perhaps because they don't think much of our poor little village, where they can't get good food and accommodation." 269, 272-3. When some achievements had been made, the cotters became smug about increased yields, and didn't think it necessary to make any further efforts. They grew haughty and priggish. On practice, for studies 71 unwilling to tolerate any supervision by the membership. They put on airs and went so low as to help themselves to public funds. Not only had the way of carrying out party and government policy been rash and extreme, but the cotters of this co-op were utterly corrupt. The person sent subsequently by the county party committee to investigate the case stayed a couple of days in the co-op, replaced the chairman with someone else and thought his duty of checking was thereby fulfilled. But actually the main trouble remained untouched. It was understandable that the co-op members were not enthusiastic to do any more work than was necessary. 433-5 Our emphasis throughout. Less spectacular, but similarly debilitating in its productive implications, is the catalogue of departmentalism, reluctance to rely on the poor peasants, struggles for more active peasants and better off households, and unprincipled disputes. 381, reported of the vanguard in Taichuang Township. In such cases Mao does not mince words over where the blame lies. Because all cooperative members are working peasants, although various strata among them may disagree on many things, they can all ultimately be made to understand. At times, some coups fall into a really terrible state. The sole reason for this is that they cannot get the party to lead them. 266, Our emphasis, cf 27138, 159, 168, 187, 206-7. This is thoroughly consonant with the perspectives elaborated above. The poor want to remake their lives. 138, they therefore have a potentially boundless enthusiasm for socialism. 27, 44-5, 159, 168. This is Mao's touchstone, and it finds ample confirmation in the high tide. But equally, to deny that the producers are burdened with the muck of ages, Marx, 1846a, 87, old ideas reflecting the old system, 302, and that these impede this remaking, is utopian. Correct leadership, for Mao, is all about handling this contradiction. His recommendations for doing so in the high tide are both practical and detailed. Most generally, and insistently, he urges adherence to the principles of voluntary participation and mutual benefit. Thus, don't force them middle peasants to join before they are willing. 72. Just for the sake of obtaining the use of their draft oxen and farm implements, as to the guiding principles of cooperation, we must carry out a policy of mutual benefit to both poor and middle peasants. No one should be allowed to suffer a loss. 238, cf. Gray, I-972a. Mao is not just being nice, and still less liberal, here. He is acutely aware that to infringe these principles would, quite literally, be counterproductive. The consequences of policies of commandism and coercion, as well as being documented in some of the high tide articles themselves, are writ large in the Soviet Union, in the wholesale slaughter of livestock which followed collectivization, or, more revealingly still, in the comparable figures for production on the kolkhozy and the peasants' private plots. 16. Hence Mao opposes leftist precipitateness as vigorously as he does rightist tail-ending, urging a very different form of persuasion. Here we had a struggle between two alternatives: socialism and capitalism. Let us see who increases production in a 2 or 3 year period. Is it the well-to-do middle peasants working alone? Or is it the poor peasants and the lower middle peasants working together in cooperatives? Most of the poor peasants and lower middle peasants are still watching from the sidelines. At this stage both sides are still fighting for adherence. I-36-7, our emphasis. The important thing is to create examples to show the peasants. When they see that large and advanced co-ops are better than small and elementary co-ops, they will want to combine their cooperatives and organize advanced co-ops. 3I3. The crucial thing, for Mao, is that the peasants experience their cooperation as having and being more. This is more than a crude realpolitik, though it certainly speaks volumes for Mao's realism. It is central to the struggle against the class-bound self-images we spoke of earlier. Peasants are experiencing what they themselves can collectively do. To put it another way, they are discovering themselves as a productive force. Mao's politics are directed to just this end. See I-945d, 30I, quoted above, p. 37. As with policy, so with methods of work. Throughout the high tide Mao loses no opportunity to stress class struggle, and therewith. On practice, for Studies 73, the critical importance of painstaking and sustained political and ideological work. The agricultural cooperative movement, from the very beginning, has been a severe ideological and struggle. No co-op can be established without going through such a struggle. Old ideas reflecting the old system invariably remain in people's minds for a long time. 302. To bring our more than 500 million peasants through socialist transformation is a project which cannot possibly be achieved in an atmosphere of calm seas and gentle breezes. It demands of us communists that we patiently educate the great mass of the peasants who are still burdened with many of the habits and ideas of the old society. 253. But at the same time, he constantly sees this struggle as above all a matter of helping people discover and develop their own collective resources, and advocates methods geared to this. Again, experience is paramount. This line of going deeply into problems of one place, then applying the experience gained there in all other places, is none other than the famous Marxist-Leninist line which our party has long adhered to and which has proved so effective in all its work among the people. 6. Taking the peasants' own experiences and analyzing them in detail, now there is a method that is really effective. 254. Nor is this merely abstract sloganizing. Individual reports in the high tide abound with discussions of practices, highlighting of exemplary cases, review meetings, setting up of demonstration plots, shock brigade activities, establishing of local co-op and mutual aid networks, etc., through which this mass line can become a reality. In similar vein, MAO stresses the importance of the peasants' consent for extensions of cooperation, 460-1, 477-8, and urges sensitivity to variations in local conditions, 219-20, 313. Relatedly, he insists that 74. Ideological and political education must be based on the life and experience of the peasants and be conducted in a very practical manner with careful attention to detail. It should be conducted not in isolation from our economic measures, but in conjunction with them. 303. This is not condescension, rather, it is precisely the condescension of the cadre and the expert for the people which MAO consistently opposes. Neither bluster nor oversimplification will do, Ibid. The incompetent teachers oversimplify the problem with such so-called slogans as either you follow the road of the Communist Party or you follow the road of Chiang Kai-shek. This is just labeling people to cow them into compliance. 254. As long as the party does not merely issue orders or oversimplify matters when rousing the people to join cooperatives, but instead reasons with them, helps them to analyze the situation, and relies entirely on their understanding and willingness, there certainly will not be much difficulty in establishing cooperatives everywhere and, what is more, increasing output. 27. MAO follows the latter comment with the remark, the pointing out of difficulties method used in this village is worth our special attention. 28. The same objectives lie behind his, very funny, polemic against that party jargon which gives us such a headache. 329, and his insistence on the principles of party policy being publicly proclaimed to the masses. 237. Conclusion. Trotsky once summed up a widespread Bolshevik attitude when he opined that after the revolution, nothing remains for the peasantry to do but to rally to the regime of workers' democracy. It will not matter much even if the peasantry does this with a degree of consciousness not larger than that with which it usually rallies to the bourgeois regime. Trotsky, 1 Go 6, 205, CSCMT, ch 3. On Practice, 4 Studies 75. MAO takes exactly the contrary view. For him the degree of consciousness is the decisive factor, and the correctness or otherwise of methods of work depends on whether or not they help raise it. 4. To get back to where we began, the people's increasingly conscious cooperation is the key to a socialist upsurge in their productive forces. And, to underline a point we have never left, the main indicator by which all cooperatives should measure their health is production increasing, and how fast. 28. Our emphasis. 3. Bombarding the headquarters, the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. There is no shortage of discussions of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in China, nor of MAO's role therein. 1. We are heavily invested, not to say infested, with detail and with judgments. Yet there is a disappointing if familiar absence of analysis. Almost without exception these discussions embark on evaluation with premises based in preconception, rather than concrete evidence and an attempt to penetrate beyond the appearances that evidence encapsulates, to paraphrase Mao's own critique of a Soviet textbook on political economy. 2. Thus, some interpreters, particularly friends of China, have adopted stances of uncritical admiration quite alien to Mao's own practice and his insistence on the method of criticism and self-criticism as a method of resolving contradictions among the people, and moreover the only method, IG 62b, I 63. Mao's emphasis was equally as much on learning as on teaching, and he responded as follows to Lin Piao's attempts to construct a living icon of him. As for the question of genius, we both have discussed this and must still study the question of standing on the side of idealism or materialism, of whether history is made by genius or by slaves. 3. For most critics, on the other hand, and here bourgeois and Trotskyist observers are close bedfellows, the GPCR was either a spasm of ideological fervor or a cynical power struggle at which Mao proved the most adept. The latter is a good example of dealing only in surface appearances, since it is not that the social struggle is a reflection of the party Central Committee. Rather, the struggle within the party Central Committee is a reflection of social struggle. IG 68A, 480. The former view of Mao as a zealot was for a time displaced by a grudging acknowledgement of the practical benefits of the GPCR by bourgeois economists. In the process, they substituted an imputation of economism for that of voluntarism, a view equally false and indicative only of their own ideological straitjacket. The chief aim of this essay is to offer an appreciation of Mao's part in the Cultural Revolution, and of what it adds to our comprehension of Mao himself, by an analysis of selected themes and their interconnection within a coherent and materialist theory and strategy. Class struggle, politics in command and production, democracy and centralism, and the processes and problems of identifying a correct mass line are the strands we shall trace. It will become apparent that many themes recur here from earlier discussion, and yet that amidst this continuity and application of lessons learned in previous experience they retain a dynamic through ongoing learning and experimentation in the face of new problems. Mao is prepared to admit mistakes, and this conscious fallibility may be his greatest virtue, since it enables him to try and put them to constructive purposes. This, too, is initially a question of method. Proletarian Marxist philosophy, of course, must all the more closely serve present-day politics. Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin must be read. But Communist Party members and proletarian thinkers of every country must create new theories, publish new works, and produce their own ideologies to serve present-day politics. IG 62A, 305. One must not be restricted. Lenin refused to be restricted by Marx. One must not be superstitious, one must have new interpretations, new viewpoints, and creativity. IG 66F, 380, 4. 4 months after this last quotation, in the midst of the Cultural Revolution, Mao is equally insistent on direct application of this. 12. On practice, for Studies 77. Political material, directives of the center, and newspaper editorials are all guidance for the masses which are not to be regarded as dogmas. IG 66K, 5. It is conventional to picture the Cultural Revolution as a clearly defined and unprecedented episode, commencing late in I 965, 6 climaxing through the years IG 66 and I 967, and effectively concluding with the 9th National Congress of the CPC in April IG 6G. Whilst these dates serve as useful initial guidelines, any closer examination reveals continuities before and after the designated period that blur the boundaries and give a fuller picture of the context and content of the struggles that took place. Thus the GPCR followed in the footsteps of the Great Leap Forward, and reactivated many ideas which had been partially submerged or left unelaborated, such as the ancient Charter for Democratic Organization in Industry or the slogan Grasp Revolution and Promote Production. It was the culmination of struggle between two lines that had been visible and intensifying throughout the socialist education movement, SEM. In that year Mao launched his scathing attack on cadres who overvalued themselves, feared criticism and distanced themselves from the people, IG 62B, though the basis of this and of the GPCR strategy itself was in principle to be found in writings from the Yan'an years onwards. Mao later put the GPCR in context as the 10th major struggle within the CPC since its inception, I-97IA. The experience of the successes of the Great Leap Forward, GLF, and SEM were important, but so too were the failures, and the major sources of these. Both had been misapplied in many places. The GLF was often treated as an instruction to be enforced from above rather than a call to mass participation and innovation, whilst the SEM in many cases saw the call for a politicist cleanup movement involving broad-based criticism and self-criticism channeled into a petty persecution of local cadres' errors, driving them in turn further into commandism as self-protection. This is the backdrop to Mao's observation, in one of the opening shots of the GPCR, that to carry out directives blindly and to the letter was in fact to sabotage them. 7. Mao, as we shall discover, believed that party organization was essential to protect the revolution, yet he did not refi this into an assumption that the party produces the correct line automatically, for the party is also pervaded by the struggle between two classes, roads and lines. The root of the problem for Mao, as he had seen in the 1930s, was the growing bureaucratism and even elitism in the party itself, such that it was no longer responsive to the people and thereby was also unable to reform itself to become so. Mao had often defied or passively resisted official party policy even in the years before the Long March and had spent at least as much time effectively in opposition as in command. 8. The high tide revealed Mao's preparedness, well after 1949, to bombard the headquarters, to call for enlarged plenums and generally to encourage the widest possible criticism of the party CC. Nonetheless, as a project mounted within an apparently victorious revolutionary organization which in Bolshevik, CPSU and much of CPC, orthodoxy could be regarded as secure, and in which his personal position could be as comfortable as he wished, the GPCR was a quite remarkable conception. Mao's role should not be deified. The Cultural Revolution can only be the emancipation of the masses by the masses, November 6, 1967. 9. But it remains gargantuan. The justification of the need for a tidal wave of mass criticism emerges from Mao's analysis of classes and class struggle within socialism. His rejection of the ideas of peaceful transition and of socialism as a state of the whole people was made fully extant in the polemic with Khrushchev and the CPSU after 1963. 10. This clearly lent impetus and confidence to his application of the arguments advanced in the polemic to the internal situation in China. He continued with growing force to elaborate his view that class struggle remained the key factor in the transition to socialism. Thus in 1964 he argued, "At present the task of the revolution has not been completed, it has not yet been finally determined who, in the end, will overthrow whom." 1964 Q 243, 11. Mao was optimistic that counter-revolutionaries could win no final victory in China, but never deterministically so even after the GPCR victory. Hence his repeated stress in these years on the need to treat class struggle as a central component of education, and not just the bookish theory of it either. 12. The nature of Mao's understanding of class struggle in this period explains much about the conduct of the GPCR. Many Western observers have referred in confusion or scorn to the absence of any. 12. On practice, for studies. 79. Visible alternative class to struggle against, and have suggested that all that is happening is a scapegoating of some party cadres who are labeled as bourgeois for propaganda purposes. Friends of China have all too often offered a defense that also treats the issue as belligerence against identifiable individuals, whether landlords or those in authority taking the capitalist road, and no more. It would be apologism to deny that within China the enemy has often been over-personalized and externalized as agents of the bourgeoisie, as in the Lin Piao affair, 13, thus diverting attention from the struggle between two roads and two lines. Despite this, the predominant stance of Mao himself on these matters throughout the SEM and GPCR was against false exorcism through persecution of individuals, in conscious contrast to Stalin's policies 14 or those of the right in the CPC. He repeatedly emphasized the essentially positive nature of most errants 15 and thus encouraged the method of constructive criticism. On errors both in policy and in methods of work, Mao is to be found frequently reiterating the theme that it is difficult to avoid mistakes, the point is to correct them honestly. 16 These two policy aspects, on the one hand that those who lend support to what are actually capitalist policies may still be socialist and so deserve tolerance, on the other the uncompromising view of class conflict may seem at odds. In fact they are quite consistent within Mao's perception of the nature of people, and of the purpose of cultural revolution. The emphasis on struggle, criticism, and self-criticism as the means to transformation of outlook arises from a belief that in socialism class exists not as some convenient social mapping of categories of people, but in and through the struggle between capitalist and socialist relations and lines. This anticipates the rediscovery, in recent years, of Marx's analysis of ideology as an aspect of the structure of reality itself. Thus Mao argued in the GPCR for a recognition of the dual nature of people. To externalize failings altogether onto others is to evade the struggle against bourgeois tendencies in oneself. To use the excuse of distinguishing between inner and outer is to fear revolution. There are some comrades who struggle fiercely against others, but cannot struggle against themselves. In this way, they will never be able to cross the pass. 1G66J, 254. Marx's Capital started with the analysis of the dual nature of 80 commodities. Our commodities also have a dual nature, our comrades likewise have a dual nature, correct and incorrect. Don't you have a dual nature? I know I have. I-965H, 239, 1/8. Policies must also be adopted which are two-edged in this perspective. This is the basis of Mao's reference to commodities. There is no means of magically altering reality and so evading this. There is a need for continual struggle against the counter-socialist elements that are constantly regenerated, within the party, in agriculture, industry, education, and all aspects of society. Mao also laid great stress on the arts, for instance. This struggle, of which the GPCR was to be only a more energetic phase, required the destruction of surviving capitalist and creation of socialist relations of production. Only thus could the people simultaneously transform themselves and their material circumstances. The continuing centrality of production to Mao's politics is thus evident throughout, and we shall return to this point shortly. First, however, a further misapprehension needs to be corrected. There are some aficionados of the Cultural Revolution who see it as an exercise in participative democracy in the liberal sense of that term. Mass involvement and debate in preference to commandism and coercion were indeed elements of the GPCR, but Mao is not thereby departing from the principles of combat liberalism, I-937L. As with the blooming and contending of 100 flowers type campaigns, engagement of the largest possible number of people is itself a reinforcement of the dictatorship of the proletariat. It is true that Mao had deemed purges to be destructive and counterproductive rather than militant, being, once again, an externalization of blame, but this rejection from a socialist viewpoint is utterly alien from any move to embrace some sinified Euro-communism. 19. The IITH plenum of the CC/CPC in August I-966 thus reiterated in its resolutions a theme long propounded by Mao. A strict distinction must be made between the two different types of contradictions, those among the people and those between ourselves and the enemy, I-966p. Disagreements among the people are normal, unavoidable and, moreover, if correctly expressed and used, are necessary and beneficial. But in I-965 Mao had argued that freedom of speech was, on practice, for studies 8i, the exclusive right of the people, and justified this by observing that capitalist dictatorship reversed the process and suppressed criticism by the people of the minority in power. He thus rejected the relevance of the bourgeois notion of democracy, and in consequence he is also to be found in the early months of the GPCR rejecting the principle of natural rights of man proposed by bourgeois philosophers. Is there such a thing as rights bestowed by nature? Isn't it man who bestows rights on man? Were the rights we enjoy bestowed by nature? Our rights were bestowed by the people, and primarily by the working class and lower middle peasants. I-965H, 235. The GPCR remains a revolution under the dictatorship of proletariat, I-967A. 20. If freedom of criticism amongst the people themselves is held down, under whatever slogan, the result is the opposite of socialist politics. Even under a proletarian dictatorship, the masses should be allowed to petition, demonstrate, and litigate. Judging from this act limiting places where Tatsubeo could be published of suppressing the great cultural revolution of the students, I don't believe there is genuine democracy and genuine Marxism. It is a case of standing on the side of the bourgeoisie to oppose the great proletarian cultural revolution. IG 66N. The GPCR is, then, an exercise in asserting the rights of the masses against any attempt to prevent those rights being used. Even if such attempts have their origins in the highest party circles, for Mao they can only be a representation of the attack of one class on another. The analysis of class struggle is thus reinforced, and the duality of dictatorship and democracy seen as a necessary unity in socialist society. If the proletariat do not enforce control, and impose their political economy, then it is certain the bourgeoisie will. Either the east wind prevails over the west wind or the west wind prevails over the east wind, and there is absolutely no such thing as equality. IG 661, 108, 21. In the early months of the GPCR, the left had indeed been partly thwarted in their efforts by the Group of Five led by Peng Chen, who headed the party's Cultural Revolution Committee. In April 1966, Mao intervened to endorse attacks on this group's attempts to confine the scope of criticism sufficiently to philosophical or other theoretical issues as to prevent an explosion of mass criticism of concrete policies. 22. The May 16 circular, from which the last quotation above is taken, confirmed this and elaborated the reasons for it, relaunching the Cultural Revolution on a more left basis. This was further marked in June by the change of adjective in the name of the movement itself from socialist to proletarian. The May 16 circular emphasized that construction arises precisely out of the struggle to destroy bourgeois ideology and its manifestations, and insists that all class struggles are political struggles. Since class struggle is seen as taking place in all social spheres, politics is all-pervasive. Mao's greatest concern remained that of promoting learning. At the same time, however, he incessantly stresses the need to avoid the danger that education becomes merely academic. Throughout the GPCR he is to be found scorning bookwork, even reading too much Marx. 23. This is directed against the tendencies towards elitism of the educated and so to regeneration of the division of labor. Mao does not decry study, but rather returns with fresh vigor to the old theme of the need to go out and experience reality directly, since books can convey only parts of it and in a stereotyped form. As Mao had indicated in a new preface, 1961b, to oppose book worship, 193ob, he regarded book worship and dogmatism as synonymous. It is in opposition to dogmatism above all that Mao directs his attacks. From this came the decision to encourage and eventually require all students to go down to the countryside for a period, to learn far more than to teach. To get some experience of class struggle, that's what I call a university. They argue about which university is better, Peking University or People's University. For my part, I am a graduate of the University of the Greenwoods. I learned a bit there. 1964 t. 213. Those who view education as the acquisition of productive skill, and whose conception of production is conventionally blinkered, could only be appalled by the assertion that for our youth, the major 12. On practice, for studies subject of study is class struggle, August 2, IG 66. CHN, I-970, II-6. 24. For a time, in mid-IG 66, Liu Shaoqi, as during the SEM, ordered work teams into the universities and other centers of unrest. The ability of such teams to successfully isolate the left as unruly elements in many cases is disturbing. The tide of criticism was strong, but use of residual authority and trivialization of left slogans could still hold it back a while. Whether the dam would have burst from the pressure from below is not known, since Mao himself took a dramatic step. On 6 July he went for a now legendary swim in the Yangtze, symbolically announcing his personal immersion in the GPCR also. 25. At a work conference on 2 July, Mao then criticized those who continued to suppress rather than mobilize the student movement. The great majority of rebels were good, not bad. What are you afraid of? When bad people are involved, you prove that they are bad. What do you fear about good people? You should replace the word fear by the word dare. You must put politics in command, go among the masses and be at one with them. IG 66J, 255. Then, on August 5, Mao made his attack on the conservatives fully public by publishing a wall poster of his own, "Bombard the headquarters," in a similar vein. 26. The emphasis was on the right of the masses to rebel against revisionism, which could develop and had done so at the very core of the party itself. Those who polarize this supposedly ideological, in the pejorative sense, campaign to put politics in command and a concern for order, stability, and production are again exposed for the ideologists they themselves are by a closer examination of Mao's words and policies during the GPCR. Not only does politics in command emerge as itself a productive strategy, but the criticisms of both ultra-left, see below, and of conservatives are voiced as a reproach of their treatment of production. Our last essay showed this clearly, and there is no relapse in the Cultural Revolution. The period preceding the GPCR had witnessed a widespread acceptance among policymakers of Yang Xianquan's arguments for a long period of balanced, steady construction of a synthesized economic base. 27 This was implicitly contrasted to the supposed idealism of Maoist views which allegedly called for a revolutionise. 12. Ing of ideas as a condition for changing the material world. Yang's views were, significantly, a development from his philosophical confrontation with Mao in which he argued for an inherent tendency to unity, to combine into one, rather than contradiction, one divides into two. The latter was an expression of Mao's belief in struggle as the motive force of society, and Yang's opposition to it must be evaluated in this light. Yang's ideas on economics were later to yield something closer to fully fledged Liebermanism, profits and economistic material incentives in command, in the work of Sun Yefang, denounced during the GPCR. Mao had always opposed this narrow, mechanical version of materialism, equally as he opposed the idealist notion that one could somehow magically call on a change of consciousness among the people that would then sweep all obstacles before it. He saw the revolutionizing of ideas as inseparable from the transformation of the material world of which they were an integral part. 28. Similarly, it was metaphysics to think that new machinery could somehow alter people by itself. Mao argued his case not only from direct experience of the socialist upsurge and Great Leap, and further back to Lenin, but also by reference to Soviet history. He refuted Bolshevik orthodoxy by pointing out that collectivization was a political act there also, preceding and making possible subsequent mechanization. 29. Idealism in Mao's eyes entailed not recognizing that there were limits to the rate of transformation, regardless of enthusiasm, to go beyond which was to court disillusion. This was to an extent a lesson of the Great Leap. Judging from the present, socialist construction cannot be too fast, we have to stress wave-like advances. 1961a, 244, 3°. Mao's definition of freedom encapsulates well the profoundly materialist perspective in which he formulated his policies, to recall a text quoted p13 above, here in its temporal context. Freedom is the understanding of necessity and the transformation of necessity. One has some work to do too. 1964 t. 228. The conservative theory of productive forces subverted Marxism. 12. On practice, force studies BS by its distortion of the material in materialism, leaving out the people themselves as a material force. 31. This lack of belief in the people led to them being seen as unreliable, and so disorder being viewed as antithetical to production. It was cadres of this persuasion that Mao had taunted in 1962. There are some comrades who cannot bear to listen to ideas contrary to their own, and cannot bear to be criticized. You think that nobody will really dare to touch the arse of tigers like you? They damn well will. 1962b, 166-7. 32. In 1966 Mao encouraged the reverse side of this, that production was in fact enhanced by the promotion of revolution and criticism. 33. In January 1967 he expressed the theme succinctly. We must speak of grasping revolution and promoting production. We must not make revolution in isolation from production. The conservative faction do not grasp production. This is a class struggle. 1967b, 276, our emphasis. This is a two-edged argument. On the one hand, revolutionary activity enhances production. Revolution is the emancipation of productive force. 34. On the other, production advances most effectively not through stable, orderly, obedient labor and importation of technology, but through the commitment and motivation of the producers. Should we attach more importance to men, to things, or to both? Some comrades think only things, not men, are important. In fact, if we do our work on men well, we shall have things as well. 1964 The GPCR was aimed, in the most determined and extensive fashion yet, at resolving the gamut of political problems and so unfettering productive potential. Mao had distinguished three areas of struggle: production, scientific experiment, and class struggle. 35. These became known as the three directives, but it is important to note that the last of the three was regarded as the key to the others. It was on this issue amongst others that Deng Xiaoping was denounced after his 86. second fall in 1976, for having ranked the three as equally important. 36. But this is not to rob the other two of importance in their own right, the essential point being the interdependence of all three. Class struggle, the struggle for production, and scientific experimentation must be linked up. Only carrying out the struggle for production and scientific experimentation but not grasping class struggle cannot kindle the spirit and enthusiasm of the people, nor can the struggle for production or scientific experimentation be done well. To only carry out class struggle, and to say support the general line are meaningless. 1964g, 342. As the Cultural Revolution proceeded, so Mao perceived more clearly some of the problems in the forms of struggle adopted. The encouragement of the Red Guards had involved the young, and especially the students, but the debate took more time to have its impact in industry and in the countryside. Once it did encompass the laboring people, the productive and political ramifications were far more deeply felt. 37. And the movement took on its full significance. We have discussed these productive benefits ourselves in SCMT. The trade unions and many local party committees were disbanded because of their economism, commandism, and bureaucratism and replaced on an expanding scale by 3-in-1 revolutionary committees. 38. These were to be organs of an unprecedented extension of mass democracy. But first there had to be consolidation of success, and inevitably perhaps the GPCR had generated many sorts of excess. The tasks that faced Mao were to maintain the impetus and direction of revolution, forestalling any suppression of criticism, whilst ensuring that the 95% or more of essentially good cadres were not swept out in the flood. It was also, as we have seen, necessary to prevent the tide of revolution becoming anarchistic in the productive sphere and so losing sight of production itself, and this must have limited the relative speed with which workers and peasants involved themselves all out in the struggle. In 1966 Mao's emphasis is, for the most part, found to fall on the fruitful yield of disruption that was really far less chaotic than it seemed to the doubting. Thus the fourth of the 16 articles announces: on practice, for studies. Don't be afraid of disorder. Chairman Mao has told us revolution cannot be so very refined, so temperate, kind, courteous, restrained and magnanimous. 1G66p, 120, 39. At the Central Work Conference of October 1 G66 Mao continued to defend the need for the GPCR, arguing that disorder was unavoidable in the early stages of a venture which represented a new stage in revolutionary activity, the means of handling which were still being learnt. Since it was I who caused the havoc, it is understandable if you have some bitter words for me, 1G66T, 271. Yet he was adamant that only if Cotters encouraged change rather than sought to defend the status quo would matters improve, p. 273, and he went on to make the attack on conservatives for not understanding production quoted above. Mao also admitted to having lost his confidence somewhat in the first upsurge of the GPCR, p. 271, and celebrated its restoration. The remainder of 1966 saw the emergence of the GPCR in industry also, culminating in the January storm and the declaration of the Shanghai People's Commune at the start of 1G67. On January 23 Mao called on the People's Liberation Army to intervene on the side of the left. This, however, helped to arouse in some areas of February adverse current in which many of the left were again depicted as ultra-left. This resurgence of counter-revolutionary forces probably led Mao to rein back on his criticism of leftist excesses and accompanying call for a return to unity for a time. Nevertheless, Mao was increasingly concerned with the danger of which he had always been aware, as witness his germane criticisms of ultra-democracy and related deviations in 192 GB, and yet whose strength and extent seems to have caught him a little by surprise. Few attempts have been offered to seriously analyze this phenomenon of the ultra-left. 40 pro-China writers are inclined to dismiss them as if the description coined by Mao left in appearance, right in essence were sufficient. Bourgeois ideologists have consistently preferred a pragmatist/fanatic dichotomy in which all of the left are irrational. Yet the emergence of ultra-leftism provides the only context in which Mao's policies can be properly comprehended and evaluated, as the delineation of major tasks above or the discussion of democracy and centralism below exemplifies. It makes precarious the construction of a correct line, for this must wrestle to maintain a balance between confidence in the people and n. 12. 88. Encouragement of criticism, and overzealous, unrealistic demands for change. This, above all, explains the reason for policy shifts, uncertainty, and errors within Mao's overall strategy. Some of the strains this imposed on him show through clearly in the dialogues reproduced in the Red Guards collection, CRG 68A. A judgment had to be made on when temporary production stoppages in the cause of long-term advances became squabbles which could solve no political problems, or when vital criticism deteriorated too widely into mere accusation, or was sweepingly used in ways that seemed left-inspired yet left an anarchic vacuum fertile only for revisionist takeover, probably to the temporary relief of the majority. Events at any one time were a tangle of positive and negative activities, almost all proclaimed as being in the name of revolution. The task was to decide when the positive no longer predominated, knowing that to quell unrest was sure to have undesired repercussions for many who continued to make justified criticisms. With whatever misgivings, from the second half of 1967 Mao leaned more towards the restoration of unity. The two factions should talk less of each other's weaknesses and mistakes. Let the others talk about their own weaknesses and mistakes. Each side ought to do more self-criticism, seeking general agreement and leaving minor differences intact. People's Daily, December 22, 1967, 41. Reform was to be concentrated within the organized operation of factories and rural communes. The emphasis on the need for a vigorous and permanent extension of mass participation, for redness, and a key element of expertise considered as a practical resource, and on the continual need to check the tendency to bureaucracy continued. The first plenum of the GTHCC/CPC in RG6G thus dwells on the question of unity, but at the same time stresses the need to continue the struggle in many places where the GPC are still required to be carried out, CRG6GC. It was the forms taken by criticism, and the directing of some of the onslaught on characters such as Zhou Enlai in whom Mao retained implicit trust, which had finally convinced him of the need to move towards containment. Unjustified persecution was later referred to by Mao as one of the most undesirable features of the Cultural Revolution, in his interview with Edgar Snow in 1970. On Practice, 4 Studies BG. Such phenomena were a byproduct of a belief that all unwanted elements of society could be abolished at one leap. In practice, this attitude produces disdain for and excoriation of anyone who harbored doubts, the great majority, and even those who had poor class backgrounds. 42 Again, for Mao, the key distinction is that between idealism or subjectivism and what could actually be achieved and what, therefore, such ideals would actually lead to in terms of revolutionary practice. The resultant limits placed on action can with little effort be portrayed as a lack of genuine desire for thoroughgoing revolution by armchair activists. 43. For the materialist, however, the principles are inescapable. One must not pay obeisance to appearances of limits to change, and this conservatives excel in, but one must not be blind to the existence of limits either. This may clarify the concept of ultra-left a little, but it does not solve the problem of judgment of what is ultra-leftism. Brugger suggests, 1977, 310, that ultra-leftism is going beyond what the people will accept at any given time, and it therefore varies with the consciousness of the people. But if one allows that all leftists seek to change experience, then the question becomes instead a matter of how great a change can be realistically expected. Indeed, just as it is necessary to view the right-left struggle as taking place within each individual, so externalization of ultra-leftist tendencies must also be avoided. Meanwhile, as we have seen in the GPCR and since, it is all too easy to use the broad brush of ultra-left as an excuse to paint out many genuinely left elements, and so resort effectively to a conservative policy of order and stability. Mao's opposition to ultra-leftism, together with his concern for policy proven in practice and not just attractive in theory, led to his decision to oppose the moves in Shanghai and elsewhere to reconstruct government on the model of the Paris Commune. He advocated instead the institutionalization of criticism, elections, and mass democracy through the compromise formula of the Revolutionary Committee, but allied to the rebuilding also of the party and of centralism. In assessing the Cultural Revolution, and the application and tempering of Mao's theories within it, no issue is more appropriate for consideration than that of democracy. The model adopted asserted firstly the rights of the working class over the bourgeoisie, and rejected the liberal/democratic model on those grounds, as we have seen. For the masses themselves, however, there was already a well-rooted tradition of participation arising out of the Yan'an years, in both the extensive cooperative movement and the mutual aid teams, and from the extent of work group autonomy in many Chinese factories even before 1949. 45 So too the requirement that cadres should participate in labor had become established, and throughout the years leading up to and during the GPCR Mao continued to attach great importance to it. If cadres do not participate in labor, they inevitably must become divorced from the laboring masses and revisionism must inevitably arise. 1G 63G, 322. Management is a form of socialist education. If managerial staff do not go to the lathe shop to work on the three sames: food, accommodation, work as ordinary workers, and to look for teachers from whom they can learn one or two crafts, then they will live in a state of class conflict with the workers. January 29, RG6S, 46. It is, moreover, apparent that the degree to which cadres seriously implement this stipulation in any period serves as a reliable index of the strength of the socialist line in that period. Over the years from 1949, the policies of the CPC had implanted greater commitment to autonomy and democracy than that implied by the narrower interpretations of workers' control. The resultant communal democracy had, however, still to be reconciled, Mao recognized, with coordination, organization, and so central control of some sort. On the face of it the two were opposed, and in most socialist theory they are treated as such. Mao realized well the potential conflicts, as his earlier speeches had shown, but he sought nonetheless to creatively combine them. His speech on democratic centralism, to which several references have already been made, was devoted above all to this question. Without democracy there cannot be any correct centralism because people's ideas differ, and if their understanding of things lacks unity then centralism cannot be established. What is centralism? First of all, it is a centralization of correct ideas. On practice, for studies. Without democracy, you have no understanding of what is happening down below. IG 62b, I 63-4. The purpose of centralization is thus associated above all with the role of the party and the socialist state, expressed in a theory of learning, assimilate from the masses and construct from their achievements a correct general line for their use. The only way is to rely on the masses and then centralize. IG 66J, version in CHN, I 970, 3I, in Mao's own words. The aim is not under any circumstances to build a vast state apparatus to be borne on the back of the people, and Mao on several occasions had called for a drastic reduction in the size of the state and so of this form of centralization. 47 The GPCR took some steps towards this, though not definitive ones by any means. The Unified Planning System 48 was, for instance, developed and successfully implemented. The ultimate source of truth was thus, in Mao's view, the masses themselves. If we really arouse the masses, they can determine who are the good and bad elements. IG 6IA, 24I. The selected works of Mao, how much of it is mine? The major lessons in SW were taught to us by the masses and paid for with blood sacrifices. I 964G, 340. He further felt that production was not to be achieved by some magical appropriate instruction from above, but through the knowledge and incentive of those who produce. The important thing was that people should know what is socially necessary. They will attain it if the political line is correct and so attracts their full support. To have all things united under the central government and strictly controlled is not a good method. IG 66C. It is a poor method because it not only neglects local initiative but also it entails a bureaucratic line designed to generate apathy and disaffection in the process. However, this clearly is not a manifesto for the abolition of the center. This latter was an error of the anarchistic views which arose in some quarters during the GPCR. The danger of ultra-democracy lies in the fact that it damages or even completely wrecks the party organization and weakens or 12. Even completely undermines the party's fighting capacity, thereby causing the defeat of the revolution. Quoted from Red Flag, number 4, 1967, in Hansuyan 1976, 295. Mao's own Tat Colon, Ibeo had invoked a willingness and right to rebel against the center if justified, and the restitution of the party's role from 1967 did not herald an abrogation of this democratic imperative. The Anshan Constitution, replacing one-man management with greater worker control, had first been endorsed by Mao in 1960, but only by continuing pressure from 1967 onwards did it gain countrywide ratification. The source of power was still proclaimed as the people themselves. At the same time Mao was aware, unlike those who continually essay the concoction of some definitive formula for democracy, that no institution provides the answer in itself. Any formal structure or terminology can decay into bureaucracy and elitism beneath its surface formula. LT is the substance of relations that counts. Mao also believed, however, in the continuing role of leadership, the essential issue being whether this leadership left initiative to the masses, carried out learning and teaching correctly and continued to participate in manual labor. The slogan of doubt everything and overthrow everything is reactionary. The Shanghai People's Committee demanded that the Premier of the State Council should do away with all heads. This is extreme anarchism, it is most reactionary. If instead of calling someone the head of something we call him orderly or assistant, this would really be only a formal change. In reality there will still always be heads. It is the content which matters. 1967 D, 277, so. This does not seek to negate the right to rebel, but to pinpoint the extent and limits of what it can achieve. Mao knew not only of past struggles, but also that others would follow. Han Suyin quotes a letter to Chang Qing, written in July 1966, which voices a theme he often repeated in the years before his death: in 7 or 8 years one will have to launch another movement to clean up. And this will have to be repeated many times. Han Suyin, 1976, 268. In May 1967, a People's Daily editorial quoted Mao's statement that the possibility of capitalist restoration always remained, and 12. On practice, 4 studies 93 that further cultural revolutions would be required. 61 Mao seems from some asides to have been optimistic that the strength of the people would decide matters in favor of socialism eventually, but only after many generations of struggle. Continuing campaigns, most prominently that against Lin Piao and Confucius, were launched before I-976. The great proletarian cultural revolution still has much to teach us. Lenin said of revolutionary leaders. After their death, attempts are made to convert them into harmless icons, to canonize them, so to say, and to surround their names with a certain halo for the consolation of the oppressed classes and with the object of duping the latter, while at the same time emasculating the essence of the revolutionary teaching, blunting its revolutionary edge and vulgarizing it. Lenin I9 I7b, 390. This, and the other essays in this book, seek to oppose any such vulgarization of Mao in the soft glow of a sarcophagus. A detailed appreciation of his contribution to the GPCRL, offers a guide to the conflicts and contradictions involved therein, and to Mao's methods in seeking to find means to resolve them. 4. Ramsay and Mao. A comparison between the treatment of Ramsay and Mao as Marxists emphasizes the validity of our remarks in the introduction. It is after all Ramsay that has produced so much literature, his own one and that of epigones, devotees, enemies, and commentators too, in English in the last 10 or so years. It is Ramsay who is hailed, not least by those who otherwise renounce Marxism tout court, thus. If, in the history of Marxism, the period from the Erfurt program to I9-I4 can be characterized as the age of the Second International, from I9-I6 to the middle I920s that of Leninism, from I924 to early I950s that of Stalinism, and from the late 1950s to early 1970s that of Maoism, the 198OS are likely to usher in what may be called a new phase of Gramscism. This is a result of an international situation wherein both Russian and Chinese communism have exhausted themselves sick and have found a commo. 94. And sick within a world order still under a U.S. hegemony, NB, based on new and not yet fully developed imperialist relations stronger than earlier versions and immune to traditional challenges. Picone, 1976, 485, cf. Ibid, 487, 506, 3. Giuseppe Fiori and the Times can agree to hail Ramsay as this century's most original Marxist thinker, Fiori, 1975, 4. In Anderson's Papal Declaration. Today, no Marxist thinker after the classical epoch is so universally and be respected in the West as Antonio Ramsay. Anderson, 1977, 5. Keeping to this framework, Hobsbawm agrees. Ramsay has become part of our intellectual universe. His stature as an original Marxist thinker, in my view the most original such thinker produced in the West since 191-7, is pretty generally admitted. Hobsbawm, 1977, 206. The contrast to be drawn is not only with the treatment of Mao alone, but to the lack of comparative treatment between them. There are a few texts that begin such an analysis. George Thompson's comments on the first English versions of Ramsay texts, 1957, cf. 1971, 1973, remarks implicit within the work of Althusser or Bettelheim, or more developed essays, e.g. Todd, 1974. But the fullest recognition comes from the author of a work, poor Ramsay, close to our own in spirit, who recognized how Ramsay should be reread in the light of the Cultural Revolution. The manner in which he poses the theoretical problem of class hegemony provides a key to the interpretation of the thought of Mao Zedong during the Cultural Revolution, especially with regard to the transformation of class hegemony into proletarian democracy and the limitation of the repressive aspect of the state. Maxiaki, 1971, 471, 4. The comparison suggested here also illuminates particular, and extremely widespread, systematic, i.e. not accidental, misreadings of both the texts of Antonio Gramsci and the actions of the great proletarian cultural revolution. As the latter has been used to. On practice, for studies 95 justify the most extraordinary blind faith and copying from abroad, so the former has been used to fuel the extensive intellectualization of Marxism, its conversion into a species of that speculative metaphysics which Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao identified as the life philosophy, the operating code, of anti-socialist experts. Within Italy, Timpanaro noted this in I-966 when he wrote, in contrast to all the Marxists rushing to prove how profoundly dialectical they were. The struggle within bourgeois culture is, to put it very schematically, between two idealisms, a historicist and humanist idealism and an empiricriticist and pragmatic idealism. The victory of the second is the victory of modern technocracy over the antiquated humanism characteristic of backward bourgeois classes. I-966, 5. Gwyn Williams, in a criticism of his own adherence to this reading of Gramsci in his I-960 article, has noted how great tracts of Gramsci's writing, particularly from the prison notebooks, assumed a crucial instrumental significance for a wide range of thinkers, Marxist and non-Marxist. Gramsci registered as an altogether congenial fellow who could be put to all manner of good works, particularly by people with an almost physiological hunger for a liberal or democratic or indeed, simply intelligent communism. I-974c, I-2, C. F. Davidson, I-977. Antonio Gramsci, I-89 I-937, it should be recalled with some force, was only given a brief time of political activity, and some of that marred by ill health. He was imprisoned from I-926 until his death. The Communist Party o Flottali was founded in January I-92 the CPC itself was founded in July of the same year, and for 1.5 years of the period between that momentous event and his imprisonment, Gramsci was in Moscow, some of the time benefiting from the Soviet health services, and for a further 6 months in Vienna. Gramsci warned, in his own notebooks written in prison, against a possible misreading of his own work. In a section Questions of Method he establishes the proper way of studying conceptions which have never been systematically expounded by its founder, and warns. 96. These observations are all the more valid the more the thinker in question is endowed with a violent impetus, had a polemical character and is lacking in esprit de système. 1948, 383. A work can never be identified with the raw material collected for its compilation. Ibid. 385. In his letters, which, in the above text, Gramsci warned had to be read with certain precautions, Ibid, he several times indicates his worry about his words being taken too literally, e.g. 1947 to March 28, 1932, or that his style is being made too pedantic by prisonitis, e.g. 1947, to January 5, 1937. A number of writers have linked Gramsci and Lukács. We could have chosen Lukács to compare with Mao since the former, even more than Gramsci, has had precisely that critical attention so markedly absent from the study of Mao. But Gramsci shares certain of what Lenin might call historical peculiarities which make the comparison with Mao fruitful. There is, to begin with, their shared biographical experiences, the one from Sardinia, the other from Hunan, neither losing their particular ways of speaking and styles of writing from that early formation. Both suffered for their poor backgrounds at school. Gramsci recalled, "What was it that stopped me from turning into a stuffed shirt? It was an instinct of rebellion, awakened by the fact that I, who got 10 out often in everything, could not go on studying, while the butcher's boy, the chemist's boy, the draper's boy, all the rich men's sons were able to." Quoted in Iuri, 1965, 25, and 3, slightly different translation, quoted in Fiore, 1975, 4. A similar spirit informs Mao's account to Edgar Snow of his own schooling, Snow 1937, 125f, 1961, 129f, cf. Hansuyan, 1972, ch2. Biographies of both also report their voracious reading, not simply the amount, but its breadth. They demonstrate that autodidacts, despite the patronage of so many scholars, can often make more of their education, can use it above all to open questions and extend, or, better, transform, boundaries. There is their shared demand that historical materialism be understood as a practice, that Marxism is a guide to action and not a dogma, that we should learn it through applying it to the resolution of problems, for the transformation of circumstances. They both. On practice, for studies. 97. Stress the specificity of particular social formations, and of conjunctures within them, resisting, although differently, the dogmatic Bolshevization of socialist construction. They both, like Marx and Lenin, emphasize the significance of the cultural relations of production and the need for a sustained cultural revolution as constitutive of socialist construction against the dull compulsion of habit and the steady coercion of the obvious. For this reason they both study intellectuals. 6. They both see, again differently, the political importance of agrarian production above all peasant collectivities within their different social formations. They both, finally, offer novel explanations of political and military strategy and tactics. John Merrington's conclusion captures their shared project. The underlying thematic of Gramsci's Marxism finds its unity and coherence in his creative confrontation of the social and historical realities of his world. His renewal of Marxism was never the detached work of a scientist but rather the product of a lifetime of political struggle. The result was a Marxism adapted to the actual problems and needs of the Italian struggle. 1968, 169. Another prisoner noted at the same time. The immense merit of Ramsay is that he took as the central node and strategic junction of his analyses the unity, the welding together of theory and praxis. Ramsay is the man who asks himself how theory can make the transition into history. Debray, 1969, 49. Since our whole book concerns Mao, and since we do not have the space to establish a similar situation and examination of Ramsay, we propose to examine briefly some areas within which both Ramsay and Mao have made major contributions to historical materialism. We shall mainly present the views of Ramsay, enabling readers to make comparison with the words and views of Mao presented elsewhere in this book. Like a creative thinker, Ramsay, as Mao, has a complicated relationship with the constituent parts of the theoretical materials beyond which his own thought has moved. We allude here to the 98th debate as to whether or not Ramsay was a good Leninist. 7. There remains the problem, one of the themes counterpointed in our own work, SCMT, of what the adjective Leninist means in the complicated histories of both Marxism and, equally, of Bolshevism as a social problematic. Illustrative of all these problems are the well-documented misunderstandings, whether by Ramsay of what Lenin's views were, Davidson, 1974, 128f, or, almost a mirror image, Lenin's grasp of the correctness of the El Orden Nuevo group's views, Ibid, 135, cf. Fiore, 1965, chq. Indeed, within this unitary misunderstanding, the one reading somewhat dogmatic views on the party as if they celebrated the creative strength of the self-organization of the masses, the other reading somewhat syndicalist views as if they celebrated the flexible organizational forms necessary for a successful party, we find precisely what Davidson argues. Reading Lenin from the point of view of contemporary revolutionary thought, that is, from the point of view of Ramsay, shows that the significant development in his thought is a movement away from the positivist, fatalist views of the Second International towards a philosophy of praxis, towards the point, where, if we may be permitted the image, he hands the baton on to Ramsay. Davidson, 1974, 142, cf. 145-6. We must, of course, interject, Lenin handed that baton, which is also a burden, onto many people. It would be ludicrous, and fundamentally a retreat into monasticism, to see Ramsay as the sole bearer of that task. But the point is well made, especially when Davidson suggests that both Lenin and Ramsay, and, as we have examined in our first part, Mao also, focus upon organization. How the party is to be built. How socialist construction is accomplished. How education is to be engendered. These are fundamental to the canon of Ramsay and of Mao. For that reason, Ramsay's bold declaration of December 24, 1917, the revolution against capital, El Avanti, 1977a, 34f, is fundamentally correct. The Great October Socialist Revolution was the revolution against Karl Marx's Capital, Ibid, 34, for that had been taken, and is still taken, as giving an invariant universal path that all people are fated to tread, with a set of sequences declaring, in sum, the violence of things over people and the acquiescence of some communists in that process. On practice, for studies 99. Besides, we must perhaps deepen Davidson's account by recalling that Ramsay's activist theory was geared to socialist construction. In an article of May 18, 1918, which correctly stressed that class struggle is not a puerile dream, it is an act that is freely determined upon and an inner necessity of the social order, 1977a, 46, Ramsay argued that the Italian Socialist Party is not a sectional, but a class organization. Its morphology is quite different from that of any other party. It can only view the state, the network of bourgeois class power, as its antagonistic likeness. It cannot enter into direct or indirect competition for the conquest of the state without committing suicide, without losing its nature, without becoming a mere political faction that is estranged from the historical activity of the proletariat. The Socialist Party does not conquer the state, it replaces it. It replaces the regime, abolishes party government and replaces free competition by the organization of production and exchange. 2 Grado del Popolo, 1977a, 40. Despite the militant absolutism here, all struggle and no unity as Mao might opine, this is an early combative proletarian Ramsay which will be, perhaps, a little less digestible than the confined and necessarily speculative Ramsay of the notebooks. Moreover, as Gwyn Williams has shown extensively, these early thoughts are not isolated. 3 articles in El Orden Nuevo in 1920 are entirely congruent with both the views on the party and on the state indicated in the above. In all 3 the cultural intention of socialism is also manifest: governing party and governing class, 1977a, text 38, 2 revolutions, text 56, and the Communist Party, text 61. Ramsay's commitment to practice, that his communism was a practical materialism, has been obscured by the impact of the notebooks, although, as we shall indicate, they have been enjoyed in a certain way. By commitment to practice we do not mean any simplistic anti-theory stance, nor do we mean the application of unthought, and thus unrealized, laws of revolution. We hope our work to date shows our distance from both. Study, being good at learning, is a significant practice for any communist militant. Lenin's remarks to the Third and Fourth Comintern Congress's texts, which would have been known to Ramsay, and to Mao, are relevant here. IOO. What is essential now I-92I is a fundamental preparation of the revolution and a profound study of its concrete development in the principal capitalist countries. Quoted in Car, I-953, 383. I am convinced in I-922, Lenin's penultimate public speech, that we must say in this matter not only to our Russian but to our foreign comrades that the most important task in the period now beginning is to study. We are learning in a general sense. They must learn in a special sense in order really to achieve organization, structure, method, and content of revolutionary work. Quoted in Car, I-953, 440. Moreover, not only, as with Mao, did Ramsay attack the unhistorical study of ideologies, I-948, 376, but, in his extended critique of Bukharin's historical materialism, I-92I, he shares positions found in both Mao's critique of dogmatism and Lukács's earlier critique of Bukharin's textbook, Lukács, I-925. Both Lukács and Ramsay criticize Bukharin's dogmatism, above all his attempt to scientize historical materialism, which they both recognize as a speculative metaphysics. There are many passages in both, but especially in Ramsay's commentary, which can be compared point for point with Mao's writings of I-937, both on contradiction and on practice, cf. Mao, I-960-40. It is not perhaps surprising to find Lukács in I-925 quoting Lenin's remarks to the Second Congress of the Comintern, which argue against absolutism, dogmatism, and mechanical materialism, concluding practice alone can serve as real proof in this and similar questions, quoted Lukács, I-925, I-42. For the same writer had recognized the year before, in his sketch which tried to signify Lenin's greatness, both that historical materialism is the theory of the proletarian revolution, I-924, g, and that it was left to Lenin to make the step from theory to practice, a step which is simultaneously, and this should never be forgotten, a theoretical advance. For it is a step from the abstract to the concrete. Lukács, I-924, 47. The same dialectic is grasped by Ramsay. The proposition contained in the preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy to the effect that men acquire on practice, for studies IOI consciousness of structural conflicts on the level of ideologies should be considered as an affirmation of epistemological and not simply psychological and moral value. From this, it follows that the theoretical practical principle of hegemony has also epistemological significance, and it is here that Ilyich Lenin's greatest theoretical contribution should be sought. In those terms one could say that Ilyich advanced philosophy as philosophy insofar as he advanced political doctrine and practice. I-948, 365. The point is driven home in several passages where the reality of the world is shown to be constructed. Thus, Ramsay argues, recalling not only Mao's whole project, but Marx's remarks about the inception of real, human, history, that the struggle to understand and grasp objective reality is inseparable from the political struggle to make that possible. Real objectivity is only knowable when humanity is no longer riven by internal contradictions, when there exists the social basis for a more collective, conscious, egalitarian grasp of the real world, e.g. I-948, 444f. There is no space here to rehearse the tortuous history of Ramsay's part in PCI and Comintern struggles, which is in any case well displayed in other texts we have cited and in Carr's model analyses, I-953, chapters 30, 3i, I-964, chapter 28, d, and 3i, d. What that history displays is that Ramsay had to learn, but the PCI did not learn in time, crucial lessons of flexibility well caught in the resolutions of the Third Congress of the Comintern in I-92I. Revolution always was, and still is, a struggle of living forms on given historical foundations, quoted in Carr, I-953, 383. Looking back in I-926, Ramsay offers a theory of the united front not dissimilar to that learned by Mao in his long struggles against left and right deviations, against social democratic and fascist treachery, and against Comintern assistance and expertise. Lenin summed up what should have been the meaning of the split when he said to Comrade Sarady, "Separate yourselves from Turati, and then form an alliance with him." We should have adopted this formula to the split which took place, in a form different from the one foreseen by Lenin. That is, we should certainly have separated ourselves from reformism, and from maximalism. But afterwards, and without giving up our ideological and organizational struggle against them, we should 102. Have attempted to build an alliance against reaction. To the leadership of our party, 8 however, every attempt by the International to make us adopt this line appeared as an implicit disavowal of the Livorno split when the P.C.Di had formed from the much larger PSI in 1921. 9. Quoted in Fiore, 1965, 153. But, it is time to emphasize, the PCI failed to divert fascism. There was no socialist construction begun within Italy which eventuated in that break, creating material, cultural, political and epistemological spaces. There was no revolution. Reasons for this are inscribed in that history of party building, and Comintern assistance, to which we have referred. But a large measure of difference between Ramsay, and the PCI, and MAO, and the CPC, must be found in their analyses of agrarian production. Ramsay, as is well known, recognized the Southern question, but his conception of it had two qualities which need emphasis. First, the staging of the impact of socialist construction, from the workers to the peasants, from the towns to the country, from the north to the south. What is indisputable is that only the working class, by seizing political and economic power from the hands of the bankers and capitalists, is in a position to resolve the central problem of national life in Italy, the Southern problem. L'Ordine Nuovo, January 3, 1921, 1977a, 375. Secondly, and this is not a matter of an instance here or an instance there, there is the neutralized imagery of the Risorgimento claimed by so many diverse groups as a legitimating rhetoric. The next sentence to the above, for example, reads: "What is indisputable is that only the working class can bring the painful task of unification that the Risorgimento began to a successful conclusion." The previous year, in his reflections on various discussions on land reform, workers and peasants, cf. Lenin, 1917a, Ramsay expressed his limited views of the peasantry even more graphically, through, moreover, a false understanding of the similarity between. On practice, for studies 103 factory and agrarian production. He thinks the parliamentary debates to have been useful if they have served to let the broad masses of the peasants in the whole of Italy know that the solution to the agricultural problem lies solely in the hands of the urban workers in northern Italy, and that the solution will be put into effect only by a dictatorship of the proletariat. L'Ordine Nuovo, 3 January 1920, 1977a, Q8, 10 are capitals, his emphasis. There are of course other tendencies within Ramsay's writing, just as we stress this to be so with Lenin, SCMT, chapters 2 and 3. In an analysis written with Palmiro Togliatti, a sketch, oriented to the events of December 1919, of what the Italian Revolution should be like is given. On the one side the proletariat, in the strict sense of the word, i.e. the workers in industry and industrialized agriculture, on the other, the poor peasants. These are the two wings of the revolutionary army. L'Ordine Nuovo, December 1919, 1977a. 139. Here, indeed, the necessarily collective force of the poor peasants is given, that recognition so central to Mao's texts of I-927. From these forces will come organs for collective control over production. These organs of control, the peasants' councils, despite the fact that they will leave intermediate forms of private land ownership, small holdings, in existence, will have to carry out a psychological and technical transformation of the countryside and become the basis of a new communal lifestyle, centers through which the revolutionary elements will be able to enforce their will in a continuous and concrete fashion. Ibid. Qo. The motive force of the Soviet Revolution is correctly grasped in the consequences of the experience, cf. Mao, of common struggle by workers and peasants. Both become convinced through experience that they would never liberate themselves from the oppression of the bosses, unless they gave their own organization of conquest a form that enabled them to eliminate the exploiter directly from the sphere of production. Ibid. 140-1. But in many of his notebooks the remarks on the South, or the peasantry, betray a distance which was caught neatly by Mao when he proclaimed the positive achievements of those whom the gentleman scholars had called riffraff, cf. Ramsay, 1948, 272 footnote written in 1930, and Mao, 1927a. There are similar difficulties and ambiguities with Ramsay's writings on military and political strategy and tactics. Indeed, erase with the equally famous writings on the state, we find a remarkably sustained exploration of a set of metaphorical alternatives, notably wars of position versus wars of maneuver. This is, of course, hardly surprising given the conditions under which Ramsay labored. Indeed, in those very notebooks, he stresses that comparisons between military art and politics, if made, should always be taken cum grano salis, with a pinch of salt, in other words, as stimuli to thought, or as terms in a reductio ad absurdum. 1948, 231. He also makes two other points which ought to be better known. In political struggle, there also exist other forms of warfare besides war of movement or war of position, and he goes on to talk about commandos, which includes the art of organizing sudden sorties and surprise attacks with picked men. 1948, 232. Secondly, another point to be kept in mind is that in political struggle one should not ape the methods of the ruling classes, or one will fall into easy ambushes. 1948, 232. Anderson, 1977, 55f, has indicated some possibly unknown precursors of the dichotomies that Ramsay examined, in the debates amongst Kosky, Luxemburg, Martov, Marchlusky, and Lenin. These, as other debates examined there, and in other literature, on such alternatives at work within the Comintern, all show the fallacy of speculative universalisms, the confusion between strategy and tactics which has done more to deform socialist construction than any other confusion, as many struggles in China have shown. What would it mean about Marxism if it did actually generate universalisms of the kind which are constantly and 103. On practice, for studies 105 dogmatically generated and enforced as the correct line when they are the reified and abstracted instances of a partly understood historical moment? This is forcible abstraction with a vengeance. There is all the difference in the world, between worlds. In fact, compare a general line such as going all out. Such strategic constants as never forget class struggle. Or methodological constants as the mass line. In contrast, consider, because capitalism is now stabilized, all wars will be wars of. Because, as a noted retreat, NEP was introduced, NEP measures form a constituent of all socialist construction after the revolutionary defeat of the bourgeois ruling class. Or, because, as invariant constants independent of the human will, of the laws of world economy and the international division of labor, socialist formations must. Not only, as we have indicated, does Ramsay provide such examples of absolutism, but his work has been quarried precisely to abstract this or that tactical aphorism, metaphorical aside, half-completed remark, in order to render it as holy writ, as strategy. For comparison with the problem of critical interpretation, think that Lenin had completed only the notebooks for State and Revolution and then been assassinated. More to the point, although it is notable how silent Ramsay is on such matters, imagine simply that Lenin had left only his notebooks on agrarian questions and never come to power. The fragments left by Ramsay. 11. On military and political questions are full of insights, causing a useful, if sometimes only momentary, hesitation with regard to particular renderings of historical materialism. But it is very far from being the kind of book of texts that it is treated as in the recent literature. Think only of the glaring absences in the literature which Ramsay knew, which nobody writing in the 1930s could know, which we now know today. But, more to the point, think of the historical experience. Imagine, again, what it would have meant had Ramsay been able to read the Grundrisse, the German ideology, or, more to our present point, Mao's philosophical writings. Generally speaking, where Ramsay does say something of strategic significance, it is already present within the historical materialism that is now available to us, not least that established by the practical materialism of the working people of the USSR and of China. Unsurprisingly, Anderson uses Ramsay as a foil to illustrate, again, the wonder that is Trotsky. 106. It was above all Trotsky who provided the working class movement, East or West, with a scientific critique of both the ideas of war of maneuver and war of position, in the field where they really obtained military strategy proper. 1977-73. Really? Actually, above all? One would have thought, if the historical text is to accord somewhat more accurately with historical experience, that some aside or footnote might have indicated Mao Zedong or Chu Tai as being involved in the strategy and tactics of warfare from the 1920s until 1949 and beyond. Mao did, after all, provide military writings, and we do have historical accounts of his practice. 12. The non-mention of Mao is, of course, a major reason for our own essays here, but this specific absence is revealing as to a more general absence from the work of Ramsay and Anderson. Neither understands production. For them the problem of military or political strategy can be thought of without reference to costs. They therefore do not understand the singularity of the state, its real coercion, as felt by the working classes under capitalist domination. It has to be paid for by the diversion of funds from their collective labor. Not only is it not their state, but they bear its inflation. We have noted above how Mao stresses that if the People's Liberation Army, and before that the Red Army, was to be truly popular, it would have to be part of the wider army of labor, without which the war against both the Japanese and the KMT could not be won. This popularity meant that this army would give more to the production collectivities within which it resided than it took away. The army would not only grow its own food and other daily necessities, it would aid, through early forms of mutual aid teams, hospitals, schools, the peasants in their own struggle for production. Internally, Mao from the 192 OS stresses that the Red Army must be democratic, e.g. 1928b, 83, because the Chinese Red Army is an armed body for carrying out the political tasks of the revolution, 192 GB, 106. Mao's strategy and tactics is normally read as guerrillaism, but in 1929 he attacks both the ideology of roving rebel bands and the remnants of Putschism, 192 GB, 114. But, as we have argued, this is only a fragment of a much wider strategy on Mao's part to refuse to erect any absolutes which restrict the investigation of the empirical present situation. Hence his remarks concerning those who urged all struggle and no unity and others who sought all unity and no struggle deviations. On practice, 4 studies 107 present within the CPC from its foundation. Hence also his long struggles against cutting the feet to fit the shoes, against blind faith and mechanical copying, which he applied to military affairs, 1963 d. 18 of 19,590. It was, after all, in the context of discussing strategy for China's Revolutionary War, that he first emphasized, the important thing is to be good at learning, 1936 d. 186, cf 1957b, 42 of 195 sh, 96f. In his military methods proper, Mao had to argue against Marxists, especially those who believed there could never be any Marxism in the mountains, 1936 d. 214, in order to keep flexibility in the face of invariant methods such as seizing key cities and don't give up an inch of territory. As we noted above, he also argued against guerrillaism, 1936 d. 243f, 1938b, c. The point is often made that, epistemologically speaking, the source of all erroneous views on war lies in idealist and mechanistic tendencies on the question. People with such tendencies are subjective and one-sided in their approach to problems. 1938 c. 121. Regarding methods of war, Mao is insistent that a clear line be easily visible between the methods of really popular forces and the enemy's forces. Here his arguments against commandism, against draining the pond to catch the fish, are aimed at left adventurism which may achieve victories but at a cost of making those victories donations to the people. Lt was also necessary to keep clearly separate from the Japanese policy of 3 atrocities: looting, burning and killing, all which related to the CPC policy on prisoners, treating all wounded properly, releasing back to the enemy side those who wished to go, recruiting all who wished to Stay, subject to political vigilance against spies and agents. Finally, since, as with Ramsay, in part, Mao's work is known, if at all, as aphorisms and slogans, it is as well to close this discussion by quoting the full passage from which a particular remark has often been taken. It is very difficult for the laboring people, who have been deceived and intimidated by the reactionary ruling classes for thousands of years, to awaken to the importance of having guns in their own hands. Now that Japanese imperialist oppression and I-08 the nationwide resistance to it have pushed our laboring people into the arena of war, communists should prove themselves the most politically conscious leaders in this war. Every communist must grasp the truth: political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Our principle is that the party commands the gun, and the gun must never be allowed to command the party. Yet, having guns, we can create party organizations, as witness the powerful party organizations which the 8th Route Army has created in northern China. We can also create cadres, create schools, create culture, create mass movements. MAO, 1938 f. 224-5. In their discussions of political and cultural relations there is more apparent similarity in the work of Ramsay and MAO. Both, for example, recognize that public opinion is constructed. Ramsay argued, public opinion is strictly linked to political hegemony. It is the point of contact between civil society and political society, between consensus and force. The state, when it wants to initiate an unpopular action, preventively creates the adequate public opinion, that is, it organizes and concentrates certain elements of civil society. Quoted in Bates, 1975, 363, cf. Ramsay, 1948, 170, and 71, 13. In 1962, at the IOTH plenum CC/CPC, a fact recalled in the 16 articles of the 1th plenum CC/CPC, August 8, 1966, Mao said, "Writing novels is popular these days, isn't it? The use of novels for anti-party activity is a great invention. Anyone wanting to overthrow a political regime must create public opinion and do some preparatory ideological work. This applies to counter-revolutionary as well as to revolutionary classes." 1962 c. 195, cf. 1966 p. II7f. But there are major differences between the two on these questions. Anderson, unwittingly, brings one to our attention in his text mentioned above. There he considers one of the more serious consequences of Ramsay's reflections upon military strategy to have been his welcome for the dictatorship of the proletariat, which Marx, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao have also pointed to, as the key. On practice, for studies 109 means to facilitate more rapid, more complete, more solid, socialist construction and thus cultural revolution. 14. What Anderson is pointing to here is also a curious conundrum concerning Ramsay's analysis of the state: where it is revolutionary it is Bolshevik, where it is non-Bolshevik it is also, alas, non-revolutionary. First, given the clamor surrounding hegemony, it is necessary to illustrate at some length the alternative dictatorship of the proletariat view in Ramsay's work. We can begin by agreeing entirely with Ramsay's unremarkable, in terms of the historical materialism available to us now, point that analyses cannot and must not be ends in themselves, unless the intention is merely to write a chapter of past history, but acquire significance only if they serve to justify a particular practical activity. 1948, 185. What was the passage which so alarmed Anderson? It is Ramsay's gloss upon both the stabilization which the Comintern detected after 1924 and the consequent likelihood of maximal continuing isolation for the USSR. The war of position demands enormous sacrifices by infinite masses of people. So an unprecedented concentration of hegemony is necessary, and hence a more interventionist government, which will take the offensive more openly against the oppositionists and organize permanently the impossibility of internal disintegration with controls of every kind. 1948, 238g. The need for dictatorship is also stressed again. For some social groups, which before their ascent to autonomous state life have not had a long independent period of cultural and moral development on their own, a period of statolatry is necessary and indeed opportune. 1948, 268. Although he correctly warns that both theoretical fanaticism and permanent government of the functionaries must be avoided, in a third passage, Ramsay, largely because, it must be noted with vigor, the intellectuals who develop Marxism are not linked to the IIO people, makes the above theses paradigmatic for the development of new proletarian culture. Only after the creation of the new state does the cultural problem impose itself in all its complexity and tend towards a coherent solution. In any case, the attitude to be taken up before the formation of the new state can only be critico-polemical, never dogmatic. I-948, 398, cf. Lenin, I-920c, I-923a, b, c, d. Taken with his published writings endorsement of proletarian dictatorship and class rule, e.g. I-977a, texts I-3, 38, 56, 6i, we can see here a coherent alternative to that Ramsay so much in vogue amongst intellectuals, the theorist of hegemony. But whether we take the hegemony approach, whose ambiguities are outlined by Anderson, I-977, with its emphasis upon cultural activity by intellectuals of a new type before the revolution, or the modern Prince view, with its emphasis upon the state as an instrument, Ramsay and those who echo him, fails to transcend base/superstructure metaphor. He does not, as we have said, understand production. As with the military writings, so generally, he cannot grasp momentary instances as contradictory unities in opposition. Paradigmatically, he cannot grasp coercion and consent as facets of that unitary regulation by which capital rules. Indeed, both his instrumentalism and his intellectualism are, to be sure, complementary, not too surprising perhaps in the writings of a man locked in a prison. The machine view or the mental view of the state, relation, obscures its particular class nature. Of the construction, incoherence, and it must be repeatedly stressed permeable fragility of the state, Anderson remains ignorant in his analyses of the present, although he has, of course, displayed the history for us. The central image of the state, relation, for Ramsay, one taken without query by Anderson, I-977, and Hobsbawm, I-977, is a distinctly superstructural agency which can be handled and directed by the masses, but is not theirs and cannot become theirs. This is Ramsay's Bolshevism, a feature which, as we have noted, recurs in much language and some of the practices of Mao also. Both this, and his emphasis upon the possibility of creating a cultural offensive which would lead to the capture of the state, to the possibility of using it as an agency of transformation, divert attention from the real resources which practical materialists should assist in making conscious and simultaneously unleashing. Those. On practice, for studies III real resources are the productive powers and energies of the creators of wealth which are currently constrained and hampered by the crippling restrictions of the division of labor, socially, technically and culturally. Law, for example, is perfectly a mixture of consent and coercion, in short, moral regulation, that reveals the whole dichotomous imagery of base/superstructure to be dangerously misleading. The state, and thus moral, political, and legal relations, comprises relations of production in a particular social form, analogous precisely to the market form, of a historically determinate mode of production. As a former Lord Chancellor correctly remarks, law is about compulsion, the coercion of men and women to do what would otherwise never have been their choice. Hailsham, I-977 equals 374, cf. Thompson, I-975, 258f, 15 Marx's long struggles against Hegelian notions of law, as well as absolutely clear formulations in Capital, I-863a, 20i, 284f, I-865a, 339f, show the errors of an analysis which begins with the legal, or, more generally, state, relations and forgets class structure and production. Relations. This does not deny that much of Ramsay, e.g. I 948, 246f, provides an excellent reminder, as it were, that these resources are within historical materialism. Another emphasis needs making against all those today who think, often claiming Ramsay to their aid, capitalism capable of self-regulation. Ramsay shows that the fully regulated, just as the fully ethical, state awaits conditions where, as Mao, following Engels, puts it, politics will have changed its meaning, Ramsay, I 948, 257f, but cf. Ibid, 244 and 208. This is only another way of pointing out the need for the most coercive proletarian dictatorship if proletarian democracy, and with it a new culture and new planning, is to be possible. There is one curious antinomy between Mao and Ramsay that should perhaps be mentioned before we conclude this section. Ramsay's work is being treated as if it could be summarized by the slogan "Seek hegemony," whereas, as is well known, Mao frequently urged never seek hegemony. The phrase is quoted by Zhou Enlai in the political report to the 10th Congress of the CPC in I 973 and opposed hegemonism features in the I 973 Constitution of the party, ch. I. Clearly, the objects to which these strategies were directed were quite different, for Ramsay is discussing how an ascendant class should prepare itself for revolution and generally demonstrate its superiority to the class, and system, which constrains it. Mao is discussing, within the framework of his theory of 112 three worlds which we have criticized previously, SCMT, chapters 5 and 6, the domination of the two social formations he considers equal superpowers, the USA and the USSR, but especially the latter. The same point is captured in the 1975 Constitution of the People's Republic of China, when the preamble states China will never be a superpower. Nevertheless, despite the different objects, some features of our general critique of third-worldism apply, mutatis mutandis, to hegemony as used by Ramsay and as taken and used by his followers. We are thinking here of the manner in which both uses of the term diminish the class specificity of the agencies and relations to which they refer. Both mark, in our view, a retreat from historical materialism to a kind of abstracted political analysis, global in the case of Mao, national in the case of Ramsay, in which it becomes possible to chart and categorize quite antagonistic realities, as the heterogeneous collectivity known as the Second World in the Three Worlds analysis, and as many of Ramsay's asides about intellectuals or Jacobinism. If we have been harsh in our presentation and criticism of Ramsay, it is because there are times when it is not only correct but necessary to swim against the tide and make something of a splash whilst so doing. We do so also because we cannot fail to notice that the fight over the possession of Ramsay's soul, the competing declarations of the meaning of his texts, is patterned in a similar way to many other alignments. In sum, we think that the Ramsay that has been erected from those 33 notebooks, 500 or so letters, and series of published journalism is a counterpoint to another figure rarely mentioned as a theorist. Indeed, we can imagine the scandal that a book for him would cause Joseph Stalin. It seems to us, as perhaps also to Althusser, in so far as we can unravel his recent pronouncements, that the critique of Stalin is part of a wider battle for the class content of historical materialism. This battle over the meaning of Marx has a number of staging posts since the death of Stalin, but the tendency to depoliticization is very strong. The coincidence of a particular Ramsay and the suppression of the dictatorship of the proletariat from the manifestos of Communist Party after Communist Party seems more than mere coincidence. It is part of the worldwide battle to defeat that socialist revolution which was begun 60 years ago, and which has succeeded in taking more and more social space from the capitalist world market. But in posing this alternative, and here Ramsay does stand for all those alternative heroes and heroines of the moment, so on practice, for studies 113 passionately embraced and so resolutely discarded in the harlequinades of intellectual leftism, we are also defending Antonio Ramsay, the communist militant who lived from 1891 to 1937, and representing his writings. Indeed, his genius lay in opening doors which for most of his contemporaries did not even exist as doors. They saw only the invariant laws of world economy, the marvels of American efficiency, or the deep slumber of working-class apathy. In speaking for Ramsay as also for Mao, we are reminding practical materialists that historical materialism is a method of analysis and action which can be added to and extended by patiently recording the achievements of working women and men in demonstrating the pliant qualities of reality. We speak for Ramsay because it is necessary to speak for dictatorship and for the party, and to add to him the work of many other militants which reveal the societal relations of production which evade his prison writings. In this we speak as with all our work against those who intellectualize Marxism, and offer an abstracted historical materialism, by stressing cultural politics. The masses are ignorant or fooled or empty vessels. Hegemony and unprincipled fronts with all progressive forces, plus slavish adherence to the cultural norms of the bourgeoisie, and the collective intellectual, by which they actively and ostensibly define not their unity with, but their distance from, the working class. Ramsay deserves better than that. Part 3. On contradiction. In his Capital, Marx first analyzes the simplest, ordinary, and fundamental, most common and everyday relation of bourgeois, commodity, society, a relation encountered billions of times, viz. the exchange of commodities. In this very simple phenomenon, in this cell of bourgeois society, analysis reveals all the contradictions, or germs of all the contradictions, of modern society. Lenin, on the question of dialectics, I9I6b, 36OI. Classes do exist in socialist countries and, class struggle undoubtedly exists. We must acknowledge that classes will continue to exist for a long time. We must also acknowledge the existence of a struggle of class against class, and admit the possibility of the restoration of reactionary classes. MAO, I962c, I8g. Opposition and struggle between ideas of different kinds constantly occur within the party. This is a reflection within the party of contradictions between classes and between the new and the old in society. If there were no contradictions in the party and no ideological struggles to resolve them, the party's life would come to an end. MAO, I937J, 3I7, CF I957A, 359F. In the building of a socialist society, everybody needs remolding, the exploiters and also the working people. Who says it isn't necessary for the working class? Of course, the remolding of the exploiters is essentially different from that of the working people, and the two must not be confused. The working class remolds the whole of society in class struggle against nature, and in the process it remolds itself. It must ceaselessly learn in the course of work, gradually overcome its shortcomings and never stop doing so. MAO I957b, 402. 103. On Contradiction 2.5. Introductory remarks. It is the purpose of this third part of our book to try and indicate the significance of the contribution made to historical materialism by the theories and practice of Mao Zedong and of the Communist Party of China. The title we have chosen for this discussion is deliberate. It would be no service to historical materialism to suggest in any way that Mao's Marxism developed easily and evenly. As the quotations which prefaced our first part indicated, it is the uneven, contradictory, hesitant, and constantly struggling movement, to transform the agents and the circumstances of change, which is a crucial element in Mao's own self-definition. He wanted to be known as a teacher, not because he had handed out so many tablets of stone, rules that have only to be applied to transform the world, but because he had stressed how hard it is to be good at learning, how there are general methodological principles but very few prescriptive recipes for success. Given the events which have taken place since Mao's death, it is more than ever necessary to emphasize this. But we mean more by our title than an indication of the unevenness of all development. We are pointing to the incomplete and only partially secured revolutionizing of fundamental, i.e. defining, social relations within China. Mao frequently from the late I-950s speaks of the problem of securing successors to the revolution, that being one, and only one, way of preventing China from changing color. By the latter Mao meant nothing less than not simply the advent of capitalism within China, but the installation of a fascist regime such as he believed had been established within the USSR by IG-64. To be sure, he usually linked these prognoses to the inherent instability and short-term potential of such capitalist restorations or fascist installations. He speaks in several places of the generation after next overthrowing these new tyrants. But, and this is our point, he felt socialist construction in China to be so frail that it was conceivable that, within a few years, capitalism could be restored. We have indicated here and there in our own analysis within this book and previously, SCMT, that one avenue down which those who seek capitalist restoration could easily drive is that which is founded upon the base of foreign policy and foreign trade. The drive of this new bourgeoisie would not be simple dock workers. 2-6 for example, have refused to unload certain kinds of foreign things. We must not pose against a once upon a time total and secure Maoism, an equally total and instantaneous capitalist restoration, as do many analysts of the USSR, not least the CPC and their friends. Our point is only that this avenue exists. But there are other avenues internal to the class struggle within the party and overproduction in China. Here the unsecured nature of Mao's, and the CPC's, transformation of what we have sketched elsewhere as the social problematic of Bolshevism, SCMT, chapters 2 and 3, becomes crucial. Just as Stalin, Trotsky, and Brezhnev can claim truthfully that they are justified by the very words and actions of Lenin in doing their quite different activities, so it is possible for a number of different lines forward to be drawn from Mao's own writing. This only emphasizes once again that it is not texts which are the major tests of historical materialism, but the accumulated historical experience of practices. 2. Socialist construction in China. Later we shall seek to indicate the implications of Mao's Marxism, and the accomplishments of the CPC, for the international communist movement and for the theory and practice of socialist construction within capitalist social formations. Here we begin by examining the historical experience of China. Keith Buchanan's title should be cited again. The last 50 years have indeed seen the transformation rip the Chinese earth. But, as always, it is how that transformation was achieved which is the more remarkable. To solve the basic human problem of self-sufficiency in food, having enough to eat, and here contrasts between both China, India, and the USSR are apposite, one is possible in a number of ways. We believe that the solutions demonstrated by the historical experience of the Chinese people display methods, and a strategy, which are universally relevant. Food, clothing, medicine, and housing are now relatively secured for the working people of China. Moreover, working people there, Hinton, 1972b, 193, Sweezy, 1975, 10, are not treated as pure labor power and subjected to the violence of things. But the transformation of necessity involving the struggle to change people to fit them, as Marx indicated, to found society anew is very broad, protracted, and uneven. That there is still a very great on contradiction II-7 deal to be done is clear if such central examples as education or the emancipation of women are examined. In both these areas of class struggle, Mao argues his general strategic method: the full emancipation of the subordinated must be accomplished by themselves, it cannot be donated by the party. The latter's task is to hold back those who already have power in the given situation. The party must disrupt and contain what is, above all, hegemonic or definitional power. This reliance upon mass criticism and open struggle, once class enemies have been effectively neutralized at the least, must include the making of mistakes. No experience can be considered complete unless it includes the making of mistakes. I-95-7L, 490I. In the same year, Mao noted, according to a survey made in Peking, most college students are children of landlords, rich peasants, the bourgeoisie, and well-to-do middle peasants, while students from working class and poor and lower middle peasant families account for less than 20%. This situation should change, but it will take time. I-957A, 353. 3 methods can be used to revolutionize education. I. To proletarianize knowledge, to arm workers not simply with facts but with a view on where correct ideas come from. 2. To open the doors of schools and colleges widely, to ensure that many more workers and poor and middle peasant families can send their children to colleges, and 3. To make all students engage in going down to rural areas, and engaging in practical and political education with peasants and workers. 2. That is to say, if you really wish to socialize educational relations, you must challenge directly assumptions about knowledge and pedagogy. Mao does this himself on several occasions, from Oppose Book Worship, I-930b, through to his remarks on education, I-964f, and the theme is, of course, generalist in the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. But the struggle is extremely arduous, whilst the 3 great differences, especially the existence of those who mainly labor with their heads, and a majority who mainly labor with their bodies and a commanding or directing role for the former, exist. 118. Hence, again, Mao's insistence upon facilitating and encouraging the widest possible public discussion, not least to bring the real right into the open, coupled with the most rigorous proletarian dictatorship against external and internal capitalists and bourgeoisie. Only if both are practiced, the victories in the former decreasing the necessity, scope, and cost of the latter, can transformation take place. One particular event in I-974 illustrates the difficulties of socialist construction. Pai Chi-hsien graduated from Hopi Teachers University in I-968 and went to a production brigade of the Yensin People's Commune, Isangshan County, to be re-educated by the poor and lower middle peasants. She became a teacher and married an ordinary peasant. For this she was criticized by her father, and many other people. Pai wrote to Hopi Dairy, and her letter was reprinted on the front page of the People's Dairy February 7, I-974, extracted Peking Review, 8, I-974, cf. Pai Chi-hsien, I-974, also. Pai argues that her marriage revealed that a deep struggle was needed, since many look down on peasants and think them dirty. Pai's father had been apprenticed in a factory at the age of I-2 and her mother had been sold into slavery. Pai was the first ever in her family to graduate. Pai ended her letter thus. I think the rotten ideas of looking down on peasants and farm labor that have been handed down over thousands of years should be criticized. This is of great importance in narrowing the differences between workers and peasants, between town and countryside, and between manual and mental work, in opposing and preventing revisionism and in building a new socialist countryside. Peking Review, 8, I-974, p2i. In a later article, Pai concluded, the new society taking shape in the midst of struggle involves a clean break not only with the old system of ownership but also with old traditional ideas. Pai, I-974, I-4. As Elizabeth Krall has shown. 3. After the GLF, the neat correlation between women's participation in social production and their automatic full social emancipation was questioned. What was involved, she argues, was the removal of a whole history of cultural oppression, I-976, 4i. Krall analyses and reprints a red flag article. On contradiction I-9 of I-973, Davins, I-976, Appendix 3, reprinting of a People's Dairy editorial of March 8 I-973 is complementary, which demonstrates the depth of male supremacist practices and indicates some tactics to tackle these. Both Krall, I-976, and Davin argue, in the latter's words, that as long as the CPC recognizes that the struggles of women are far from complete, progress will surely continue, for inequality and discrimination can hardly become rigidly institutionalist so long as critical consciousness of them exists. I-976, I-97. It is relevant to indicate here the importance of the general attack on the division of labor within both the people's communes and the new worker-peasant villages such as those at Taching. For the problems relating to educational and sexual relations highlight the continuing need for the widest struggle in cultural and political relations. This is equally true regarding matters of technique, particularly problems of overall coordinated planning. An article by Tsai Chang, in People's Diary, I-2 January I-974, 5 shows, however, that it is possible to generalize the experience of the border region years. Tsai notes that the questions of how to accumulate funds for construction and on what forces to rely in building socialism have been points of struggle between two lines since the beginning. Rather than concentrating upon procurement before production, two policies have been adopted. For the two different forms of socialist ownership in China, both place production first. First, greater accumulation by China's state-owned enterprises depends mainly in increasing production and practicing economy and on the revolutionary enthusiasm and hard work of the masses. Second, in the sphere of agricultural production, the agricultural tax has fallen to 6% off farm output, yield to the state has increased because production has risen so greatly, and prices of products needed by the production brigades have all fallen, whilst the state grants many items to the communes free of charge. There are no internal or external public debts. 6. The loans from the USSR being repaid ahead of time, and internal bonds encashed. Tsai Chang's argument can be generalized to the whole problem of transforming the state. We argued above that Mao saw the dangers during the border region years of the state, and we stress here that this includes the army, costing too much, of it being I-20 productively burdensome. He saw, in addition, that the solution to the problem was to encourage the maximum self-reliance by state and army units and to minimize administrative apparatuses. By the I-950s as part of his indication of the dangers of dogmatically following the Soviet path, Mao noted, streamline our organizations. The state is an instrument of class struggle. A class is not to be equated with the state, which is formed by a number of people, a small number, from the class in the dominant position. Office work does need some people, but the fewer the better. At present the state apparatus is bloated, with many departments and with many people sitting idle in their offices. The above applies equally to the party, the government, and the army. I-957A, 378, cf I-957K, 460. The echo of Lenin here, cf Lenin, I-923D, may be deliberate. Much of the GPCR was aimed at such a streamlining and its complementary proletarianization by the participation in productive labor of all cadres and state officials, and it had very directly measurable effects according to Zhou Enlai in an interview with Snow, RG7R. The interviews with Zhou Enlai are a neglected source, as we mentioned previously, insofar as they demonstrate many consequences of a practical nature which tend to be obscured by most studies of the GPCR or earlier stages of socialist construction. Within town and country, commune, and factory, the GPCR was marked by a surge forward for socialism. This was particularly true in the I-970s as the GPCR continued. This can be detected from a close reading of issues of Peking Review or China Reconstructs. Zhou considered, in an interview with Hinton in I-97I-7, that three kinds of bourgeois forces existed in China: I. Old exploiters still around; 2. Newly generated bourgeois class forces; 3. Ideological influence and corrosion, pages 48. Zhou Enlai's remarks are also important because they remind us that total affirmation is as metaphysical as total negation, that is to say, that some methods of work are so thoroughly bourgeois that they negate even the most heroic socialist content. His discussions concerning both the cult of Mao, which Mao opposed, and the slogan "all public, no self, peace off," are extremely illuminating in this respect. Like Mao, he argues against mechanical copying, pointing out that exemplary transformations demonstrate the application of theory to their particular. On contradiction 121 conditions, you can travel ROOOly looking for a magic method, but you will never find it, P60. Chu's analysis of the GPCR has already been mentioned, quoted in Collier and Collier, RG73, Q8F. He confirms that the RG62 10th plenum call, "Never Forget Class Struggle," was aimed at Liu and his followers, just as the earlier documents on agrarian transformation had been. He counterposes Liu's theory of productive forces, which he argues violates Marxism, p62, to the need to revolutionize all the relations of production, including the way people think and the rules they live under, their institutions and their culture, ibid. Significantly, Liu and other rightists often counterattacked by enlarging the scope of party directives, thus ensuring that, since almost everyone would be guilty, the campaign would fail. This is similar to the mechanical obedience attempted by some technicians and cadres at the time of the GLF. It is also clearly related to the petit bourgeois fanaticism that often characterizes the apparent opposite of Liuist opportunism and reformism, adventurist hitting out in all directions and dogmatism. Point 8. Significantly, both can only exist where there is some degree of domination exercised by cadres, technicians, and officials where, in sum, people still have instincts of obedience, or what Mao calls the slave mentality. Thus any socialist transformation cannot be the work of party disciplinary committees, massive purges and so on. Any disciplining within the party must be matched by its external disciplining by attempting to diminish any false extension of the party's power which should only aid, rather than act for or against, the majority of the people. We have argued previously, SCMT, chapters 5 and 6, that one major territory upon which old and new bourgeois can survive, and which they can use to make the most of remaining feelings of obedience and slavishness amongst the people, is the area of foreign policy including foreign trade. Through the monopoly agencies that control such trade, and the highly restricted mechanisms for making and declaring foreign policy, it is extremely easy to act in bourgeois and capitalist ways. The questions of what is best, rational and efficient, can be more easily answered in capitalist terms in what are in fact a series of exchange relations with the capitalist world market and bourgeois diplomacy. This is a fundamental problem which Chinese experience exposes but does not solve, although, clearly, methods of rotating personnel, involving workers, including dockers and transport workers, in decisions as to what to 122 import and what to export, and so on, could be applied more generally. This exposure in the terrain apparently furthest from the struggle to transform nature and people within a socialist formation leads back directly to its internal location, the state, and, to some extent, the party. Clearly the party, state, and army must be partly separated from the people, a specialized set of agencies in order to defend them from external enemies. But that space, facilitating a correctly dictatorial preparedness vis-a-vis the world market, is also of great significance internally, since it does separate state and party, above all the center, from the people. Moreover, as Mao has always argued, and we have stressed this throughout, the specialized dictatorial powers of the working people must be available to them to hold back the implicit power, founded on assumptions of superiority/inferiority and habits of deference, of the old bourgeoisie. Given this contradiction, which cannot be wished away by rhetorical flourish, a practical question then arises. How much real power has the center over the localities? This in turn relates to how any existing transformation has been accomplished, donated or achieved, passively or actively, what has been held as unchangeable and what changed. Where socialism has been accomplished through increasingly collective, more conscious, more egalitarian struggles, it is more secure from simple commands from above. This, quite simply, is the crucial question for the next few decades in China, as it is also in the USSR and every socialist formation. If it is possible for any clique to seize power, cause China to change color, and sustain their rule over some period of time, then the establishment of socialism is a million times more difficult than even Mao, who speaks of several centuries being needed, imagined. That said, and it is as well to be cautious and sober in these matters, we would still argue that the great body of knowledge available within historical materialism has been irreversibly propelled forward by events within China and by Mao's Marxism. What such a terrible lesson would demonstrate would be the extent and depth of capitalist penetration, through competitive trade above all other weapons in its armory, and the strength of its market forces, to which, we are constantly told, we owe all that we are. We do not believe that full capitalist restoration by external means, even with internal assistance, is probable. It has not taken place in the USSR, as any simple inspection of the condition of on contradiction 123 working people's lives will demonstrate. What the future holds is continuing struggle between two classes over two lines and two roads, a zigzag path of uneven but combined development toward more secure socialism, although with quite possibly extended setbacks and reverses, not least the possibility of a total holocaust such as nuclear war. This can be prized out of the statistical accounts of China's transformation. It really resides in the internal accounts we have so often evoked, or in the sensitive perception of visitors. It is there in the confident depiction of the Shanghai dockers in David Selborne's brilliant An Eye to China, 1975, and their last defiant slogan as he leaves. Increases in productive forces, on such a scale, are based not on raised intensity of labor, but on the seizure of state power, and the mass transformation of all relations in production. Selborne, 1975, 211-12, 9. 3. The International Communist Movement. As is well known, there has been a more or less open polemic between the CPC and the CPSU since the death of Stalin. 10. We also know now that there were major disagreements between the two communist parties from the foundation of the CPC in 1921. More generally, and quite expectedly, the Comintern itself was the site of continuing and bitter class struggles. 11. Contrary to the majority of interpretations, we do not see these as matters of personality, nor yet as abstracted power struggles, both in the earlier period, particularly after the attempted Bolshevization of the world's socialist revolution, and in the later, the dispute turns upon the major themes presented in our book. What is production? How is it to be increased in a socialist way? Mao's theories and practices of socialist construction implicitly challenge almost the complete canon of Bolshevik strategy, although, and this is far from a simple linguistic matter, he stays frequently in the same problematic in his writings. Since, however, that Bolshevism represents a magnificent extension of Marx's few brief suggestions regarding socialist construction, we can see that this partial transformation of Bolshevism as theory and practice 124 of social formations in transition is a major resource for any socialist construction. This is not to declare China better than the USSR, but points to how socialist construction was accomplished in the former, not least by learning the lessons of the latter. If we were to summarize Mao's contribution to a theory of socialist construction, we should have to emphasize, inter alia, 1. The stress upon the ubiquity of contradiction and therefore the range of class struggle within socialist formations, 2. The longevity of these struggles, several centuries, 3. The constant attention that has to be paid to how changes are achieved, and 4. The novel conceptualization and practices of doing a good job of production we illuminated in Part 2 above. Behind this, we have tried to compare the experiences of working women and men within socialist formations, rather than solely the activity of leaders and parties. Strategic questions should include, are achievements experienced as accomplished by working people themselves, or are they obeying orders and accepting gifts from outside? Are the agencies of production solely production units separated as enterprises, or are they the site of coherent political and cultural struggles also? Do things, production techniques, for example, command people, or people command things? Which is dominant, the general line or a plan, the latter's existence being no indicator of socialist construction, as Bettelheim has argued for a decade. 12. We have tried to show how we might begin to answer these questions when examining and comparing different formations in this book and previously, SCMT. In sum, socialist construction in China demonstrates the implications of a recognition of a mode of production as an ensemble of a social relations, the particular set of which endow the whole mode with its meanings, as Marx demonstrates in the case of capitalism. Thus, as we have argued previously, capitalism should not be reduced to a form of property and a system of ownership. Where this reduction is attempted, it neutralizes, i.e. suggests as usable, a whole cluster of what are in fact capitalist techniques, theories, and more general assumptions. Moreover, such a reduction grounds a theory and practice which castigates as disruptive or going against natural laws any attempt to challenge and transform these capitalist techniques, theories, and assumptions. Following Lenin's remarks on Marx's analysis of the commodity, we would emphasize how Marx throughout his writing stresses that capital is not a thing but a social relation. Not to attempt a complete revolutionizing of all. On contradiction 125 relations, techniques, and assumptions of capitalism, with which, to repeat, Marx and Lenin agreed, people are stamped and marked through and through, affords a territory for the still existing capitalist world market relations to establish their partial control within any socialist formation. Within the USSR, and this is an ever-present possibility in China, certain techniques, e.g. Taylorism, theories, e.g. the laws of world economy, and assumptions, e.g. regarding the capacities of different sorts of human being, were taken as resources to be used for socialist construction. This does not mean that working-class women and men in the USSR are units of labor power, nor that surplus value making governs commodity production in the USSR. It means, crucially, that socialist construction has been slowed, deformed, and crippled. It means, simply, that the Soviet people are less than they might be, that they have less because they are less. That they have accomplished much in comparison with the working class still exploited and oppressed by capitalism is a precise measure of the success and socialist nature of the Great October Socialist Revolution. In comparing the two sets of historical experience, we must draw attention to orientations toward production as crucial. In China, the major struggle has been to establish what doing a good job of production means. This has not meant, for example, bring in the harvest, procurement before production, accumulation before raising living standards, specialist capital goods before daily necessities. It has meant or aimed at a general attempt to increase production in such a way that living standards are raised, daily necessities are produced, and that the resulting increase in general well-being is recognized as the result of collective social activity. Instead of the pacification which can result from an imposed plan, there has been the engagement and involvement following from the general line. A common contrast made is between the Soviet collectives, in the USSR and the People's Communes in China. 13. Much of what we have been arguing can also be detected by examining the criticism of the CPC and of MAO provided from within the USSR, especially that given in the texts of what was once called Soviet Sinology 14 or now Marxist Sinology 15. What we find in this literature is an analysis which is remarkably similar to Koskai's declarations of the impossibility of socialist construction in backward Russia using un-Marxist Bolshevism. The CPC, reduced often to simply the Mao gang, is said to be relying on petty bourgeois peasants, the productive forces are weak, and thus the working class is small, and utopianism has taken the place of materialism. More narrowly, the Maoist model is said to be barrack room communism, which does not allow for a better life for the working people, especially in the cultural sphere. In brief, China is perceived and categorized with the help of Bolshevism, from which, as we have stressed, it is found to deviate. What is significant about the polemic in another dimension is illustrative of the limited break made by both Bolshevism and the thought of Mao Zedong from an analysis that does not penetrate beyond phenomena. Both the CPSU and the CPC are happy to cite phenomenal evidence against each other, including making use of bourgeois social science. This is most marked in the case of Mao and the CPC. Anyone who could consider the USSR a fascist state of the Hitler type has ceased, however briefly, to be a Marxist. Abstracted national power politics has taken the place of any form of historical materialism. This is significant for the whole polemic since the CPSU are able to demonstrate, accurately, the CPC have made no attempt to conceal this, how much service the CPC categorization of the USSR as fascist, more dangerous, more imperialist, than the USA, militaristic and so on, performs for the most consistently anti-socialist, anti-proletarian, writers, agencies, parties within the capitalist countries. When the CPC hails the strengthening of NATO, the EEC, and Margaret Thatcher's speeches as bulwarks against the USSR, they are not serving the people. But this anti-Sovietism, behind which is as much a contempt for Soviet workers as the CPSU reveal toward the Chinese workers when they speak of how the Mao Gang has seized power, must not be used to destroy the accurate and internationally significant criticism of dogmatic Marxism, which cripples socialist construction in advance, which the achievements of People's China provide. This is not only important in comparison with the experience of the USSR, but in contrast to many Marxist criticisms of China, not least those of Trotskyists, who, knowingly or not, reproduce the Bolshevik criticisms of China made by the CPSU. Fortunately, there are some comparative sketches which usefully try to analyze the differences. 16. It has, after all, to be remembered that learning implies not simply pupils, but instructive examples. The fact that the Great October Socialist Revolution occurred. 103. On contradiction 127, when it did and that the Comintern was there to shelter and aid the new communist parties cannot be thought away. Neither must it be used, as do some Marxists in their replication of the crudest bourgeois Kremlinology, to excuse all non-Soviet socialists and parties from their many errors. What careful comparative accounts also bring out is the significant material historical differences in the two socialist formations. But they also reveal, with great clarity, and this has been a major contribution of Jack Gray's work, that events in China have shown that if major material successes are to be made, the utmost attention must be paid to cultural and political questions. It is because Mao remains a practical materialist, as we argued in Part 2 above, that he has so frequently emphasized the cultural and political, demonstrating, even if only implicitly, in policies rather than verbal percepts, his transcendence of any forces/relations, dictymics and base/superstructure metaphors. The detailed comparisons also indicate the uneven, contradictory, dialectical unity in the campaigns for socialist construction in China, containing both gradual step-by-step and sudden going all-out movements. The general contrast is drawn with the from-above qualities of much Soviet construction. We have remarked above that Mao disobeyed and argued with Stalin from the late 1920s onwards. He has also written a number of texts specifically analyzing Stalin's theory and practice. Apart from his contributions to various of the polemic documents concerning Stalin, Mao was responsible for the two long editorials in the People's Daily on April 5 and December 29, 1956. Why from the start, Mao welcomes the self-criticism undertaken by the CPSU, admitting that Stalin made mistakes, which were and are to be expected, they were not exceptional, and using those mistakes as lessons for future policy. Mao also argues that on a number of far from insignificant issues Stalin fell victim to subjectivism and one-sidedness, and divorced himself from objective reality and from the masses. 1956 c.g. But, it is equally important, argues Mao, to comprehend Stalin as a phenomenon of the international communist movement and, specifically, to see the cult of the individual as a reflection in people's minds of a social phenomenon. Above all, Mao opposes one-dimensional explanations. Some naive ideas seem to suggest that contradictions no longer exist in socialist society. To deny the existence of contradictions is to deny dialectics. p. 10. Mao opposes to Stalin's methods of leadership, the mass line. As he had done in the I-930s, Mao also outlines two ways of studying and learning from the USSR: the Marxist way and the doctrinaire way. Pi 5, in the second part of the I-956 text, Tito's wrong method, but beyond it the wrong method of Khrushchev also, of criticizing Stalin, is itself criticized, along with the imperialist adventure in Hungary. Two different types of contradictions, the substance of the more famous text of I-95-7, are also outined, those between ourselves and the enemy, and those amongst ourselves. Each requires appropriate methods of handling. Stalin erred in confusing both types and in handling those amongst the Soviet Party and people in an entirely wrong way. But this text also accurately portrays the manner in which attacks on the doctrinaire Stalin, de-Stalinization, will be used to facilitate the utmost revisionism, leading eventually to major splits within the international communist movement. But this abdication of Marxism is practiced, not least in his analysis of the USSR, by Mao himself. In I-959, at the end of his own self-criticism at Lushan, Mao mentions two speeches on Stalin's economic problems if socialism in the USSR, I-952A, and adds, "But these were only speeches. Now we must study it in depth, otherwise we cannot develop and consolidate our cause." I-959K, 6 Quetzales. In the Wansui texts are Mao's remarks on Stalin's text, November I-958, and his annotations, I-959. 18 Mao finds many of Stalin's analyses totally erroneous. He thinks Stalin walks on one leg, ignoring politics and the masses, and putting so much emphasis on heavy industry that he neglects light industry. Much of this critique is present in Mao's theory and practice in the border region years, analyzed in section I of part 2 above, and clarified in his speech on 10 Great Relationships in I-956. Mao recognizes in Stalin's texts much that is excellent, for example, Stalin's sketch, I-952A, 68F, of the preliminary conditions for the transition to communism. But Mao argues that Stalin did not find the form for this and points to how the people's communes provide the basis for the transition to a fully socialist formation insofar as they provide the means for three transitions: first, from collective property to property of the whole people; second, in their onslaught upon the three great differences. 103. On contradiction 129, and, third, in making possible a fully unleashed class struggle. In his annotations, Mao takes issue with Stalin's mechanical determinism. Particularly noteworthy is Mao's annotation against Stalin's claim that people really are powerless to influence astronomical, geological, and other similar processes. Mao thinks this reasoning false, since human capacity to know and transform nature is without limit. 19. Mao also argues that Stalin uses his mechanical determinism to thereby sanctify and protect from criticism actions of state and party. Both mechanical determinism in general, and its employment to protect party and state policies, deny the fundamental argument of Mao, and of Marx, that the emancipation of working women and men must be their own accomplishment. Freedom cannot be donated. Nevertheless, Mao, as Zhou Enlai and others within the CC/CPC, recognizes that Stalin did much to protect the material basis of socialism within the USSR and beyond, not least in his recognition of the international significance of keeping the USSR safe. They also recognize, however, that in the manner of his protection Stalin did long-term damage to the solidity of socialism within the USSR, paving the way for the theses that suggest the end of class struggle within the Soviet Union, which had now become the state of the whole people. 4 Implications for socialist construction. We have argued here, and elsewhere, that historical materialism comprises both Marxist theory and the historical experience of socialist construction. This shows that what we believe Marx to mean cannot be prescriptive as to the future. This implies the possibility of different readings of Marx. It also indicates that historical experience will extend and illuminate Marxist theory. A number of commentators have tried to draw the general implications of Mao's theory and practice for our general understanding of production. In so doing, they transform our understanding not only of socialism but of capitalism and, ipso facto, return us to a new reading of Marx or Lenin, a new understanding of what had been thought of as closed questions. Our own understanding of Bolshevism has been aided by the contributions of the Chinese people to world revolution. Bettelheim catches the overall significance when he writes, "In the combination productive forces/production relations, the latter play the dominant role by imposing the conditions under which the productive forces are reproduced. Conversely, the development of the productive forces never directly determines the transformation of the production relations. This transformation is always the focus of intervention by the contending classes, that is, of class struggle. 1973, 91-2, 20. Both Bettelheim and P. Anderson, 1974a, 204, have correctly taken this insight into the orthodox Marxist comprehension of the transition from feudalism to capitalism, and thus, although this is as yet insufficiently realized, point to the conditions of capitalist reproduction. In Bettelheim's words, history shows that changes in the material conditions of labor, the productive forces, are realized after changes in the social conditions of production, in the relations of production. Machine industry is developed within capitalist relations of production. Capitalist relations of production took shape before machine industry, the latter develops under the domination of capitalist relations of production, to form the specifically capitalist mode of production. 197-0A, 86, 87. Hence our insistence that Socialist 21 construction begins long before any convenient benchmark called the revolution, which is not to deny the concrete significance of the final expropriation of the bourgeoisie from state power. But what else does historical experience demonstrate? 22. First, methods of party work before, and state formation after, that revolutionary seizure have to be such as to unleash the existing powers, including knowledge, of the existing working class women and men under capitalism. At the moment they produce wealth by producing specific commodities in particular ways. To do this they are encouraged/constrained to reproduce themselves, as a class. As Marx stressed, the maintenance and reproduction of the working class is, and must ever be, a necessary condition for the reproduction of capital. From a social point of view, therefore, the working 103. On contradiction class, even when not directly engaged in the labor process, is just as much an appendage of capital as the ordinary instruments of labor. I-867a, 572, 573. It is entirely to our point that Marx relates this to the constant skilling, deskilling, and reskilling of the working class, and, moreover, that capitalists are forever reassuring the public, i.e. creating public opinion, that machinery and capital are more important and creative than labor. Apart from supporting Mao's protracted argument, drawn out in several of Bettelheim's writings, that no production technique is neutral, Marx also argues that the spirit and methods of capitalist agriculture are antithetical to a proper system of agrarian production, I-865a, 6I6f. But at the same time it creates the material conditions for a higher synthesis in the future, viz., the union of agriculture and industry on the basis of the more perfected forms they have each acquired during their temporary separation. I-867a, 505. This creation of the material conditions has to be related to that struggle between collective and private appropriation which Marx recognized to be present in the village commune, Obshchina, in Tsarist Russia. Marx, I-877, I-88ia, b. Moreover, just as Marx saw the bourgeois state sustaining private capital against socialist relations in that context, we have to remark again that the socialist potential within the working class under capitalism cannot be fully unleashed, indeed, in particular, it cannot be fully thought, until the bourgeois state has been displaced. Another way of examining the implications of Mao's theory and practice is to consider his views on the party during the protracted war to establish socialism in China. He fought, from the start to the point where he was driven into opposition to deviations which he characterized as bourgeois opportunism, all unity and no struggle, reflecting a lack of strategic contempt for the whole capitalist system, and petit bourgeois adventurism or fanaticism, all struggle and no unity, reflecting a lack of seriousness regarding the tactics toward each and every particular facet of capitalism. But he also offers through the mass line and his general political epistemology an alternative to the model violently abstracted, and then reified, from such works as Lenin's What is to be Done? MAO. 103. Recognizes the fundamental duality of those who appear the weakest and the most subordinated. Yes, they are in part what they appear to be, and this is no delusion, it correctly reveals the profile of power relations. But, Mao also went beyond seeing in poverty nothing but poverty and saw two important qualities of the working people which party intellectuals ignore at their peril. First, the direct producers do in fact create the wealth of the social formation. Second, they and they alone are not only the material forces without which it is impossible to pull down the old structures of power, they are also the spiritual, and we should add technical, forces with which to construct a different kind of power, culture, and production. Their duality, in short, represents a different set of social relations within which things and people would be endowed with a different meaning. Things, quite literally, would be different. If it is, as Bettelheim and others have noted, social relations that endow the methods and tools of production with meaning, it should be clear that no particular trust can be put in any socialist revolution which claims to be using existing capitalist things, and techniques, to construct socialism. If things, objective reality, circumstances, are being used, it must be thought that it is people that must be changed. This is true, but the only changing that is fully revolutionary is that accomplished by people themselves in their own efforts to change the circumstances that have oppressed, exploited, and limited them. Different kinds of texts by Mao from the 1920s to the 197 signify this in importantly different ways. First, Mao argues that social relations, especially what we might call the status profile regarding ideas and techniques, have to be transformed through new forms of social organization. Second, this will be deformed, if not diverted, by a wrong Cotter policy, where, in brief, the party reinforces existing assumptions and habits regarding the natural superiority of intellectuals and experts. Third, in the overall coordination of production, the system of amplification has to be reversed. It is the center that has to be bombarded with reports, data, and returning planners, who have been to the localities and conducted investigations. But Mao does not thereby imply that working women and men already have ready-made socialist panaceas and blueprints which they long to implement but fear the local capitalist, policeman, or similar representative of bourgeois authority. Just as the party cannot use, capitalist, things to cajole and coerce working people. 103. On contradiction 133 into socialism, so, equally, there are no neutral sets of ideas, concerning rationality or efficiency, which can be brought to working people from outside. There are different texts but again stretching through his writings which point to the difficulty of transforming people. Nevertheless, Mao has always argued that all wisdom comes from the masses, it is intellectuals who are most ignorant, 1957 k. 468. He has also urged the widest criticism, indeed he has not infrequently used enlarged plenums and work conferences to overwhelm those working for the capitalist road. Why be afraid of our own people when we are not afraid of the imperialists? He is no true communist who fears the common people and believes the masses are not open to reason and must be coerced rather than convinced. 1957 I. 477, cf 1956 c. 1957 b. How, then, does Mao argue that it is right to rely on the people and yet remark, as firmly as Marx or Lenin, how capitalism, feudalism, and imperialism stamp and mark those who live within their relations? Partly, democratic centralism practiced through the mass line is crucial, partly, however, Mao is fundamentally a materialist. He recognized, as against the then orthodoxy, and, of course, thousands of years of the obvious, that the peasant associations of Hunan in the 1920s had been driven to make or at least begin a fundamentally socialist revolution. For the poor and many middle peasants, just as much as for the individual worker in a factory, can only survive through cooperation, through pooling their collective labor and sharing their joint product. Within factories the collective nature of production is lived, and hopelessly disrupted under capitalism. What Mao has shown here and Jack Gray has demonstrated empirically the reality with regard to agrarian transformation, Gray, 1970, 1972a, b, is the importance of the party, 1, to hold back and neutralize the long-standing power of the old guard, landlords, capitalists, rich peasants, managerial and technical workers, 2, to systematize and generalize the ideas and innovations made by working people. The investigative texts starting with those in Hunan above all those of the socialist upsurge commentaries have shattered many illusions and erroneous views, 1955 H, 216, cf 1955 F, GJ, K. It is commonly argued that socialism is prefigured at the point of production in capitalist societies. This is true, but dangerously. 134. Partial. First, it reduces production to the workplace, and ignores the totality of social relations which sustain and make possible those workplace arrangements. Second, it ignores the individuation and sectionalism that results from such phenomenal forms of the social and technical division of labor as wage and payment systems, skill differentiation, and the enduring significance, within the place of work, of those extra economic realities, sex, skin color, religion, and nationality, which cannot be thought away. A similar duality exists, of course, within the defensive organizations of the working class such as the trades unions. Socialism is prefigured in the total instability of the whole ensemble of capitalist social relations. In myriad ways working class women and men live alternatives to the very social forms they are compelled to inhabit. This is their dual nature. This explains the sudden explosions of action and language. Each worker, and all the working class are workers, bears some image, however frail, of an alternative to the present. This knowledge of the fundamentally limited nature of human life, for all, within capitalism does not have to be brought from outside, thus reinforcing the profile of normal bourgeois relations, but has to be celebrated and broadcast, and shown to be fundamentally correct. This is what a mass line strategy amounted to within China, a clear distinction, above all in the methods of work, between the Communist Party and les autres, them, the bosses and the officials, of all kinds, who are not us. The first myth to be destroyed is the assumption that working women and men do not have contempt of the deepest and most strategic kind for the world as it is, although, to be sure, many people will feel that this is their personal problem, resulting from their being different. The majority not only realize that they could be more than they are, they sense how this might be possible through some kind of collective action. Indeed, many could begin to specify, to those who are willing to learn rather than preach or command, exactly how and where changes could begin. Capitalism beheads the working class, aiming ultimately at a form of automaton naked labor power. Socialist construction begins by giving the working class its head. 5 Postscript, 1977. It is now over a year since Mao Zedong died. We have deliberately chosen to provide a presentational account of Mao's work. This is in On Contradiction 1. 35. Marked contrast to existing alternatives, and this book differs from SCMT, where we frequently took issue with prevailing interpretations of Bolshevism. We have differed in this book because of the general ignorance of Mao's work as a theorist. Indeed, extended attention is mainly found in institutions defined, and this is very much to the point, by their geographical, cultural, or linguistic specialization. For some years to come, the main task will remain that of presenting the historical experience of China and Albania, 23, for that too is often neglected, for discussion. But it would be wrong to conclude a text which will appear in 1979 without some reference to events that have taken place since September 1976. These events have made the general strategy we have drawn from Mao's work all the clearer. We can now contrast the general line for socialist construction we have sketched here and in SCMT, not only against prior alternatives, notably that of Bolshevism, but against subsequent reassertions, whether the attempt, through the Jackson Amendment, to draw Soviet labor into capitalist production, or recent changes that have been attempted in China. In what follows we shall not be providing a history of the group now known as the Gang of Four. 24. Nor an account of events and changes since September 1976. Instead we wish to illustrate the implications of what has taken place for our own analysis, through examining some key texts. What they direct attention to is the consequences of the implicit nature of Mao's critique of Bolshevism for socialist construction and the possibility of using Mao's teaching in such a way that its content is obscured or even negated. We think that charge can be just as much directed against Chiang Ching, Chang Chuntiao, Yao Wenyuan, and Wang Hongwen, as against Teng Xiaoping. It is worth beginning by stressing the continuities from the mid-196 OS. What is now spoken of as Chairman Mao's theory of the differentiation of the three worlds 25 is still seen as the basis for China's foreign policy. This leads, as it always has done, to Xinhua Agency reporting UPI and AP press releases about hostility to Leonid Brezhnev when the General Secretary of the CPSU visits a capitalist country, in contrast, no doubt, to the CPC's warm welcome for Margaret Thatcher in Peking, or concerning Soviet reconnaissance aircraft observing U.S. destroyers. 26. But such an analysis which sees the Soviet Union as a superpower analogous to, but far more imperialist and militarist than, the United States of America also facilitates a crucial blindness in what is seen as wrong with Soviet policy. Thus, a recent Xinhua 27 carries a report on how the weakness of the USSR is revealed in its steeply increasing trade with the West, including Japan, and its seeking enormous credits to finance the import of sophisticated equipment. Such a description could well be applied to one facet of Tengism. This last is more than the nonetheless general point that both sides in the CPSU/CPC polemic continue to remain at the level of phenomenal evidence. We have already indicated our belief that external relations, foreign trade as much as diplomacy, provides a set of spaces within which those who seek to sustain capitalist trading relations and bourgeois nationalist diplomacy have the greatest security. This, as we shall outline below, was indeed one area of contrast between the views of the two differing tendencies in the CPC. Events since late I-976 have shown a consistent pattern. Territory obtained in these spaces has been used to turn back or disrupt a number of the defining strands of socialist construction as we have presented it above. Moving smartly to a foreign trade policy that concentrates upon modernization, in contrast to socialist construction, has meant, by November I-977, the use of explicit managerialism and material incentives as a matter of policy. 28 And the most fundamental of the reversals thus far, what is blandly called a new college enrollment system, which in fact favors bourgeois forms of education and thus the reproduction of the three great differences. 29 Much of this has been accompanied by the reinterpretation of texts from Mao's writings and accomplished through the attack on the Gang of Four, whose methods had the cumulative effect of draining the pond to catch the fish. But, again, we should make it clear that Mao's words were and are there to be used in support of a technicization and, in our terms, Bolshevization of socialism in China. Similarly, although Zhou Enlai is credited with issuing the call for modernizations of science, defense, agriculture, and industry, we should note that the term occurs at the close to the foreword to that Maoist text, Otations from Chairman Mao Zedong. Therein the text is dated December 6, I-966. Lin Piao urges: strive to build our country into a great socialist state with modern agriculture, modern industry, modern science and culture, and modern defense. 103. On contradiction 137. There have been a number of key additional phrases linked to the campaign for socialist modernization which have deep roots within the CPC's theory and practice. These include, grasp the key link and run the country well, and the recasting of the general line as upholding the principle of grasping revolution and promoting production and fulfilling production tasks with greater, faster, better and more economical results. People's Daily, April 1, 1977, our emphasis, 30. The same day's Peking Review, Q, 1977, contains several major texts illustrative of the same tendency, especially Chung Chin's notes on Mao's 10 great relationships, which makes maximal use of the linguistic terms and conceptual separations carried on from Bolshevism in Mao's writing. The same issue contains an article on the Gang of Four by Wang Che in favor of rational rules and regulations. It is cruelly ironic that this issue publishes Mao's note on the Charter of Anshan Iron and Steel Company. The text by Wang Che makes use of Lenin's praise of Taylorism, a text which we have argued, SCMT, Chapter 2 and 3, is central to the Bolshevik social problematic. Wang Che argues that opposition to rules and regulations is anarchism. Another plank in the reversal of the general line associated with Mao has been a steady attack on opposition to the theory of productive forces 31 and an insistence that certain forms of mechanization have to precede cooperation, that in some sectors heavy industry must be put first. 32. It is quite wrong to see this as even and unanimous. We know very little, as yet, about the consequences for the life experiences of workers and peasants within China. Moreover, in such major texts as the State Planning Commission's Great Guiding Principle for Socialist Construction, 33, it is still possible to find, in vocabulary and implications for practice, a clear adherence to the socialist construction we discussed in Part 2 of our book. But the general tendency is clearly evident across the range of policies which cumulatively are socialist construction, not least, of course, in views on agriculture. 34. All of these policies have their roots in a set of remarkably coherent documents authored wholly or in part by Deng Xiaoping, on the general program for all work of the whole party and the whole country, hereafter, General Program, Some Problems in Accelerating Development, hereafter, 20 points, and the Outline Report on Science and Technology, hereafter, Outline Report. The full texts of these are given in the semi-official account by CHSIN, 1977, Appendices, 203F. We have at least one instance of a substantial critique, of the general program, by the Gang of Four in Red Flag, 7, 1976, and People's Daily, August 23, 1976. 35. Not only do we consider the documents important, they are clearly thought of as in some sense public knowledge, and a number of articles have been published defending the texts against the criticism of the Gang of Four, and others. 36. Having read the texts by Teng, dating, it seems, from mid to late 1975, the critique given of them by the Gang of R, dating from mid to late 1976, and the defenses given recently, mid to late 1977, it seems clear to us that Teng's texts are a fundamental revision of the general line for socialist construction argued for by Mao, and also articulate the theoretical core of the set of practices that have been applied since early 1977. They are in many ways Bolshevik texts which, often using the same vocabulary, call to mind the texts against which Mao had to argue in his long struggle from 1949 to the mid-1950s and from the so-called failure of the GLF onwards. They are also texts of an offensive character. They clearly orient themselves to criticizing and defeating positions we can now identify with the Gang of Four. The Gang of Four called these three texts three poisonous weeds and saw them as likely to lead to a restoration of capitalism. We would agree with this judgment so long as it is understood, as we have argued at length in SCMT, that this restoration is a far from simple procedure. This program of restoration is clearest of all in the 20 points, especially when it is read with its defense, Peking Review, 42, 1977, which makes maximal use of Bolshevik formulations. Some of the 20 points are, enterprise managements to ensure profits are put first, the adoption of advanced technology, including, crucially, the centralization of scientific and technological research, through increased importation of foreign technologies, and the strengthening of discipline. In a talk Teng gave on August 18, 1975, CHSIN, 1977, 273 pounds, he clearly sees modernization and development as flowing from factories and towns outwards, and agriculture reduced to a source of food for the cities. He also suggests using the international and social division of labor and argues, again, for the necessity of a strict system of rules and regulations. 103. On contradiction I-39. The outline report argues for increasing the separation of scientific and technological research and for the separation of technicians and scientists as different from ordinary workers, relegating the mass movement, for the true socialization of scientific knowledge and technical ability, to that of popularizing science. This is, of course, very much what has taken place with the new educational policy. It is also clearly articulated in the critique of the Gang of Four made by the Academy of Sciences of China, which defends elitism in scientific and technological research and education and argues against scientists and technologists having to go down and learn from and study with collective production workers. It also reveals that this separation, as one feature of the three great differences, had been one of the major elements attacked in the continuing GPCR through the I-97 OS. There are many other areas which we could use to illustrate these general points in the area of cultural production, for example, the revival of the hagiographic opera The East is Red, on the one hand, and the importation of bourgeois melodrama films, on the other. 37. Are pertinent, as is the increase in package tours. 38. These and other matters can be discovered in press accounts from China and outside. What has taken place in the last year or so is the shift in the line from a socialist construction strategy which saw class struggle, and the simultaneous changing of circumstances and selves, as the key force for increasing production, to a line which emphasizes two related kinds of force. Simultaneous with the rise of the power of expertise, we have seen an increasing tendency to argue that machines are more important than people. Taken together, these are two key constituents of Bolshevism, which also argued that the Soviet state was powerful enough to make use of bourgeois methods, experts, and to engage in extensive foreign trade. We do not intend by these remarks to suggest that we are seeing some straightforward Bolshevization of the People's Republic. Apart from any other limitations on this, the capitalist world in I-977 is not that of IGI-7, and, most important, there is a dominant socialist Bolshevik power in existence which continues to offer revolutionary aid and assistance to the proletariat. The significance of recent events in China for socialist construction within China is still undecided. Our own analysis would suggest that there is still an extensive struggle between two classes over two lines and two roads being fought out. That struggle will continue until socialism is secured throughout the world, and it will involve major setbacks. In a much more limited sense, we have tried in this brief postscript to indicate the implications of recent events for our analysis of socialist construction, as drawn from the work of Mao and the practice of the CPC over the last 50 years. We think that events and statements since Mao's death, and it is as well to remark here that 1976 also saw the death of Kang Sheng, Chu Tai, and Zhou Enlai, have done much to illumine precisely what is of international significance in Mao's Marxism and to refute absolutely all those who saw in his work a set of local and largely pragmatic aphorisms. This is not a welcome illustration of Mao's strength, but no negative lessons are ever really welcome. We have argued previously, SCMT, chapters 5 and 6, that friends of China are often no true friends of socialist construction. Those who have continued to repeat the latest official line from China, including major reinterpretations of previous history which are only now gathering strength, 39, are performing a major disservice to Mao. Now, far more than when we started to write, it is necessary to argue clearly and consistently for Mao. 40.